Audio presents an unabridged recording of God Don't Like Ugly by Mary Monroe.
I woke up in the city hospital 2 days later. My dear looking like she had not slept in a week, and a blank-faced Mr. Boatwright was standing over me. "Who done it?" my dear whispered, glancing over her shoulder toward the door and wringing her hands. I closed my eyes and groaned. Now was as good a time as any to pretend I was too sick to speak. My dear asked me over and over, "Who done it? Who done it?" Mr. Boatwright was frighteningly silent. He looked away every time I looked in his direction. He looked at the floor most of the time, twitching and shifting his weight from one foot to the other. He cleared his throat and in a low, meek voice told me, "Annette, I'm praying for you. With God's help, we're going to pull through this mess unscathed." I was not in that much pain, but I was weak and disoriented. All I could do was remain still and listen. Finally, I spoke. "I don't know who got me pregnant," I said. What else could I say? My dear gasped and threw up her arms. She fell back against Mr. Boatwright, almost knocking him down. "Lord, it's worse than we thought, Brother Boatwright. The girl done fooled around with so many she don't know which one got her in this mess." My dear had to fan her face and catch her breath before continuing. Her face had become a mask of rage. "Bride of Satan!" she shrieked. "Sister Goode, we just gonna keep a tighter hold on the girl, that's all. She running with the wrong kind of kids," Mr. Boatwright added humbly. I saw red. I pulled myself up and glared at him. There was a burning sensation in my nostrils and my flesh crawled. "I don't care what you do to me. I am not going to stop being friends with Rhoda," I said evenly. My dear was stunned. She threw her arms around Mr. Boatwright. "The girl ain't responsible. It's all that medication," he mouthed, fumbling with his shirt pocket, reaching for his handkerchief so he could fan his sweaty face. "Rhoda is my best friend, the only friend I've got." I started to cry. The hospital room was cold and impersonal, but I was glad I was in it and not in my room, where I'd probably conceived Mr. Boatwright's baby. My dear let out a weak sigh and looked at her watch. "I gotta get my tail to work. Judge Lawson will think I skipped out on him." She paused and looked at me, shaking her head so hard her scarf came untied. "Where did I go wrong?" "I'll tend to you when I come home," she said, as they prepared to leave. I was propped up in bed watching TV when Rhoda arrived and handed me a get-well card later that day. "Thanks," I mumbled. "It's from Florence." "Oh." I set the card on the nightstand without reading it. I wanted to read it, but not in front of Rhoda. "She gave it to Pee-wee to give to me," she informed me. "Are you okay?" She smiled. "I guess so." I nodded. "That baby is gone. I'm sorry I had to do that to a poor little innocent baby." I truly was sorry. Even though Mr. Boatwright was the father, I was still the child's mother. "Girl, it wasn't a real baby. We're talking about a Rosemary's baby. How could you love a child like that?" Rhoda said, waving her arms. "You're probably right," I said thoughtfully, nodding. "I probably would have ended up mistreating it or deserting it or something." "Well, it's over now." Rhoda moved closer to the bed. She leaned over and felt my forehead. It was colder in the room than it was before, but I felt hot. There was even sweat on my face. "How'd your mama take it?" I just frowned and shrugged. "Well, you know my mama. She's just a country woman. She's not sophisticated like your mama. There's no telling how she's going to behave toward me after I get home. They'll probably make me memorize the whole Bible. I bet they do, Rhoda agreed. And you should have heard that son of a bitch, Mr. Boatwright. Rhoda started talking with her eyes looking at the floor. We have got to do something about him. Real soon. Chapter 28. Everybody thinks you have the flu, Rhoda informed me the next evening. I was home alone, so I could talk freely on the kitchen wall phone. I had been released from the hospital just 2 hours earlier. Even Florence. "You've been talking to her?" I asked, unable to hide the fact that I was surprised. Well, no, not really. She's been talking to Pee-wee. He's been talking to me. What about that loudmouth Pee-wee? You don't think he'll go around and blab, do you? He doesn't know anything about you being pregnant, not unless he's psychic. I sure as hell didn't tell him, Rhoda answered. My fear was that Mr. Boatwright would get drunk and start running his big mouth at Scary Mary's one day, or while he was with Uncle Johnny, and of course Uncle Johnny would blab. Rhoda and I were quiet for a moment. "What are you thinking?" she finally asked. "Rhoda, I've made up my mind. I'm going to leave home as soon as we graduate. Erie, Pennsylvania. That sounds like a nice place to start a new life. I am not going to wait around like I figured I would." "That's not such a bad idea. What about your mama? She won't like that at all." "She can't stop me." "Well, what about Loverboy?" "Do you honestly think Boatwright's going to just sit back and let you walk out of his life? Especially to move to Pennsylvania, a state so close to, as Boatwright would probably call it, a Babylon like New York?" "Well, once I turn 18, nobody will be able to tell me what to do. Not Muddear, not Mr. Boatwright. I think I've suffered enough. I don't see things changing if I stay here. The only thing I can change is myself. And I can't do that here as long as that motherfucker's alive." I paused, expecting Rhoda to agree with my last comment. She remained quiet too long for me. "Hello?" "I'm still here." She sighed. "I tell you what. As soon as you feel well enough to talk to that old asshole, casually mention to him about moving to Pennsylvania right after we finish school, and tell me how he reacts." "Well, he knows I want to get a real good office job. He must know that office jobs don't pay much here in Richland, Ohio. All his talk about doing something to make me sorry if I leave home, I think is just a bluff. I'm just going to have to call him on it." "Yeah, he probably is bluffing. As stupid as he is, even he must be smart enough to know he couldn't get away with doing something crazy like shooting you or your mama, unless he does something and makes it look like an accident. What if he tells people he was cleaning his gun and it went off? They would all probably believe anything he'd tell them," I wailed. "And I bet Judge Lawson would make sure he didn't go to jail." "All I can say is, if we don't do something drastic and soon, you'll end up in that nut house where Scary Mary sent Mott that time." "You said we. Are you really going to help me come up with a plan to get Mr. Boatwright off my back?" I couldn't imagine what we could do to scare him enough so that he would let me alone. "Yeah." "You sounded so funny just now, Rhoda. Is there something in your throat?" "No, I'm just cooking up a plan." "Okay." Well, let me know what it is real soon. I'll mention to him tomorrow right after my dear leaves for work about me moving to Erie, and I'll make it clear he can't stop me, okay? Okay. I'll let him know that I'm leaving after graduation and only death is going to stop me. Here? Yeah. The next morning, I was all set to tell Mr. Boatwright about my vague plans. Mud Dear had just left for work. Before I could even get dressed and out of my room, that son of a bitch yelled from across the hall for me to join him in his room. Before I reached his room, all ready to cuss him out and fight him if I had to, the phone rang. I ignored the one in the hallway upstairs and ran to the kitchen. I heard Mr. Boatwright laugh, then cuss all the way from his room upstairs when he heard me run to answer the phone before coming to his room. "Why are you crying, Rhoda?" I asked. My grandma died last night," she sobbed with a trembling voice. "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Did she die in her sleep?" No." Rhoda paused and cleared her throat. "Did she fall and hit her head on something?" I asked. Yeah. Uncle Johnny forgot to lock her bedroom door, and she got up during the middle of the night, wandered out to the hallway, stumbled and fell down the stairs, and broke her neck." Rhoda choked. "Oh, no," I breathed. I wasn't too crazy about the mean old white woman, but I was sorry to hear about her accident. "Do you want me to come over?" I moved to the refrigerator and removed a carton of buttermilk and filled a large glass. Then I snatched a piece of toast from a plate Mr. Boatwright had set on top of the stove. "Uh-huh. Our white folks from Alabama are on their way up here. They are all in an uproar. They'll be in an even bigger one when they find out Granny Goose left all her insurance money to Daddy." "I bet they will," I said boldly. "Well, like I said, I can help get the house ready. It's already spick and span, and I know there's not much to be done, but whatever you need me to do, I'll be there, Rhoda. I think we're going away for a couple of weeks, right after the funeral." "Who, you and Otis?" "Oh, no, he's not going. Just me and my family. As soon as we get Granny Goose laid to rest and everything's settled, we're going to the Bahamas. We've been planning to do this for a long time, but Granny Goose was such a burden. We couldn't take her with us, and we couldn't leave her here by herself or with a nurse. None of her white family wanted to be bothered with her, not even for 2 weeks. Well, she was kind of mean, but you can't blame her. Old age does strange things to people's minds," I said, trying to imagine Mr. Boatwright 20 years down the road. "I know," Rhoda admitted. "I'll call my mama at her work and tell her what happened, and I'll let her know I'm going to be at your house." I hung up. I turned around, and there was Mr. Boatwright standing in the doorway with his hands on his hips, his housecoat open so I could see his naked body. "You ain't gwine no place, least of all to that cesspool across the street," he informed me. "But Granny Goose died." "Goosey Lucy, your mama told me not to let you out of my sight till you heal. Here you is volunteering to go over there and clean somebody else's house, and your own house looking like a crime scene. Wash them dishes, mop this kitchen floor, and save me some of that buttermilk yonder. When you done, meet me in my room." "Rhoda's grandmother just died," I gasped, talking, drinking my buttermilk, and chewing the bacon at the same time. "How in the world can you be thinking about sex at a time like this? I just had a miscarriage, too. I'm going to Rhoda's house." "You ain't gwine over there right after getting over that baby mess with that boy Jock sitting around waiting on you like a spider." Jock already left for the army, and what's he got to do with me getting pregnant? You're the only one who has ever done anything to me. In a pig's eye. What little bit of sap I got left wouldn't get a flea pregnant, let alone a big old strapping ox like you. I know how Jock is, and I know how weak you is. I was horrified by his comments. I've never looked at a boy that way. I've never been with a boy in my life, and you know it, I snapped. I couldn't believe that he believed I would let some boy do to me what he did. Before I knew it, Mr. Boatwright hobbled up to me and slapped me so hard across the face I almost dropped my glass of buttermilk. I set the glass on the counter, and we wrestled for a few moments. I kicked his peg leg, and he lost his balance. He had me by my arm, so when he fell, I fell to the floor with him. Somehow I got up and left him lying on his back, wheezing and shaking like he was having a spasm. I leaned over and helped him up and led him to a chair at the kitchen table. He was sweating so profusely my clothes got wet. "You all right, Mr. Boatwright?" I asked, genuinely concerned. I'd have a lot of explaining to do if he'd been hurt enough to require medical attention. "Can I get you something?" "Get a switch," he rasped, fanning his face, blinking fast and hard. I said as calmly as I could, "I am not getting any switch for you to whoop me, not this time or any other time ever again." As common as whoopings were among black kids, they usually ceased around 11 or 12 years of age. At my age, I felt it was time for Medea and Mr. Boatwright to stop sending me to a tree to get a switch. I sucked in my breath and continued, still using as calm a voice as I could. "Mr. Boatwright, this thing we do, it's got to end right here and now. I'm not a scared little girl anymore. I'm almost a grown woman. How long do you think I'm going to let you continue abusing me?" I was standing over him with my arms folded. "I ain't never abused nobody before in my life," he mumbled. He attempted to stand, but was so shaky he had to sit back down. "You're taking advantage of me." "I ain't never took advantage of nobody. What you think you got I want to be taken advantage of?" he managed, fanning his face with a wet dish rag he had grabbed from the table. "Raping me, or whatever you want to call it." "It ain't rape what we do." He was so mad spit was flying out of his mouth, but I stood my ground. "Then what is it?" It's just, one of them things." He stumbled over his words. I stared at him in stunned disbelief. "Is that what you think you're doing to me? I'm just one of them things? Why me, when you can do it to any of the women at Scary Mary's house? One of them things is what they do for a living," I said, stabbing him in his chest with my angry finger. "'Cause I really do like you, girl," Mr. Boatwright whimpered, not looking at me. He sounded almost like a little boy with his hand caught in a cookie jar. "You can like me all you want, but you can't touch me again," I said firmly. "You picked a fine time to start acting crazy," he gasped. "I should have never took up with you in the first place," he told me, shaking his head sadly. "Look, let's forget everything you've done to me. I won't tell anybody anything. After I moved to Pennsylvania—" I stopped when he interrupted me with a loud, cackling laugh. "You ain't going no place," he assured me. "Pennsylvania'll be your final resting place." He paused and pointed his finger at me and said, "Bang, bang." Chapter 29. I was lying across my bed on my back, counting the cracks in the ceiling with my door locked, when my dear got in from work around 8 p.m. The depression caused just by being in my bedroom, the room Mr. Boatwright had tainted with his presence and actions, gripped me like a vice. There were times I fantasized about blowing up the house, just to destroy my bedroom, the room that had become a chamber of horrors for me. "Why you all locked up in here, girl?" she wanted to know. "Brother Boatwright say he real worried about you. He say you been delirious." "I didn't want to be disturbed," I replied, letting her into my room. She had pounded on the door so hard the room shook. "By who? What if you had fainted and hit your head on the end of the chifforobe or something? How would Brother Boatwright have got to you in time to prevent brain damage with the door locked up?" "It won't happen again." I sat up in my squeaky bed with my dear still wearing her coat, standing over me, waving both arms. "It sure enough won't. First thing in the morning, I'm going to have Brother Boatwright remove the lock from your door completely." "Yes, ma'am." "Now, how you feeling?" She placed her hand on my forehead and frowned. "I'm fine," I told her. "I need to know who done it so I can talk to his mama." She removed her coat and draped it over her arm. "I told you I don't know." "How many was there?" she asked impatiently. "I don't remember," I said mechanically, refusing to let her see my eyes. "Do you mean to tell me you done fornicated so much you done lost count?" "No, I think there were 3 or 5. I sounded like I was reading cue cards. "Next thing you be telling me is you was drunk or on dope." "I was drunk." My face was on fire. I had let my own mother down in the worst way. I could easily clear myself, but telling her the truth was unthinkable. "Uh-huh. Brother Boatwright told me he smelled alcohol all over you when he found you all passed out. I got a call in to the Reverend Upshaw and Reverend Snipes," my dear sighed. She sounded so tired and looked worse than she sounded. She had become an old woman right before my eyes. "For what?" "For you, girl. If I don't get you some spiritual counseling now, you liable to wind up pregnant again, or on that slab in Brother Nelson's house." She sighed and turned to leave. "I guess you heard about Granny Goose dying last night?" I asked. She stopped in her tracks and whirled back around to face me, walking fast back toward my bed. "Granny Goose died? Last night? Well, how is Rhoda and her family holding up?" my dear wanted to know. I shrugged. "I didn't go to the house yet." "What? How long have you knowed?" "Rhoda called me right after you left for work this morning." "Well, if you was well enough to make that big mess in the kitchen I seen, you was well enough to go pay your respects. She too busy laying in there gobbling up chicken wings and reading pornographic books," Mr. Boatwright yelled from the hallway. I'd been reading Peyton Place for most of the day. Within seconds he was standing in my room. His housecoat belt was tied securely, and he was buttoned all the way up to his neck. "Shame on you, Annette. I thought Rhoda was your best friend," my dear gasped, waving a finger in my face. "I bet she right frantic. I can't believe you ain't over there to hug her." "Can I go over there now?" I asked, looking at Mr. Boatwright from the corner of my eye. He glared at me. "I guess so. I'll be over there soon as I bake 'em a cake," my dear said. "There's a whole chicken in the freezer we can donate too," Mr. Boatwright offered. "My bum leg wasn't in such misery, I'd go with y'all. I leave the house bad as I'm feeling now. I might be the next one to wind up on that slab in the undertaker's house. Chapter 30. The Nelsons' flag had been lowered to half-mast, and there were several unfamiliar cars parked up and down the street. Mr. Boatwright ended up going with us, walking with me holding him by one arm and my dear holding him by the other. I don't think he was as helpless as he claimed to be. He just liked being in control when he was upset. I was convinced that he had changed his mind about going to the Nelsons' house with us, because my dear kept going on and on about how handsome Jock must look in his army uniform. "What took you so long?" Rhoda asked, looking directly at me when she opened the door. "I was resting," I said. "From that flu bug that put her in the hospital," my dear said quickly. As soon as we got inside, Mr. Boatwright started jerking his head from left to right, looking all over the place with an expression on his face that reminded me of a deer caught in the headlights of a speeding car. I heard him mumble to my dear, "Is that rum I smell?" The mob in the living room was mostly people from various churches and the neighborhood. Florence greeted me, but kept her distance because she knew Rhoda didn't like seeing her with me. 3 white boys under 10 were running about the house, punching one another. Rhoda introduced us to her white relatives from Alabama, then led me to a corner where she whispered something about each one. I squinted to look across the room, resting my eyes on Uncle Johnny, standing in the middle of the floor with a drink in his hand and swaying like he was about to fall. "Uncle Johnny's drunk. Your daddy's not afraid he'll get loose in here?" I asked. "Oh, Uncle Johnny can handle his liquor," Rhoda said seriously. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mr. Boatwright hugging Rhoda's mother and crying like a baby about how Granny Goose was going to be missed. Every time the door opened, his head snapped around toward it. I knew he was looking for Jock to appear. Rhoda's mother, wearing a long black hostess gown, left and came back into the room a few minutes later, carrying a tray of mixed drinks. "Brother Boatwright, would you care to have a drink?" she asked. He was on the couch with my dear and a woman I didn't know. "Don't mind if I do," he said quickly, reaching for the tallest glass. "Don't worry. This batch is non-alcoholic," Mrs. Nelson assured him. As usual, her hair and makeup were flawless. "Oh," he grunted, looking at the glass like he wanted to shatter it. As soon as Mrs. Nelson walked away, he walked over to Uncle Johnny and they left the room. Minutes later they returned and Mr. Boatwright had a different drink in his hand that I was sure was alcoholic. "See that thin, blonde-haired woman standing there talking to Scary Mary? That's my Aunt Lola," Rhoda said. I looked at the woman, who appeared to be in her 50s. She was pale and tired-looking, but she had nice features. Her face was small and oval-shaped like Rhoda's. She had big, pretty green eyes that had more than enough eyeshadow and mascara on them. Rhoda sniffed. "She might move in with us after she sells her house down south. Look at the lipstick on her teeth. She used to be a whore in a house in Montgomery. I bet Scary Mary's trying to recruit her old as she is. These wild kids running all over the place are her grandkids. Their mother, my cousin Donna, she ran off with some woman's husband. Aunt Lola got out of the whoring business and settled down." To be in mourning, Rhoda was talking a lot. Talking was one thing most of the grieving people I had been around didn't want to do. "Did she get religion like Uncle Johnny did a long time ago, too?" I asked. "No. She robbed one of her tricks, and he stuck a pair of red-hot Marcel curlers up her coochie. She never sits down for too long. She can't. She sleeps on her stomach like a seal. Scared Mary wouldn't get much mileage out of her. Ouch! I felt a tingling in my crotch. Ouch is right, Rhoda shuddered. Like a lot of the people in the house, including me, Rhoda kept a plate of rich food in her hand and was eating like this was the last supper. This was out of character for her. In all of the years we'd been friends, Rhoda had always been weight conscious. I was convinced that Rhoda was behaving the way she was to avoid an issue deeper than her grandmother's death, but I couldn't imagine what. She was so frisky and animated, I was convinced that she had been secretly sipping one of those mixed drinks. She was acting like it and smelling like it. I got up to go to the kitchen where all the food had been laid out to refill my plate and had to pass the parlor to get there. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Antonasanti, and Judge Lawson, each of them dressed in a dark suit and tie, were in the parlor with Mr. Boatwright standing among them. He looked so out of place in his dingy dungarees, plaid suspenders, and house shoes with the backs removed. I stopped outside the door, curious to hear what an oaf like Mr. Boatwright would have to say to men like these particular three. They were discussing women and minorities in politics. I envision a woman in the White House before a black man or an Oriental, Mr. Antonasanti said. Oh, I hope not, Mr. Boatwright laughed. A woman president would mean the end of the world, sure enough. She'll get in one of them PMS moods, and every month she'll push a button and nuke a foreign country. I gasped and shook my head. I leaned over just enough to see the expressions on the men's faces over Mr. Boatwright's stupid ramblings. They looked at him like he was less than nothing. I truly felt sorry for him. He wanted so badly, but he could never fit in with men like Rhoda's daddy, Judge Lawson, and Mr. Antonasanti. I got more food and returned to the living room to discover more people had arrived. I was kind of glad when Mr. Boatwright, still babbling nonsense, returned to the living room a few moments later, tagging behind Mr. Antonasanti. Rhoda's father's oldest sister, Maureen, was a washed-out 60-something white woman with blonde hair and the same green eyes as Rhoda. She looked a lot like Lola, but was heavier by at least 50 pounds. Maureen cornered me and started talking in a low nasal voice. The alcohol on her breath was so strong I had to cough. I'm just so impressed with the way my little colored brother turned out. This fine home, this fine family, all these fine friends and neighbors. The world sure enough has changed. Laurette wouldn't come. She's my oldest girl. My old shoe wouldn't come neither. I've been trying to divorce him for 25 years, but he keeps hiding the divorce papers. Him and Laurette ain't as modern as the rest of us. You never catch them two in no black household. They superstitious. They look down on y'all, Jews, Spanish-speaking peoples, Asians, and... She paused, then whispered, fags and bulldykes. She paused again to suck in her breath. Then she looked me up and down and shook her head. Johnny tells me you and Rhoda is best friends. Is that a fact? Yes, ma'am. Rhoda's such a smart girl. She could do anything she wants. Thing is, she ain't interested in college or climbing no corporate ladder. She just wants to be a happy married woman like me. What about you? I'd like to have a secretarial career, I said proudly, but in a low voice. I noticed Mr. Boatwright tilt his head in my direction. Secretaries make good money, especially in the bigger cities, Marlene commented. I know, I agreed. See Lola there? She used to be in the sport business. She was a damn good whore. Ain't nothing wrong with a good pestering, especially when you getting paid for it. I know this old gal from Mississippi that done it till she was 64. 64, girl! Lola could have done it longer than that. However, a freak accident forced her into early retirement. She works in the gum factory now. Rhoda finally rescued me and pulled me to the other side of the room. She introduced me to her 17-year-old twin cousins, Alice May and May Alice. They were blonde, blue-eyed versions of Rhoda. Rhoda tells us you're planning to jump on a corporate ladder, May Alice said. As soon as I get out of school, I replied. Rhoda kicked my foot. Mr. Boatwright was just a few feet away. Where do you plan to work, Annette? Rhoda said real loud. Cleveland? Cincinnati? Nowhere in Ohio. I've been thinking about Pennsylvania, I said in a low, shaky voice. Right after I said that, Jock strode in, flanked by two of his former gang brothers. He slapped five with Uncle Johnny and embraced the Moline woman and the twins. Lola threw her arms around him and pulled him down next to her on the couch. I guess he was still mad because he rolled his eyes at me. Honey child, you look better than a government check, don't he, Annette? Lola squealed, kissing Jock all over his face. Yes, ma'am, I managed. I looked at Mr. Boatwright, and just as I thought, he was staring at me with a cold, angry look on his face. In less than a minute, Mud Dear was in front of me whispering, We better leave. Brother Boatwright's bum leg is giving him trouble, and that used to be whore Lola keeps flirting with him, making him nervous. He want us to help him home, Mud Dear informed me. Can I stay a little longer? I begged. Can Pee-wee or Uncle Johnny help you get him home? Everybody had surrounded Jock as he started talking about signing up to go to Vietnam, to kick butt legally. Now you know, thin as Pee-wee is, he ain't able to hold up Brother Boatwright as good as a big old strong thing like you. And Johnny way too drunk to do hisself any good, let alone a stout man in Brother Boatwright's condition, Mud Dear said firmly. Please let me stay, I begged. You ain't well yourself, Mud Dear told me, still whispering. Besides, you don't want these nosy folks to start asking you questions. You might let something slip about getting yourself in that mess, and I wouldn't be able to show my face in church or on the street. Let's go. You look like you need a dose of castor oil anyway. I moved as slow as I could across the room to where Mr. Boatwright was sitting in a lazy boy and helped Mud Dear pull him up. Lola attempted to help, but Mr. Boatwright pushed her away. The way he was struggling, his leg couldn't have been bothering him that much. Brother Boatwright feisty, just like my third husband was. Scary Mary slurred from a stool at the bar in the living room. She had not stopped drinking since she walked in the door. As soon as we got off the Nelsons' front porch, Mr. Boatwright started saying mean things. They sure enough was stingy with them drinks, he roared. I been waiting all my life for a margarita, and when I finally get me a few, they give me one so weak you could wean a baby on 'em. How they expect a grieving man to relax at a time like this with a sip that won't fill a thimble? Y'all seen how Lola kept flirting with me? He said it like he was bragging, grinning and sticking his chest out. I bet. Ouch! Don't pinch my shoulder, Annette, he yelled. Just as we made it across the street, Rhoda, Pee-wee, and the twins came running after us. Annette, you left your scarf, Rhoda informed me. I met her in the middle of the street, and she whispered, Come back if you can, tonight. Chapter 31. My dear was the type to fall asleep as soon as her head hit a pillow, so I didn't have to worry about her. But I had to wait a half hour for Mr. Boatwright to start snoring. By the time I returned to the Nelsons' house, most of the visitors were gone. I was glad Florence was one of them. I did want to talk to her, but not in front of Rhoda. The only people left were family members. The kids were still chasing one another around the house, knocking over plants and chairs, and nobody was saying a word. But the look on Rhoda's mom's face told me she was not too happy. The young'uns are all in Rhoda's dollhouse in the backyard, Mr. Nelson told me as soon as I got inside. I'll get 'em, Uncle Johnny said, jumping up from his chair. He was gone for 10 minutes before anybody said anything. I hope Johnny didn't go out that back door and fall and break his neck like Mother did, Marlene whined. Gal, go see, she ordered me. I was glad to leave, but as soon as I stood, Lola did too. I want to see this dollhouse everybody done run off to, she said, stretching her arms. I done heard so much about it. We heard the giggling before we even got to the dollhouse. Lola and I peered in the window and witnessed all the teenagers, except Rhoda, passing marijuana cigarettes around. Uncle Johnny snatched one from Pee-wee and stuck it in his mouth. That's when Lola pushed the door open with her foot. Johnny Goose, gimme that thing here. She rushed up to him and grabbed the cigarette and put it in her mouth and started puffing furiously. I liked Lola. She was friendly and fun to be around, just like Uncle Johnny. After we all got back to the Nelsons' living room, Lola wanted me and Rhoda to accompany her to the shopping center, where she and Rhoda could pick up some feminine products to accommodate all the extra females staying at their house. We left in Mr. Nelson's big fancy Cadillac, a white one he had just purchased a month earlier. Rhoda had not had an accident in weeks with the Ford, but Lola's driving scared me even more. She was driving through town like a bat out of hell, speeding, weaving in and out of traffic, and running red lights. Aunt Lola, pull over and let me drive, Rhoda begged, a desperate look on her face. We almost there. I got to go drive lickety-split, so we'll get there before the drugstore closes, Lola told her, humped over the steering wheel. It was a miracle we didn't have a serious accident. After we left Hardy's drugstore, loaded down with tampons, Kotex, butt spray, and douche powder, Lola ducked into a nearby bar to have another drink. Rhoda and I went back to the drugstore, where she looked for new makeup, and I leafed through movie magazines. The car was parked outside in front of the bar. Rhoda did not purchase any new makeup, but she bought me a bag of candy. By the time we left the drugstore again, headed for the car, Lola was good and drunk. She was staggering toward us, wearing one shoe, carrying the other in her hand, and with her eyes rolled back in her head. Look at Miss Lola, I hollered. At first I thought somebody had beaten her. There was blood on her lip and the front of her blouse. We ran to her just in time to keep her from falling to the ground. I'm drunk, Lola slurred. Rhoda, girl, you got to drive the car. Your daddy'll bust my brains out all over the place if I was to wreck that big old mobile of his, son. What? My daddy won't let me drive it. He thinks I'll ram it into another light pole or a tree, Rhoda wailed, struggling with her aunt to keep her from falling to the ground. Annette, you have to do it. You know I don't know how to drive, girl, I laughed, looking at her incredulously. The thought of driving that big, intimidating car was beyond my imagination. But you gotta drive. I'll tell you everything you need to do, Rhoda insisted. We managed to slide Lola into the car on the front seat. Rhoda got in on the passenger's side, and I got in under the wheel so nervous I started sweating immediately. I followed Rhoda's instructions, and the car took off like a bullet, jerking and weaving. Before I knew what was happening, a police car came roaring out of nowhere with the siren blaring. Lola had passed out, and the whole bottom part of her face was covered in blood. The police car blocked the Cadillac. Then the cop jumped out and ran up to the driver's window with his hand on his gun. "Where y'all going with that white woman?" he hollered, jerking his head side to side, looking in the car. "Oh, it's you," he sighed, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. Suddenly he smiled at Rhoda. "Hello, Officer Proctor," Rhoda said calmly, smiling. The girl never ceased to amaze me. This man no doubt thought we were trying to kidnap a white woman, and here she was all but kissing him. As you can see, my Aunt Lola here had a little too much to drink, and we were just trying to get her home safe and sound. Rhoda was not even nervous. The policeman leaned back and inspected her face, running his tongue across his bottom lip and squinting. All during this time, Rhoda was smiling like she had a secret. The policeman returned his weapon to its place, then wiped sweat from his big red face again, this time with the sleeve of his shirt. "Uh-huh. Well, y'all get her on home before she get herself ruined. The streets are full of rapists these days." The policeman moved back from the car, tipped his hat, and told Rhoda, "Tell your daddy I said hi, you hear?" I was stunned. "You're so lucky, Rhoda," I said, starting the car again. "Why? Because of who my daddy is?" I said, shaking my head. "Because you're so pretty. Pretty girls can do just about anything they want in this world and get away with it. I bet if you kill somebody, you would get away with it, huh?" "Well," Rhoda began slowly, "I might, and I might not." Chapter 32. Maudie was not able to get off from work to attend Granny Goose's funeral on Saturday, but she did send 3 sweet potato pies and some poke salad. Mr. Boatwright, who had developed a severe cold, went with me. After the burial, most of the mourners returned to the Nelsons' house. Jock took all his young white relatives to meet some of his friends, and Rhoda and I hid ourselves in her room. Mr. Boatwright was busy going on and on to anybody who would listen about how much he was going to miss Granny Goose to pay much attention to me. "I'll be glad when they all leave," Rhoda said as soon as she shut her bedroom door. "I know exactly what you mean." I sat on the bed and watched Rhoda stand in front of her door mirror and fuss with her hair and smooth the sides of her black jumper. "Now we can take our trip to the Bahamas for Christmas," she yawned. "Do you have to go with them?" I groaned. I wet the tip of my finger with spit and tried to remove a grease stain from the navy blue woolen suit I'd worn to Granny Goose's funeral. "What's wrong with you, girl? The trip was my idea, mine and Aunt Lola's. Of course I have to go with them. I'm the one who has been on Daddy about it so much." "Why?" she said, still standing in front of her mirror. "The next few weeks are really going to be rough for me," I moaned. Rhoda sat next to me with a concerned look on her face. "We did get rid of that baby you were carrying." "I know, and I'm glad. But my dear's really going to be on my case now until I can get out of that house. Mr. Boatwright's been staring at me a lot more than usual." "Has he—" She nodded, and her eyes became slits. I shook my head. "Not yet. He hasn't done it to me again yet." "You want to come to the Bahamas with us? I'll pay your way out of my savings. It'll be my Christmas present to you this year." "Don't make me laugh. I'm not even allowed to go to the movies anymore for a while. Do you think I'd be allowed to go on a trip halfway around the world?" "I can call you every day from down there," Rhoda offered with a sigh of defeat. "That's not the same as you being here. For 2 weeks we'll be on Christmas break. For me, that means 2 weeks alone in the house with Mr. Boatwright." Rhoda gave me a thoughtful look. "You know how much I care about what you've been going through, Annette, but I can only do so much. You can't tell on him because he has a gun and said he'll kill you. What else is there to do?" I shrugged, then stood up. "Nothing, I guess." "Did you tell him you're moving to Erie after graduation?" I nodded. "He's not going to let me go. I'll have to wait a while. I'll let him and Mama think I've changed my mind, then I'll sneak away." I returned to school the Monday after the funeral. I didn't even have to make up any lies to tell the kids as to where I'd been. Nobody asked. Rhoda and Otis cut classes right after lunch and sneaked off to a motel, so I had to suffer through the afternoon without seeing her between classes. I was thoroughly disappointed that sex had become such an important thing with her. When I arrived home, Mr. Boatwright was not in. I didn't know how much time I had to myself, but I planned to enjoy it. Before I could decide what to do, the phone rang. "When you get out the hospital?" Pee-wee asked. 4 days ago." "If I had known that, I could have been over there sitting with you, updating you," he whined. "Don't worry about it. Let me put my clothes on. I'm coming over there right now. I ain't got nothing else to do tonight. I've been spending all my spare time with Florence, and she ain't no fun at all, walking into walls and shit." "Pee-wee, you don't have to come over." "Okay, well, I guess I'll sit here and eat this large pizza all by myself or share it with Florence after all." I sighed and told him, "I'll turn the porch light on." Pee-wee was only with me for 10 minutes before Caleb called and made him come home to sweep hair off the barbershop floor. I went to my room, read a few chapters of In Cold Blood, then dozed off. I heard muffled voices downstairs and got up to put my ear to the heat register on my bedroom floor. My room was directly over the living room, so it was easy to hear people talking downstairs. Rhoda was in the house. My dear was going on and on about it being too late for her to be out visiting. She gave in when Rhoda promised to come back the next day to deliver some of the food left over from Granny Goose's funeral. "Some of that crackling bread, if you don't mind," Mama purred. "Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll bring you a whole pan of it," Rhoda said in a sweet, humble voice she used only with grown folks. Her voice was getting louder as she got closer to my room. "Matter of fact, I'll bring 2 pans." I pictured her walking backwards, all the while grinning and nodding for my mother's benefit. "Don't you stay up there too long, Rhoda. Annette's got to get up early for school tomorrow, and I know you do too," my dear yelled. Rhoda rushed in and sat down next to me on my lumpy bed and crossed her legs. I frowned when I noticed a gold chain from Otis wrapped around her ankle. "My God, girl, you look like hell," she told me, shaking her head. "Thanks, Rhoda, I needed that." "You're welcome." She yawned and stretched her arms high above her head, shaking her hands. Then she started blowing on her nails. We stared long and hard at one another. "Well?" I said, shrugging. Her unexpected but welcome visit was a surprise. "Well, is he pestering you again yet?" Rhoda whispered, motioning with her head toward Mr. Boatwright's room. I sighed heavily and looked at the floor. "No, not yet. But I know he will. I saw his eyeball peeping through my keyhole last night," I mumbled. Rhoda gave me an incredulous look and gasped. In a hard, controlled, throaty voice, she said, "That piece of shit." She made a fist and brought her hand down so hard on my precarious nightstand, my gooseneck lamp fell off. I called Rhoda's house the following Saturday morning around 10, and her mother told me she was at Miss Rachel's beauty parlor at the shopping center. I was alone in the house with Mr. Boatwright. Right after I hung up the phone, he joined me in the kitchen. "You want some more breakfast, Possum?" he asked, gently placing his hand on my shoulder. Even though he abused me, I appreciated the pleasant times we shared. "Yeah," I replied, looking up from my seat at the kitchen table. "I'll call you when it's ready," he said. He smiled at me, and to my own amazement, I smiled back. "I'll make us some popcorn, and I'll have 'em deliver us a pizza," he said. The pleading look on his face and the promise of popcorn and pizza weakened me. "Okay," I muttered. My addiction to food was probably my biggest downfall. Later, I sat on the living room couch next to Mr. Boatwright watching American Bandstand. "Watching white folks dance is as much fun as watching wrestling. Just look at 'em, hopping around like they trying to stomp out a fire, ain't they?" He chuckled, his mouth full of pizza. "Uh-huh," I laughed, nodding. The coffee table in front of us was covered with snacks. The whole time, he had one arm around my shoulder like any other lover. A few times he leaned over and kissed me on my cheek. Surprisingly, he didn't want sex that night. I didn't see or talk to Rhoda for 2 days. She didn't call me or come to my house and was out each time I attempted to reach her. "I needed some time alone," she explained a day later at school. She approached me in the hallway right after fourth period class, and we walked to the cafeteria together for lunch. "I really want to help you out of this mess with Boatwright. I've just been trying to come up with a plan." "It better be soon," I sniffed. "Can you come over this evening? He's got that look in his eyes like he wants to do something," I added. I was afraid to tell her how nice he had been acting the last few days. I thought that if I did, she would back out of helping me. I knew Mr. Boatwright well enough to know that his niceness was temporary. "I can come and stop him tonight, but I can't come every night," Rhoda replied. "Well, any time you can stop him would make it a little easier on me. I'm not going to let him touch me again," I said. My words surprised Rhoda more than they surprised me. "How are you going to stop him?" she asked. "He won't bother me as long as somebody else is in the house. You can come over when my dear's not home, and I can get Pee-wee or Florence to come when you can't come." "Okay." Rhoda sighed tiredly. I sensed that she was finally getting impatient and maybe even frustrated with my situation. Something had to happen soon. My scheme only lasted 6 days. 2 days in a row, Rhoda stayed with me from the time school was out until my dear came home. Pee-wee and Florence came over the next 4 days. Mr. Boatwright must have figured out what I was up to, because he went to my dear with his complaints. "Them kids been spending more time over here than they should. All that activity is making Brother Boatwright nervous, my dear told me. They come over to keep me company, I defended. You tell 'em the longest they can stay during a school night is 1 hour, my dear said firmly, shaking her finger in my face. Now go to bed. I didn't sleep much that night. I couldn't wait for morning so I could talk to Rhoda. I knew that son of a bitch would sabotage everything first chance he got. Rhoda seethed when I reported Mr. Boatwright's tattling the next morning on the way to school. We'll come up with another plan, I said quickly. I had to run to keep up with Rhoda. She was stomping down Reed Street so hard and fast. You're damn right we will, she assured me through clenched teeth, because I'm beginning to take this shit personal. Chapter 33. 2 days after Rhoda and her family left for the Bahamas, I got lonely enough to visit Florence around 7 that evening. I was horrified when Scary Mary told me Florence was out on a date. A date? I shrieked. With who? I was on Scary Mary's back porch. She was in the doorway removing rollers from her new wig, the reddest one yet. She at the church Christmas dance with her boyfriend, girl, Scary Mary shouted, stomping her foot. She placed her hand on her hip and gave me an exasperated look. I didn't know Florence had a boyfriend, I pouted. When did this happen? It was cold, and there was at least a foot of snow on the ground, but I'd left my house in such a hurry I had not bothered to put on my coat or boots. Oh, she been keeping company with one of them Hawkins boys a couple of weeks now. Oh, well, tell her I came by. I rushed home to my room and threw myself across the bed and howled. I figured I'd have a good cry, then invite Pee-wee over. Florence has got a boyfriend, I told him as soon as he arrived. I know, Jimmy Hawkins, the one with the hair lip, Pee-wee announced, falling down sideways onto our living room couch. I was amazed. Florence had never given me the impression she cared about boys enough to date one. But she's blind, I wailed. So? Pee-wee said with a smirk. Blind girls need love too. So do hair-lip boys. He gave me a thoughtful look and continued. Wonder how they kiss. She almost ain't got no sight. How she gonna find the lips he almost ain't got? Pee-wee babbled on for a while, but I wasn't really listening. I just felt so lonely with Rhoda gone and now Florence. When Rhoda returned from the Bahamas, everything returned to normal for the next few months. On a rainy Saturday morning, I called her up and asked if she could give me a ride to the slaughterhouse. Fooling around waiting for buses in the rain was something I avoided every chance I got. Sure. Meet me in front of my house in 10, she said cheerfully. I was surprised when she led me to her mother's car in the driveway. Where's the Ford? I asked, climbing into the passenger's side. Rhoda didn't like her mother's 2-month-old Volkswagen because of the way it looked. I didn't like it because it wasn't designed to accommodate obese people comfortably. But I didn't complain. It was still better than the bus, and it was free. It's in the body shop again. I ran into a mailbox to avoid a cat the other night, she explained, not looking at me. She adjusted her seat, then checked her makeup in the rearview mirror. Damn pimple. My period must be coming early again. Finally, she turned on the ignition. The radio came on, and she started humming along with Dinah Ross as we pulled off. You're in a real good mood, I commented. I waved to Mr. Nelson, who had come out on the front porch. Why shouldn't I be? Hey, how is the beast? Mr. Boatwright's about the same, I sighed. I bit his hand the other day when he tried to, you know. That miserable old fucker. I'm going to go home with you when we leave the slaughterhouse. My presence pisses the hell out of him. Rhoda started laughing so hard she almost drove up on the sidewalk. Oops! Even though she now had a boyfriend too, Florence still called me up and came over on a regular basis. I saw her when I felt like it, but Rhoda still came first in my life. A few times I even stood Florence up to be with Rhoda, but every time I did, I felt bad about it later. What puzzled me was, as inconsiderate as I was with her, Florence was always nice to me. I knew the Hawkins boy from church, but I never followed him and Florence on their dates the way I did Rhoda and Otis. On April Fool's Day, a week after my last trip to the slaughterhouse with Rhoda, Pee-wee snatched open our front door without knocking and ran into the kitchen where Mr. Boatwright and I were eating collard greens, pig ears, and cornbread, and announced, "The radio news just said that police that killed Rhoda's brother is dead." Just 15 minutes earlier, Mr. Boatwright had wrestled me all over the living room couch, laughing and cussing at the same time because even with what he described as a hat-rat hard-on, he couldn't perform. The bottle of Thunderbird I had encouraged him to drink had slowed him down. "What happened to him, Pee-wee?" I was no longer hungry, just thinking about how Rhoda and Uncle Johnny had reacted that day in the Buttercup restaurant when they saw this same man made me lose my appetite. I stopped eating, but Mr. Boatwright kept gnawing on pigtails like a hound. "They found him laying alongside of the road off the Sampson River Bridge in the bushes. He'd been laying there a few days, and they say it looked like a hit and run. I bet he was drunk and staggered out in front of a Mack truck. Them greens and them hush puppies sure looking good, y'all." Pee-wee grabbed an empty plate off the counter and snatched the lid off the pot containing the greens. "Brother Nelson already got the body," he added, almost out of breath. Instead of sitting at the table, he chose to stand in front of the stove and eat with his fingers. Mr. Boatwright grunted and nodded. "That's what he get for shooting Brother Nelson's boy like he done." Mr. Boatwright paused long enough to grab a bottle of beer on the table next to his plate and take a long swallow. When he set the bottle back on the table and let out a great belch, I frowned. "I knowed sooner or later it was gonna catch up with him. Everybody ought to know by now. God don't like ugly, and you gonna reap what you sow," he announced, his head tilted to one side. Pee-wee confirmed this information with a nod. "So true," I said levelly, looking Mr. Boatwright straight in the eye. He turned away immediately. "Pee-wee, go turn on the TV. The wrestling match is about to come on," Mr. Boatwright said. I was curious as to how Rhoda had reacted to the policeman's death. I didn't even finish dinner. As soon as Mr. Boatwright and Pee-wee left the kitchen, I jumped up from the table and ran to the phone on the wall and dialed her number. Hi, Uncle Johnny. Pee-wee just told us about that policeman that killed your nephew getting himself killed," I said. "And may he burn in hell," Uncle Johnny roared. "Can I speak to Rhoda?" Rhoda must have been sitting on Uncle Johnny's lap because she got on the phone seconds later. "I just heard about that policeman that killed your brother getting killed," I told her. "Uh-huh." She sounded disembodied. I could still hear her uncle in the background cussing the dead policeman's soul. "Are you okay? You don't sound like yourself," I said. Even though I was using the phone in the kitchen, I had to talk loud. Pee-wee and Mr. Boatwright were in the living room in front of the TV yelling at the screen. "I'm fine. I'm just having a hard time absorbing this news," Rhoda admitted. "I bet." I let out a long, deep breath. "I'm surprised your daddy is handling the body. The man did kill his firstborn son." "My folks forgave him. They're even going to attend his funeral," Rhoda sighed with disgust. "But my dear's all depressed about it anyway. She's been in the bed on the verge of a nervous breakdown ever since she heard the news. I'm going to help Daddy prepare the body because Uncle Johnny won't help. He's still mad about what happened to David. Rhoda, have you forgiven that man for killing your brother? I asked. I'll never forgive him, Rhoda hissed. I heard some muffled sounds on her end, and then she excused herself. Martin Luther King was assassinated the same day as the policeman's funeral. I was glad they closed the schools for 2 days to honor Dr. King, because his death hit me hard, and I got so depressed I couldn't eat. I removed a picture of him from my bedroom wall because I cried every time I looked at it. I had no way of knowing, but I was sure that wherever my daddy was, he was crushed. Long before I'd heard of Dr. King, I'd heard Daddy make public speeches similar to the ones Dr. King had made. Nobody is going to fight as hard for civil rights as Dr. King did, I said to Mr. Boatwright on the couch, watching the TV's coverage of the shooting. As if colored folks ain't got enough of a cross to bear, Mr. Boatwright commented. He sat next to me, fanning his face with a rolled-up copy of Ebony magazine. He had actually shed a few tears. We fightin' in them wars white folks started, and still can't eat and live where we want to. It wasn't enough devilment for them white devils to blow up that church in Birmingham and kill them 4 little colored gals, and lynching, beating, shooting at and turning dogs loose on them civil rights workers down south every time I look up. If killing Dr. King don't satisfy 'em, nothing will. He wiped tears from his face with his sleeve. His words moved me. He was showing a side I'd never seen before. You want me to get you a beer? I asked, patting his shoulder. He shook his head and rose. I watched until he disappeared up the stairs. A minor riot broke out in Richland. By the end of the 3rd day after the assassination, 2 local blacks had been killed and several people had been arrested for looting. Madea still had to work, but because of the racial uproar we were experiencing, the cab stopped running at 6 p.m., and the bus she normally took stopped running for a few days. When Judge Lawson was unable to provide transportation, she had to walk to work, leaving the house 2 hours earlier to get across town and getting home 2 hours later. It was a few minutes before 10 p.m., 4 days after the assassination, when Mr. Boatwright hopped into my room and jumped into my bed and started kissing up and down my neck. I had been in bed since 7 p.m., but I was still wide awake. I was still mildly depressed. In addition to the assassination, there was so much on my mind: the policeman's mysterious death, the riot, my uncertain future, and my relationship with Mr. Boatwright. How could you be thinking about sex at a time like this? I asked. I sat up and pushed him away as hard as I could. When I was younger, smaller, and weaker, he used to get real mad and threaten to whoop me when I resisted him. Now, when I did it, he still got mad, but his age and failing health had slowed him down tremendously. I was as strong as he was now, maybe even stronger. I had pushed him so hard he almost rolled off the bed. You trying to kill me or what? He asked, more startled than angry. He sighed with exasperation and slid off the bed, struggling with the bedpost to balance himself. Get the hell out of here, I ordered. Martin Luther King might not have meant much to you, but I cared about him. I stood up next to my bed and put my hand on my hip, facing him angrily. There was a look of absolute astonishment on his face. Don't flatter yourself. Who said I came in here to pester you? I'm upset over Dr. King, too. The whole mess got me feeling real befuddled. Just like that Kennedy thing. All I wanted was a hug from somebody, he whined. I looked at his pleading eyes for a long time. In my confusion, I leaned over, wrapped my arm around his shoulder, and patted him. Then, surprisingly, he let out a long sigh and left my room without another word. I don't know how much time passed, but I had dozed off when he returned to my room later and shook me awake. "Slide over," he ordered. "I done run out of condoms," he complained, crawling back into my bed. "I can't wait until I get out of school so I can leave this town and get away from you," I said tiredly, trying to push him away with no success. He didn't say anything else until after he had entered me. "You ain't gwine no place," he muttered between thrusts. "You do? You might not never see your mama alive again." I was wide awake by the time he had satisfied himself. He left the room without a word. I put on my house coat and went downstairs to the kitchen and dialed Rhoda's number. Uncle Johnny answered and yelled at me for calling so late, but he called Rhoda to the phone. "He did it to me without a condom," I blurted. "I hope I don't get pregnant again." I stared at the phone for a moment, waiting for Rhoda to respond. "Did you hear me, Rhoda?" "I heard you." She sounded as detached as she did when I talked to her about the policeman's death. "He didn't say it, but I think he was telling me he would do something to my mama if I leave home. Besides, after we do graduate, I'd still have to get a job and save enough money to leave home with. That could take another year," I moaned. "I can't go through this for another year. I've had it, Rhoda. I was still a little depressed, and he knew it, but he still did me," I wailed. Rhoda cussed under her breath, and I could hear her shifting around in her seat. "Where is he now?" she asked. "He went to bed. Can you come over? I wouldn't be surprised if he came at me again before my dear comes home. I can't ever let him touch me again." "He won't," Rhoda said calmly. I heard her let out a long sigh first. Then she told me, "As soon as I finish helping my daddy and Uncle Johnny clean up the mortuary, I'll come over. But first, I have to help Aunt Lola unpack. She got back up here a little while ago. She's here to stay." "For good?" "Uh-huh, in David's room. She's much happier here, and Uncle Carmine said he'll give her a job waitressing at Antonisanti's." Rhoda paused and sucked in her breath. "I'll be over as soon as I can." She arrived 10 minutes after we got off the phone. "Boatwright still got that gun?" she asked before I even closed the door behind her. "As far as I know," I told her. "Why?" "Nothing," she replied, making herself comfortable on the living room couch. She placed her coat on the back of the couch. I sat down next to her, and we didn't talk for 5 minutes. Instead, we watched more TV news reports about Martin Luther King's assassination. "So, you think he's still got that gun, huh?" She spoke without taking her eyes off the screen. "Yeah, but he hasn't had to show it to me in a long time." I could feel Rhoda staring at the side of my face. "I see," she said hoarsely. We didn't talk for another 5 minutes, and I'm glad we didn't. A portion of Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech was being broadcast. I didn't have to look, but I knew she was crying just like I was. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her wipe away her tears. "My dear loves to hear that speech," I managed, blinking hard. "I think everybody does," she said stiffly. We got quiet for another few minutes. Suddenly, Rhoda tapped my shoulder, and I turned to face her. "Y'all got any herbal tea?" she asked. "Yeah," I told her. I stood up and started backing out of the room. I'll get it. You want a cup? She said, rising. She grabbed my arm and pulled me back to the couch and pushed me down. Yeah, I muttered, puzzled. Rhoda liked to be waited on when she visited. It was not like her to volunteer to do anything when there was no grown folks around for her to impress. I didn't question her. I was still overwhelmed by what we had just seen and heard on TV. Besides, I was tired and didn't want to be running back and forth to get refreshments anyway. I was glad she offered to do it. She was gone for at least 20 minutes. The kitchen was less than a minute away, and the tea was the instant kind. All she had to do was heat some water. Just as I was about to go look for her, she returned, holding a tray with 2 cups of steaming tea. What took you so long? I was getting scared, I told her as she handed me my cup. Instead of answering, she just shrugged and set the tray on the coffee table, then started drinking her tea. We sat in silence for another 2 minutes watching TV. He's dead. He is actually and truly dead, Rhoda whispered. I assumed she was talking about Martin Luther King. I patted her knee and watched as she stared at her cup. Dead, 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 she chanted. I was planning to do my next book report on him, I said in a hollow voice. I meant Boatwright, she informed me. He's gone. What did you say? I turned my head so fast and hard my neck cracked, and I spilled tea on my lap. I had never seen such coldness in Rhoda's eyes before, not even the day she saw the former policeman in the restaurant. I got a chill, and a sharp pain shot through my chest like a blazing sword. What do you mean by that? Mr. Boatwright's gone where? Rhoda nodded slowly. With a strange look on her face, she told me. He's finally gone to hell. I set my cup on the coffee table, wiped my lips with the back of my hand, and stood up. What are you talking about? I hollered. I could still hear the television, but I couldn't understand anything being said. It was like my mind had drifted into another dimension. Mr. Boatwright's dead? Rhoda stood up, too, and looked me straight in the eyes and told me, Yep, I just killed Boatwright. I couldn't believe my ears. We just stood there, staring in one another's eyes. Neither one of us even blinked. Suddenly, I ran from the living room toward the stairs with her close behind, still holding her cup of tea. Mr. Boatwright's door was closed. I knocked so hard my knuckles hurt. Oh, he won't answer, Rhoda told me casually. She gently pushed me aside and opened the door, and we went in. See there? I told you so. She motioned with her head toward Mr. Boatwright on his bed. He lay on his back with the bedcovers pulled up to his neck. He appeared to be asleep, but he was not snoring like he always did, nor did I see any movement. Suddenly his eyes opened. See, he's alive! He opened his eyes! Mr. Boatwright, get up! I hollered with relief and shook him so hard he almost rolled to the floor. That's just a reflex, Rhoda informed me, waving her hand like she was dismissing the whole situation. One time, a dead man sat up on the slab even after he had been dead for 2 days. I saw it with my own eyes, she added. I looked from Mr. Boatwright to her, then back to him. How do you know he's really dead? I mouthed, trembling. I shook Mr. Boatwright again. He still did not move. My dad is the undertaker, girl, remember? I know a dead person when I see one, she said evenly. I shook Mr. Boatwright until my arms got tired. There was no doubt about it. The man was dead. I stood up straight and sucked in my breath, turned to Rhoda and said, What have you gotten yourself into? Chapter 34. Rhoda! Mr. Boatwright is dead! I hollered. Not only was the room ominously quiet, there was nothing going on outside on the street like it usually was, particularly at this hour. No loud cars, no voices, no barking dogs, nothing. It was like Rhoda and I were the only things making a sound in the night. "See, I told you," Rhoda mouthed. "And you killed him!" "Uh-huh." She nodded slowly, closing her eyes for a moment. "How?" "I put that pillow there over his face and held it down," she confessed. My ears were ringing. The fact that Rhoda was so casual was making me sick. I could feel the bile rising in my throat. I moved a few feet away from her, but she moved so close to me I could feel her breath on my face. "Why, Rhoda? Why did you kill Mr. Boatwright?" I gasped. "Why? What do you mean, why?" "Because of what he was doing to you, that's why," she exclaimed. "But did you have to kill him?" I waved my arms to keep from grabbing her and shaking her. "What else could I do?" she asked with an incredulous look. "Oh, God. What are we going to do? Oh, God. Oh, God." I shifted my weight from one foot to the other and looked around the room. "We better call the police. We'll tell them it was self-defense, but you're going to go to jail for a little while no matter what." "For what?" Rhoda gasped. She leaned back and looked at me with her eyes stretched open. "For what? What? Girl, you just killed a man. You killed Mr. Boatwright." "Did you see me kill him?" Rhoda drank more of her tea. "You told me." "He was probably drunk. You can still smell that cheap wine on him. Maybe he got tangled up in his blankets and smothered accidentally. I heard about a drunk man that died 'cause he choked on his own tongue. Freak accidents happen all the time. I just happened to come, say good night to the man, and found him like this." Rhoda made a sweeping gesture with her hand. We looked at one another for a brief moment. "Is that what happened? Please tell me that's what really happened," I pleaded. "It could have," she shrugged. "I could say that's the way it happened." "But it's not the way it happened, is it, Rhoda? You did kill Mr. Boatwright, didn't you?" She didn't hesitate. She just shrugged and nodded. I was surprised when a sad look suddenly appeared on her face. "Oh, no, no," I moaned. I covered my face with my hand because I didn't want to look at her at that moment. I was startled when she pulled my hand away from my face. "You can't tell anybody what happened, Annette." "Well, what do we do now?" I asked feebly, wringing my sweaty hands. "Nothing." "Nothing?" I wailed. I couldn't even feel my feet or my legs, but I was sweating from head to toe. Rhoda looked around the cluttered bedroom and shook her head, then went back downstairs. I looked at Mr. Boatwright again. I shook him one last time and got no response. Finally, I closed his eyes with my fingers. I went to his bedroom window and looked up at the sky. My head was throbbing so hard I could hear bells ringing that were not there. "God, you listen here. You know what happened here tonight, so you know I didn't have anything to do with it," I whispered. "Don't chastise me for something I didn't do," I prayed. I returned to the living room and sat next to Rhoda on the couch. For 5 minutes we did not talk. We just stared at the TV screen. Every time I heard a car, I ran to the window and snatched the curtains back. Each time, I reluctantly returned to sit next to Rhoda, making sure not to touch her. I didn't know what to do, but I knew that I didn't want to touch a person who had just committed murder. Stop shaking so hard. People get murdered all the time, girl, Rhoda said firmly, rubbing the side of my arm. Yeah, but not in my own house. We watched TV in silence for another 10 minutes. I could not focus on anything but Mr. Boatwright. Rhoda, I don't know if I can go through with this. Not tell anybody what you did? I heard a car door slam, and I jumped off the couch and stood in front of her. Rhoda stood up with her face close to mine. I moved away so we wouldn't have to touch. But you can't tell anybody now, can you? He was old, real old. He was going to die soon anyway, I bet. The way Rhoda stumbled over her words, I think she was trying to convince herself more than she was trying to convince me. Well, what do we do now? We have to call somebody. I could not stop shaking no matter how hard I tried. We aren't going to do anything. Your mama's going to come home and see us sitting here crying like babies over Martin Luther King. Then she'll go hunt up Boatwright and find him dead in bed. She'll ask us what happened. The police will come. They'll do an autopsy. Let them do all the autopsies they want. Just like I told you, he just stopped breathing. That's what they'll say. My dear was surprised to come home and find Rhoda still at our house close to midnight, sitting stock still on our living room couch with a blank expression on her face. Rhoda, you all right, child? My dear asked tiredly as she unbuttoned her coat. She was so used to seeing a dramatic and animated Rhoda. Your mama and daddy know where you at? A flat ponytail was matted to the side of my dear's face. Oh, yes, ma'am. My mama told me I could stay here till you got home so Annette wouldn't be by herself. My dear looked around the room and asked, Where is Brother Boatwright? At Scary Mary's with Johnny? Or is he at that special church service for Dr. King singing one of his hymns? No, ma'am, he's in the bed, I said quickly. He wasn't feeling too good. He wasn't looking too good either, Rhoda commented. Let him rest. I have some rhubarb I was going to let him sample tonight, my dear sighed. If y'all don't mind, I'm going to turn in. My dear's voice trailed off. We sat still until we heard her bedroom door slam. Oh, God. She won't find him until tomorrow, Rhoda said, rising. I guess I better get on home now, she added, sounding nervous for the first time since Mr. Boatwright's murder. I stood up, too. I'll call you as soon as she finds him, I managed. Okay? Okay. If you cry. She paused and stabbed my chest with her finger for more emphasis. Cry when she tells you. Don't faint or anything drastic like that. He wasn't a blood relative, so everybody is going to expect your grief to be limited. Do you hear me? Uh-huh, I mumbled, nodding my aching head. I'll try. What do you mean you'll try? It'll be hard, I told her, rubbing the spot on my chest where she'd jabbed me. You make it sound like a game. A man is dead because you killed him. Well, you're finally free, Annette. Isn't that what you wanted more than anything in the world? That's what you wanted. I just wanted him to stop molesting me. Rhoda let out a long sigh of disgust and glared at me. You dragged me into your mess and begged me to help you, and I did. Oh, it took me a while, but I did. Would it make you happy to see me in jail? And what about your mama? If I go to jail, I will have to tell the whole world why I killed Boatwright. You know what a scandal that would cause. Who's gonna want your mama working for them when they find out she moved a rapist into her house? My dear didn't know what he really was, I reminded, my hand in the air. It won't matter that she didn't know. She'd still be part of this mess. I hadn't thought about all that, I sobbed. I took a deep breath and looked in Rhoda's hard, angry face. Suddenly, she seemed to soften right before my eyes. Just remember, now you can live a normal life like me. She smiled, caressing my face. Her touch felt as cold as ice. I nodded so hard my neck hurt. I'm just so scared, Rhoda, I choked out. This'll be our secret till the day we die. Nobody but me and you will ever have to know, Rhoda said, talking in a slow, controlled manner. God'll know, I whispered. A pensive look appeared on Rhoda's face. She blinked hard, but tears still formed in her eyes. Rhoda? What? Did you hear what I said? Yeah, she mumbled, lowering her head. God knows what you did to Mr. Boatwright, I said firmly. I know he does. She tried to sound casual about it, but I knew she was worried about what kind of payback we would have to deal with down the road. I know I was. Chapter 35. I didn't sleep at all the night Mr. Boatwright died. Instead, I moved back and forth from my bed to my bedroom window. On the bed, I just sat with my hands on my lap, with Rhoda's confession repeatedly going through my head. My fear of getting caught was so intense, I had to run to the bathroom 3 different times to throw up. Each time, I forced myself to go to Mr. Boatwright's room to check on him. Now his body was cold, and he was starting to turn gray. The light was still on, and I left it that way. When I got tired and numb from sitting on the bed in the same position so long, I stood in front of my window looking up toward the sky, trying to picture God and figure out what he planned to do to me for my part in Mr. Boatwright's murder. I noticed Brother Boatwright's light still on around 2 a.m. when I went to the toilet. It's still on, my dear commented as we ate breakfast the next morning. I had gotten up and prepared grits and coffee. He's left his light on all night before, I said quickly. The assassination really upset him. My dear nodded and sipped her coffee. Oh, it's got everybody upset. Even Judge Lawson can barely get out to bed. Oh, well, since Brother Boatwright, the one that paid the light bill, he can keep his bedroom light on much as he wants to. She finished her coffee and rose. I got to walk to work again, so I best start stepping. She left the kitchen and returned a few minutes later, clutching her purse and buttoning her coat. I was still sitting at the kitchen table with half the food left on my plate untouched. What's the matter with you, girl? my dear asked. She stopped buttoning her coat and walked over to me and looked in my face. Ma'am? Since I had not gone to bed the night before, I still had on the same clothes from the day before and hadn't taken a bath or even washed my face. You just sitting there daydreaming, ignoring all that good food? What's on your mind? She moved back a step and placed a hand on her hip. If it's boys, get 'em off right now, she warned. It's nothing, my dear. Well, whatever it is, you better watch your step. My dear moved closer to me and leaned over and kissed my forehead, then smiled. When Brother Boatwright wake up, tell him I'm sorry I ain't been around to say nothing to him in the morning lately. I'll be walking to and from work till this riot mess is over with and the buses get back en route. Can I go to Rhoda's house later on, my dear? I begged. She started shaking her head right away. I don't think that's a good idea. Them Nelsons got enough on their hands with that Johnny and Lola living there now. My dear started to leave, but turned around fumbling with her purse. She opened it and removed 2 $5 bills and dropped them on the table next to my plate. Go over to the food bucket today and pick up some poke salad greens, neck bones, and whatever else Brother Boatwright wants to cook for supper. I slid the money into my blouse pocket. I'll stay in Rhoda's room watching her TV. Maybe I can get her to drive me to the market, too, I said, blinking hard at my dear as she gave me an exasperated look. I don't want you to leave Brother Boatwright alone today at a time like this. Rhoda's mom and dad are there to keep one another company, plus Lola and that stooge Johnny. You tell Rhoda to come over here. That way you and her both can keep Brother Boatwright company. As soon as my dear left, I called Rhoda. She didn't find him yet. I can't come to your house today, but she said you can come over here. Okay, let me finish my perm, Rhoda agreed tiredly. She arrived a half-hour later with a pan of freshly made candy for me. Before she sat down, she ran up to Mr. Boatwright's room and felt his forehead. I was right behind her. She looked around the room, then ran to his dresser and snatched open the top drawer. Where is that gun he used to pull on you? I don't know. I haven't seen it in a long time. Rhoda searched until she located the gun in the drawer of his nightstand. She sucked in her breath and looked at it for several minutes. Then she glanced at me and nodded. It's a fake. All this time he was threatening you with a fake gun. I moved over to her and looked at the gun as she held it up in front of my face. How do you know it's not real? I asked in a scratchy voice, unable to take my eyes off the gun. Because I know guns like I know the back of my hand. Uncle Johnny's got a gun. My daddy's got 3. Uncle Carmine's got a room full. If anybody knows a real gun when they see one, it's me. I touched the gun. Without another word, Rhoda placed it in my trembling hand, and I inspected it thoroughly. It is fake, I mumbled, looking in Rhoda's eyes. We left Mr. Boatwright's room and went downstairs, where we sat on the living room couch most of the day going over the situation and staring at the TV between pauses in our conversation. I can't believe he's dead, I kept saying. Well, he is, and there is nothing we can do to change things, Rhoda repeatedly told me. Around 2 p.m., we moved to the kitchen and finished what was left of the tea. What do we do now? There's nothing but news programs on TV, and I'm getting real bored, Rhoda said, stretching and looking around the kitchen. I almost forgot. Can you drive me to the food bucket to pick up a few things for Mr. Boatwright to... Sure, Rhoda said, rising. She touched my shoulder and said firmly, He's dead, and he won't be cooking or doing anything else anymore. Rhoda brushed off her silk blouse and let out a low whistle. That food bucket is such a dump. I don't have enough money to go to Kroger's or the A&P, I wailed, rising. I'll pay for it, Rhoda indicated. She drove me to the A&P, and we were back in my kitchen within an hour, staring at a pizza we had picked up, but now couldn't eat. We're going to have to act normal. We're acting like zombies, Rhoda told me. I'm not hungry, I mumbled. The food I'd picked up from the market was still in the bag on the counter. Around 4, Rhoda's mother called. I have to go home to help Aunt Lola do the laundry, Rhoda breathed. She placed the phone back into its cradle and just stood in front of me, staring at the pizza container. I shouldn't have told you, huh? She said softly, her voice cracking. Shouldn't have told me what? I asked, not looking at her. What I did to Boatwright. You would never have known. and you wouldn't be feeling the way you are now. But you're feeling sick too. You didn't even touch that pizza, I told her, searching her eyes. I think Rhoda was feeling the way she was because of how I was feeling more than she was about killing Mr. Boatwright. I can't stay in this house by myself with a dead man, I wailed. Rising, I grabbed her wrists. Call your mama back and ask if you can do the laundry later, I begged. Rhoda shook her head. We have to act normal so nobody will get suspicious and start asking questions. Don't be afraid to be in the house alone with him. She smiled and shook her head slowly. He can't hurt you now. But he's dead. I'm scared of dead people. Girl, I'm always in my house alone with dead people. Sometimes 2 and 3 at a time. But I'm scared. Then come to my house. You can help do the laundry, then we can watch TV in my room. Boatwright's not around to tell your mama, so she won't know you came over. Besides, I got some new paperbacks I'm ready to pass on to you, Rhoda said impatiently. I can't. Ma dear might call or come home early. She told me to stay in the house. All right. I'll bring some more tea when I come back, she promised. She called an hour later. When are you coming back? I asked, sobbing. My hand was shaking so hard I could hardly hold the telephone. The longer Mr. Boatwright remained undiscovered, the more nervous I became. Every little noise made me almost jump out of my skin. There was a knot in my stomach and a lump in my throat. I have to help Aunt Lola finish the laundry, then go to this political gathering with my folks that I just found out about. I can't see you again until tomorrow. Oh, no, I mumbled. A long silence followed. Did you hear what I said? I gotta go somewhere with my folks. Yeah, I heard you. What time will you be home, Rhoda? I don't know. If it's not too late, I'll call you. 3 hours later, Ma dear wandered in, dropping her coat on the kitchen floor. Before saying a word, she lifted the lid off the pot I'd cooked the greens and neck bones in, grabbed a fork off the counter, and started fishing greens out. Brother Boatwright in the bed already? She asked with her mouth full. It was odd for him to be in bed 2 nights in a row when she got home. He's sick? She talked with her back to me. He didn't get out the bed all day today, I told my dear. She whirled around and looked at me for what felt like an eternity, still chewing. He's an old man now, my dear. He needs all the rest he can get. I can't say how I really felt about what had happened to Mr. Boatwright at that moment. My feelings changed from one minute to the next. I was relieved that my abuse had ended, but I was afraid that sooner or later somebody would find out Rhoda had killed old Mr. Boatwright, and that I knew about it all along. As strange as it may sound, I missed that old goat. He had become part of my life, and in many ways he had replaced the father who had abandoned me. For those reasons I felt like hell. One fear I had was, what if another man entered my life and took up where Mr. Boatwright left off? Would Rhoda kill him too? I guess you're right. Let him rest, bless his heart. Ma dear swallowed, yawned, stretched her arms, then leaned down and picked her coat up from the floor. I'll check to see if he need anything in the morning before I leave. I spent another night just sitting up, this time in front of the TV in the living room instead of my room looking out the window at the sky, trying to bargain with God. The television didn't hold my attention, but I kept it on anyway. Every time I heard a car outside, I ran to the window to see if it was Rhoda. I was desperate for something to happen, and it had to happen soon. I did manage to doze off for a brief moment around 11, but woke up as soon as I started having a dark dream about Mr. Boatwright chasing me with his fake leg. Another hour went by before I heard another car. Rhoda and her folks had finally returned. I watched them get out, and as soon as I saw Rhoda go in the house, I called. "My dear didn't find Mr. Boatwright yet," I told her. Even though there was nobody in the room to hear my end of the conversation, I was holding the telephone receiver close to my face, and I was whispering. I can't talk about that right now." Rhoda lowered her voice and continued. "We'll figure out something in the morning." "It can't wait until morning. I'm about to have a complete nervous breakdown, girl," I hissed, looking over my shoulder. My head was pounding, my ears were ringing, and my stomach was in knots. This mess was making me sick. I held the phone away from my face and just looked at it. "Rhoda, I've got to do something soon or I'll go crazy." A frightening silence followed. "What are you going to do?" Rhoda asked. "I'm going to tell my mama that Mr. Boatwright died." And what?" I asked. "And that he died in his sleep," Rhoda wailed. "Okay," I managed. "That is what happened, isn't it?" "Yes, Rhoda. That is what happened," I agreed. Chapter 36. I was already in the kitchen making breakfast when my dear walked in the next morning. She was dressed for work and seemed in a hurry. She had her coat on and it was already buttoned. "I swear to God, Brother Boatwright sleeping so hard he wouldn't know if the house was on fire," she muttered, a pensive look on her face. "Between you and me, Brother Boatwright's room smelled like a outhouse. I cracked open a window to let in some fresh air. I ain't never smelled nothing that loud." A puzzled look appeared on my dear's face. I dropped my plate to the floor. "You went in his room?" My lips snapped brutally over each word. My dear looked from the floor to me, shaking her head. "You cleaned them grits up off that floor and re-waxed it just like it was." "Yes, ma'am." I grabbed a towel off the counter and dropped to the floor so hard I skinned my knees. "I left him a note and told him to call me at Judge Lawson's house if he want me to bring him something home. I don't rightly know what ails him, though, do you?" "No, ma'am." "He ain't told you nothing?" "No, ma'am." "He ain't got no color to him, and he's so cold." Madia poured herself a cup of coffee and shrugged. "Bless his soul." She finished her coffee and left. I called Rhoda immediately. She was at the door within minutes. "Okay, she's got to find him tonight. He's going to smell before long. Then he'll start to rot. Lord, what a mess that would be," Rhoda moaned. Somehow I made it through the school day. Rhoda was waiting for me in front of the school after my last class. Looking around first, she moved close to me and said, "I'm going home with you. I'm going to be there when your mama comes home. We've got to figure out a way to get her to realize that man is dead. And we've got to do it tonight," she informed me stiffly. Rhoda and I were sharing the couch when Madia got home around 9 p.m. She was so tired, I had to help her remove her coat. "Did Brother Boatwright cook them oxtails I left on the counter this morning?" she asked. "No, ma'am. I cooked them when I got home from school," I said. "I guess I'll eat some oxtails then and crawl in the bed myself. Brother Boatwright doing any better?" Madia wanted to know. "It's strange I ain't talked to him in days or seen him. He must really be sick," Rhoda said quickly. "Maybe he needs a doctor." Except for his foot doctor, he don't believe in doctors, my dear replied, walking out of the room headed for the kitchen. Maybe he can't get out of the bed. My Uncle Henry in Alabama had a stroke one time and couldn't budge. He laid in his bed for 3 days before somebody went to his house to check on him. Rhoda looked at me. You remember me telling you about that, don't you, Annette? Uh-huh, I agreed. I had no idea what Rhoda was talking about. I'm so tired, Annette. You and Rhoda go take a look-see at Brother Boatwright, my dear suggested. And listen here, don't y'all leave his room till you get a reaction out of him, hear? Maybe he's playing possum, Rhoda said. For 3 days? I shouted. My dear laughed and dismissed us with a wave of her hand and disappeared into the kitchen. Rhoda and I rushed to Mr. Boatwright's bedroom. I can smell him now, I gasped, standing in the middle of the floor. The foul odor of his body waste and death overwhelmed. The insides of my nostrils felt like they were on fire. I almost vomited. I can smell him too, Rhoda coughed. Holding her nose, she moved closer to the bed. My daddy gonna have a mess on his hands with this toad. I hope it's a closed casket funeral. We stayed in the room for just a minute before we went running back to Muddy in the kitchen. Sister Goode, he's not moving, Rhoda shouted. Muddy didn't say a word. She whirled around, dropping the lid to the pot containing the oxtails, and ran upstairs with a plate in her hand and us behind her. As soon as she reached Mr. Boatwright's room, she handed me the plate and leaned over and shook him. Brother Boatwright? Say something. Anything. Brother Boatwright. She stopped after a minute, then stood up straight with her hand covering her mouth. What's wrong, my dear? I shouted. I grabbed her arm and shook it. Is he all right? The man's dead, she whispered. The poor thing died in his sleep. I heard my dear telling somebody on the kitchen telephone the next morning. Brother Nelson from across the street got the body, and the funeral is pending. Mr. Boatwright had no family that we knew of. Even Reverend Snipes didn't know of any, and none of us knew exactly where he came from or why he'd come to Richland. According to Reverend Snipes, Mr. Boatwright just showed up at one of his tent revivals one night, babbling about how lost he was since he strayed from his church. The preacher took Mr. Boatwright to the seedy Richland Rescue Mission behind the police department downtown, where he stayed for about 6 months. With his fake leg and other ailments, taking care of him got to be too big a chore for the people at the mission. That's why we'd ended up with him. A day after Mr. Nelson and Uncle Johnny had carried Mr. Boatwright from our house to the mortuary, around 5 p.m., I entered our living room from upstairs just as Mr. Nelson, Lola, and Rhoda walked up on our front porch. People had come and gone all day to drop off food. Our kitchen table and counter were covered. We expected a huge crowd later that night. Judge Lawson had given Madea a week off with pay. He decided to eat his breakfast and lunch at Antonisanti's and dinner at our house until she returned to work. Lola had agreed to clean the judge's house for that week. "Hi," I said, opening the door. Mr. Nelson smiled and tipped his hat. Lola touched my shoulder. Rhoda refused to look at me. Mr. Nelson, his arm around her shoulder, led Rhoda to the living room where Madea was on the couch dabbing her swollen red eyes with a handkerchief. Lola walked alongside me, sobbing softly. "Have you decided what he should wear?" Mr. Nelson asked Madea. Her eyes got wide, as if she had forgotten we had to provide a burial outfit for Mr. Boatwright. I hadn't decided," she trembled, looking at me. "Well, did he have a favorite suit?" Lola asked, moving to the couch. She sat down and placed her hand on my dear's shoulder. "That white fleecy one," Rhoda offered, glancing at me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mr. Nelson and Lola look at one another and frown at the same time. "He told me that was his favorite suit," Rhoda said. "Well," my dear began, looking from face to face, "he did just have it dry cleaned a few days before he passed." She sniffed, wiped her nose, and turned to me. "Annette, go to his room and get his white suit." Without a word, I went upstairs and removed the suit I hated so much from a coat hanger in his closet. They hadn't asked, but I assumed he would need shoes and undergarments. It took me 5 minutes to gather everything and slide them into a shopping bag sitting on the floor by the door. The living room was deathly quiet when I returned. I immediately handed the bag to Lola. "I'll be going, Sister Goode. I can see you're tired and you need to be left alone. Mrs. Nelson and I and the rest of the family will see you and Annette later tonight." Mr. Nelson paused and lifted the shopping bag and gently shook it. "We can work out the rest of the details tomorrow." He gave Muddy a big smile, then squeezed her shoulder. "Lola and Rhoda are going to stay here to help you and Annette handle your guest." Rhoda looked at me with a blank expression on her face. Then she watched her daddy until he was out the door. It was an uncomfortable evening. With the exception of the Nelsons' white relatives from Alabama, the same people came who had attended the gathering for Granny Goose. But I guess they didn't stay as long because we didn't have any alcohol. Rhoda, offering me weak smiles, stayed close to her mother most of the evening. Even though there was a mountain of food in the kitchen, I never saw Rhoda with a plate. Several people stood around in the living room, making glowing remarks about Mr. Boatwright, like they did for everybody, even deceased pimps and dope dealers. "I'll never forget the times me and him shared a cab or he drove me to Judge Lawson's poker parties," Uncle Johnny managed. This was one of the few times I'd seen him sober. "I used to like to go to church just to hear him sing," Pee-wee muttered, smiling sadly, toying with a chicken wing on his plate. "I'm sure enough gonna miss setting with him on the front porch shooting the breeze," Caleb wailed, rubbing the bullet spot on his head. "We done lost us a good man," Scary Mary whined plaintively. She had had a few drinks before coming over, accompanied by several of her current and former whores. The women with Scary Mary were all dressed like they were going to a nightclub. I had never seen so many tight, short dresses and spiked high heels in my life. "I was supposed to cut and shape his hair yesterday," Caleb said. "What little bit he had left." "I never understood Mr. Boatwright. He was a complicated man," Florence said thoughtfully. "The next poker party will be in his honor," Judge Lawson announced, forcing himself to laugh. "He would have wanted it that way." Almost everybody in the room agreed with him. "Rhoda's going to help Annette pack up Brother Boatwright's stuff for Johnny to take to the Salvation Army," Rhoda's mother coughed. Rhoda glanced at me, and our eyes locked. People kept saying good things about Mr. Boatwright, but Rhoda kept her eyes on me. After a few moments more, I went to the kitchen. I wasn't there a minute before Lola entered. "Imagine Scary Mary letting all them strumpets come over here advertising at a time like this," Lola complained, sitting down hard at the table. I was in front of the kitchen window with my back to her. I turned just enough to see her with a huge plate in front of her on the table. "When I was in the business, I didn't even dress that slutty when I was working." Lola sucked on a piece of meat, her eyes on me. I just smiled and shrugged. When I was a working girl, things were different. Of course, being down south, things were different anyway. Lola gave me a thoughtful look. Look at me now, she said sadly. You look fine, Miss Lola. I heard you got a job working at Antonasanti's. I sniffed. I was glad it was she who had come into the kitchen and not Uncle Johnny or Pee-wee. I'd rather still be in the sporting business, Lola admitted with a wink. It had been a while since I'd seen somebody eat as fast as she was. She was getting as much food on her as in her. Ma'am, you mean you'd rather be a prostitute instead of a waitress? I asked. Annette, I'm a lot older than you, so I know a lot more. Take it from me, when it comes to us women, pussy is the best card we got left to play. Ask any successful woman. Lola let out a short chuckle and got up to leave with her plate in her hand. As soon as she was out of the kitchen, I turned back around and started staring out the window again. I remained in that position for 10 more minutes. When I finally turned around, Rhoda was standing in the doorway with a look on her face I will never forget. Her eyes were fixed on me, and her lips were quivering like she was in a trance. How long have you been standing there? I gasped. I was so startled I stumbled and fell against the wall. Since Aunt Lola left, she said evenly. Do you want to go upstairs so we can talk or something? I don't think I could stand that crowd any more, I said, still standing in my spot. I really came to say good night, Rhoda told me. Good night, Rhoda, I responded. Then she left. Mr. Boatwright had left his life insurance policy made out to my dear. She never told me how much it was for, but she used some of it to cover his funeral expenses. I didn't go to the calling hours the next day. After the gathering at our house, I didn't think I could stand a wake and a funeral for Mr. Boatwright, too. It won't look right if you ain't there. Everybody thought of him as part of our family, my dear said when I told her I wasn't going. I know, but these cramps are killing me, I lied, feigning a moan. That Saturday, there was a brief funeral service in Reverend Snipes' church with the same grief-stricken crowd. It was hard to look at Mr. Boatwright lying in that coffin with his paws resting on his chest, looking like somebody's harmless old grandfather. It was hard to believe that this was the same man who had abused me for so many years. The night before the funeral, I had dreamed that Mr. Boatwright had come into my room, stood over my bed, and told me, I'm sorry, Possum. For reasons I didn't understand, I forgave him in the dream. Now I was scared to death that somebody would find out that Rhoda had smothered Mr. Boatwright with one of his own pillows, and that I knew all about it. Both of us could go to jail. I didn't know how, but I had to keep this mess a secret until I died. My conscience was what I was worried about. How long would it be before I broke down and spilled everything? How long would I be able to continue attending church and facing our preacher and my dear knowing what I knew? What if Rhoda snapped one day and thought that I'd tell? Would she kill me too? Chapter 37. Rhoda wasn't available to help me pack up Mr. Boatwright's stuff until 3 days after the funeral. She finally called and came over around 6 that evening. Let's get this stuff boxed up as fast as we can, she suggested with a deep sigh. We were drinking tea in the kitchen while my dear was visiting Scary Mary. I didn't like Rhoda's tone of voice, or the fact that she had taken 3 days to come over again. "You know, you really don't have to help me if you don't want to," I whined, even though I was terrified of being in Mr. Boatwright's room alone, with his things still there. "Florence said she would help me, and I bet Pee-wee would too, if I asked him." I never go back on my promise, and I did promise your mama and my folks I would help you. She smiled, but I questioned her sincerity. "You should be the main person who would really want to get this thing over and done with," I said angrily, giving her a hard look. "What's that supposed to mean?" she gasped. Her mouth remained open after she had finished talking. "You're the reason he's dead," I snapped, shaking my cup in her face. "No, honey, you're the reason he's dead." Her voice was hard and even. She spoke while stabbing me in the chest with her finger, and shaking her head so hard her curls fell from the side of her face to the front, almost covering her mean eyes. "What?" "You should have told somebody on him." "Is that what you would have done?" "Hell, yes. The first time he put his hands on me, I'd have gone straight to my mama." A great sadness came over me, and suddenly it was hard for me to speak, but I did. "I was scared of what he would do to me," I rasped, staring at my empty teacup. "Well, he can't do anything to you now. How come you won't tell your mama now? She's got a right to know. Maybe if she did, she and everybody else would stop going around talking about him like he was some saint. The man was a rapist, and he didn't deserve having all these people around here feeling the way they did about him," Rhoda snarled. "I can't hurt my mama by telling her what I went through. What good would it do now? She would die of guilt for putting me in that position in the first place. She would never get over it. I want her to be happy. And you know how people treat rape victims." "What about that girl you told me about down south that ended up killing herself because people blamed her for getting raped? Who would believe some man would rape somebody that looks like me?" "Rape is not about the way you look, Annette. You know that." "Well, I'm not going to have people whispering behind my back, blaming me for it. Mr. Boatwright said I brought it all on myself. If he believed that, Lord knows what everybody else will think. Let's get this stuff packed up, girl." We picked up large boxes Ma Dear had left in the upstairs hallway and went to the bedroom Mr. Boatwright had occupied, leaving the door open after we got inside. The room smelled worse than it smelled when he was in it alive. Rhoda stood behind me as I pulled back the bedcovers. I almost fainted from the stench. "Shit!" I growled. He had soiled the bed. "I forgot to tell you that's one of the first things a dead person does when they die. They shit," Rhoda informed me. "All their butt muscles relax." "Ma Dear said we can throw his bed things in the trash," I said, frowning as I looked over the bedding. "Burn them." "If you ask me, I say burn everything in here," Rhoda said angrily, kicking the side of the bed. "We're giving the good stuff to the Salvation Army." "What good stuff?" Rhoda gasped, giving me an incredulous look. "Well, the stuff somebody might be able to use, I guess," I shrugged. "And who would want any of this shit?" Rhoda snarled. She held up one of Mr. Boatwright's shirts. There were pins up and down the sleeves and buttons missing. I shrugged again. "What if they decide to dig him up later and do an autopsy?" I asked, hugging myself. I was shivering hard, even though the room was not cold. "These Ohio detectives get awful suspicious." "My God, girl! Since when do these detectives care about old black men enough to dig one up just to see if they can find some foul play?" Rhoda marched over to me and stood with her hands on her hips. What reason would anybody want to kill Boatwright? He didn't have any money to speak of, no enemies, no nothing. Why would a detective busy with real criminals start investigating Boatwright's death? They might think Mud did it for his insurance money, like the women who kill their husbands in those old murder movies, Rhoda. Those women usually have handsome young lovers lined up to help them spend the insurance money. Your mama used Boatwright's insurance money to bury his black ass. Besides, your mama got old Judge Lawson's nose open so wide she could get every dime he got. Why would she need to kill anybody to collect a few insurance dollars? And another thing, I bet Judge Lawson loses more money playing poker in one night than Boatwright's whole insurance policy must be worth. I guess you're right, I sighed with resignation. The smell in the room was getting worse by the minute to me. The insides of my nostrils felt like they were on fire. Now, like I said, let's get this shit boxed up, Rhoda ordered. We started grabbing clothes from the floor and out of the drawers that we hurriedly stuffed into the boxes. Every time I looked toward the bed, I tried to imagine Rhoda holding the pillow over Mr. Boatwright's face. "Don't you feel something for him?" I asked her. "I don't know. Do you?" Her mouth remained open. "I don't know. I don't think I really hated him. I hated what he was doing to me." Rhoda sighed. "Well, I did feel kind of bad right after I did it. But now that he's in the ground, I don't know. I would have rather talked to him and made him stop by threatening to tell the police. But he threatened to kill you. At least that's what you told me." "Yeah, he did." "Did you mean what you just said about not hating him?" I nodded. "I only hated what he was doing to me." A sad look appeared on Rhoda's face. "I see," she mumbled. "Mr. Boatwright was real good to my mama at all times," I admitted. "Uh-huh, but he treated you like hell." "Not all the time." "What do you mean?" "When he first moved in, he was a good man to have around. One time I was sick in bed with the flu. He came to my room, and I pretended to be asleep. He patted my forehead and pulled the covers up around my neck." "Was he drunk?" "I don't think so." "Another time he came all the way to school to bring my snowshoes. His leg bothered him so much from that long walk in the snow, he's had to stay in the bed for a week. Well, he was going to die soon anyway, just like Granny Goose. The doctor said she could go any day. Falling down the steps just took her out of her misery that much sooner," Rhoda insisted. I think she was trying to convince herself more than she was me. "I won't ever tell what really happened, Rhoda. But you'll know what you did." "I know," she responded dryly. Rhoda got real quiet, then gave me this funny look. "I want to say something." "What?" "Annette, I never saw Boatwright molest you. I never heard him threaten you. All I heard was your side of the story. How do I know you didn't make all this up to get attention?" "You don't," I told her. "Then it is all true." I gave her an incredulous look and gasped. "Well, it's a little late for you to be asking questions now, don't you think? You already killed the man. Everything I ever told you about Mr. Boatwright and me is the absolute truth. Who would want attention this bad?" Rhoda sighed and nodded. "Oh, well," she shrugged. "The thing is, nobody knows I killed Mr. Boatwright but you and me." She looked in my eyes for a long time. "And God," I reminded her in a whisper. Chapter 38. It was Rhoda's idea for me to go make some tea. I left her in Mr. Boatwright's room alone. There was some already made, so all I had to do was reheat it. I guess I finished faster than she expected. When I returned to the bedroom, I saw her on her knees with her head bowed, her hands cupped. She was praying. Nothing Rhoda did surprised me anymore. She had crossed a line, and I had crossed it with her. We could never turn back now. I admitted that I was feeling guilty about Mr. Boatwright's murder, even though I had not actually done it myself, or even been present when she did it. I was scared to death that we would either get caught or that Mr. Boatwright's ghost would come back and haunt me. I had been sleeping with my lights on and my Bible under my pillow since his funeral. I gasped and moved back to the steps and returned to the kitchen. I waited a few minutes, then went stomping back up the stairs, making as much noise as I could. Rhoda was snatching stuff from the closet when I returned to the room. We drank the tea in silence. All I could hear were our spoons clicking against our cups. "You can go when you finish your tea," I told her. "I'll stay until we finish," she replied. "I have something to show you." She removed a box from the closet with a brown folder. I opened it and saw a stack of newspaper clippings that were so old they had turned brown. "I've only read 2 of them. They are from some unheard-of Mississippi publication," Rhoda told me. "I thought you should be here to read the others with me." Just then the door slammed shut. We both whirled around at the same time. "What was that?" Rhoda asked. "The wind," I said, shaking. "There was no wind," Rhoda insisted. I got up to open the door and looked out in the hallway. "See? Nobody's out there. It had to just be the wind." "Yeah, it was the wind," Rhoda agreed weakly. I returned to the bed. I couldn't tell which of us was shaking the hardest. "Our minds are playing tricks on us, but we can't freak out now," I told her. "We're in this thing too deep." "Yeah, let's read," Rhoda said in a hollow voice. Her mood had softened considerably. We put the clippings in chronological order. Then we sat on the bed and began to read them one by one. After the first few sentences, I forgot about the mysterious way the door slammed shut. Battered colored child found. An unidentified colored male, approximately 3 years old, was found unconscious by a state trooper in an abandoned shack on Dabney Road last night. The boy had been sexually assaulted and savagely beaten. A white mule doctor, who asked that his name not be revealed, amputated the boy's left leg this morning. The boy was unable to identify his assailant or the weapon used to damage his leg beyond repair. The boy is currently in the care of the Reverend Buck Poole, also colored. Police are investigating the matter. On the back of the first item was a girdle ad that took up more space. We read on. Crazed colored woman slain by police. A wild-eyed colored woman wielding a butcher knife entered the home of the Reverend Buck Poole last night through a window and forcibly removed a child she claimed was hers. The boy was also colored. This boy, possibly retarded, was found abandoned, abused, and unconscious last week. 4 hours after the boy was taken by the woman, police scanned the immediate area. The woman was tracked to Howard's sawmill by the police hounds. The boy had been slashed over 10 times about his tail and stomach area. Officer Jackson Kramer, white, was forced to shoot the woman 5 times after she jumped from a tree, made threats against his life, sassed him using foul language, then went after him with the bloody knife. Abandoned colored boy abandoned again. A routine patrol possibly saved the life of a 6-year-old colored boy. The boy, who gave his name as Doolittle Boatwright, has known nothing but a life of despair since the day he was born. The boy first made the news about 3 years ago when patrollers found him naked and near death. In this incident, the elderly colored preacher who had taken the boy in dropped dead after being kicked in the head area by a frisky rogue mule. The boy is currently being held in the town jailhouse while police investigate rumors of an illegal still on the property of the only colored orphanage in the county. Police encourage members from any colored church to offer their services regarding this boy. We skipped over a few of the clippings that seemed to be repeating some of the incidents. Let's read this one. "This is many years later," Rhoda said. Her voice cracked, but I pretended not to notice. Colored sporting house raided. Local police raided a house on Jersey Street being used for fornication by a woman who is well known by the law. A Miss Lucille Boggs, an ex-convict, refused to give her age and had several young colored girls in her company, as well as 10 colored prostitutes between the ages of 18 and 50. A colored boy, Doolittle Boatwright, age 15, tipped off the police after the Boggs woman evicted him from a room he had been living in since age 8. One-legged, the boy has never attended school and learned to read on his own and is unusually smart for a colored boy. The boy retaliated after the Boggs woman beat him in front of her guest and turned her dogs loose on him. According to eyewitnesses, all colored, Boggs removed the boy's makeshift peg leg and struck him with it about his head area. Everybody involved in this mayhem was colored, except the police. If the articles weren't depressing enough, the unsophisticated journalism made them seem worse. "Those old-time Southern redneck reporters sure have a shabby way with words," I told Rhoda. "Damn crackers. Probably some of my Caucasian relatives," she spat. "I can't read any more," I mumbled. I felt so bad for the way life had started out treating Mr. Boatwright. No matter what he had done to me, he was still a human being, and that made him one of God's children, just like me and Rhoda. She skipped ahead anyway. "Let's read this last one. This one is dated only about 20 years ago from today." "Okay, but after this one, let's burn them. We have enough to worry about," I said, trying to sound firm. "Yeah, let's put all this behind us," Rhoda said seriously. "All this mess." We sighed and unfolded the last one we were going to read. One-legged colored man attempts suicide for the 3rd time. Bad luck and misfortune continue in the life of Doolittle Boatwright, age unknown. The one-legged man is well known in the area by the police. He has been convicted for robbery, vagrancy, disturbing the peace, battery, attempted rape, vandalism, and breaking and entering. After being evicted from a colored mission house for disorderly conduct, Boatwright jumped off the Lexington Bridge, where he hit a rock and landed on the river bank. 2 weeks earlier, Boatwright jumped in front of a truck that ran out of gas before it reached him. Police subdued Boatwright with a hose and the dogs. Boatwright was later escorted to the county mental facility in a straitjacket. Authorities summoned a specialist from the county seat to examine the man. It was determined that he suffers from a variety of mental disorders. The man was released into the custody of Ike Towns, a colored man known for taking in hopeless cases. Ike Towns, 20 years on the chain gang and a respectable fortune teller, has had some luck with redeeming hopeless Negroes. Towns predicted that Boatwright would one day find a woman and live a normal life. I would say that the woman the fortune teller predicted was your mama. Rhoda put the last clipping we read back into the folder and slapped it shut. What a bum deal, I sobbed, wiping my eyes and nose with the back of my hand. Too late to be crying for him now, Annette. Rhoda stood up and looked away, but not before I saw tears in her eyes. I'll get the rest of the stuff from the closet. She went to the closet and pulled out the fake brown leg and burst into tears. Chapter 39. 3 days went by and I didn't hear from Rhoda, and I didn't call her. I had almost stopped calling up Florence. She was out with her boyfriend most of the time when I did. Things just ain't the same since Brother Boatwright left us, my dear said at breakfast one morning. He had been dead 2 weeks. Ironically, now that he was gone, she had cut her hours, and I saw more of her than I had in over 10 years, even though it meant she brought home less money. But there was still some of the insurance money from Mr. Boatwright's policy that helped us a lot, as did Judge Lawson's mysterious generosity. We done lost us a good man. I miss his cooking, I said. I couldn't think of anything else good to say about Mr. Boatwright. He was a good cook, and once upon a time he was a good man. My dear, how much did you know about him? My dear gave me a sad, thoughtful look. Then she smiled. I knew he was the kind of man I wish I had met when I was a young girl. Except for that missing leg, the man was flawless, irreplaceable. I mean about where he came from. Do you know anything about his background? I held my breath and blinked hard, trying to figure out why my dear kept looking away. His mama died when he was a baby, and he never knew his daddy. His granny raised him, then she died. He joined the army, where he got his leg blowed off. Then he traveled the world on a merchant ship for many years before he found Jesus, then us. And you believed everything he told you? I asked, pushing a piece of sausage around on my plate with my fork. Why wouldn't I? Brother Boatwright was a righteous man that didn't believe in lying. That man read the Bible every night before he went to bed. He never married? He was engaged when he went in the army. When he lost his leg, he lost a girl. He was too shy from then on to approach a woman. My dear paused and laughed. Then she cried. She stopped after a minute. I had to approach him. What do you mean? My body tensed as I waited for her response. So far, I didn't like much of what I was hearing. I asked him to marry me after you finished school. What did you say? I almost choked on a piece of sausage. My dear reached over and patted me hard on the back. He was going to marry me. Well, you old enough to know now. We was like man and wife anyway, that devil. She cackled and shook her head. He used to hop into my room just about every night after he thought you was asleep. You mean for sex? With you? My dear nodded. He was so hurt when you got yourself in that mess with that boy. I bet he was. My body was on fire after hearing my dear's confession, and I didn't want to face her. I was not hungry anymore, and I wanted to leave the room, but my legs felt too heavy for me to move from the table. I wanted to send you to Florida to live with your Aunt Bernice. I was so upset over you getting yourself pregnant. The shame was so overwhelming. I'd die if the congregation found out. He talked me out of sending you down south. He said, wild as you was, you'd be pregnant again within a week down there. I don't think so. I was stupid for letting something like that happen to me. I knew better, I muttered. The way you lit into that old lady Jacobs when you was a little girl that time for hitting me with her cane. I never would have thought you'd be the type of girl to let anybody take advantage of you, my dear said with her eyes sparkling. I didn't either, I shrugged, looking toward the wall. Chapter 40. It was not easy, but I put Mr. Boatwright and what had happened to him out of my mind as much as I could. Graduation was a few weeks away, and we all had a lot of studying to do. One thing that was occupying most of the minds of the class of '68 was the senior prom. Going to the prom was something girls in my position didn't dare think about. So that's why when I got asked to go, I almost swallowed the piece of chicken I was eating. "What did you just ask me, Pee-wee?" I gasped into the phone. My dear was at work, of course, and Rhoda was shopping with her mother and Lola. "I asked if I could escort you to the senior prom. This is a one-in-a-lifetime thing, you know," Pee-wee said. "Can I call you back?" I asked, barely able to breathe. Pee-wee was silent for a moment. "You got to think about it? Or somebody else asked you to go?" he asked. No. I have to make sure it's okay with my mama." "Okay. Well, let me know as soon as you can." It took me 5 minutes to compose myself after I got off the phone. Then I called Judge Lawson's house to ask my dear if I could go to the prom. "Judge Lawson's residence," she announced, answering on the second ring. "My dear, it's me," I said with a shaky voice. "What's wrong?" she asked. I heard Judge Lawson in the background ask who was on the phone. "It's Annette," she told him. This was the first time I'd ever called her at Judge Lawson's house since she started working for him. "Can I go to the senior prom?" I said quickly, then held my breath. "Can you what?" she choked out. "I got asked to the prom. I'll be out real late, and I'll need a new dress. I just wanted to make sure it was okay with you before I accepted the invitation." I couldn't believe those words were coming out of my mouth. "My girl got asked to the prom," my dear said, talking to the judge. I heard him clap his hands and whistle. "Of course you can go, baby," she said excitedly. There was some muffled sounds on her end for about a minute. "We'll talk about it when I get home tonight," she told me. I had to compose myself again. I waited another 5 minutes before I called Pee-wee back. "Yes," I told him, glad he couldn't see my face and feel my excitement. I never thought I'd see the day I'd get excited over being asked out by Pee-wee. "Cool. I'll be over later tonight, or I will talk to you in study hall tomorrow," Pee-wee said eagerly. I couldn't wait to tell Rhoda. I didn't want to tell her over the phone, so I went to her house with my coat on over my housecoat. Uncle Johnny sent me upstairs to Rhoda's room, where she was stretched out on her bed. "Rhoda, guess what?" I closed the door with my foot, rushed over to her bed. "What's the matter?" "You don't look too good." I sat down on the side of her bed. "I'll be okay in about 7 months," she whispered, looking at her stomach. My heart sank. She didn't have to tell me, but I knew she was pregnant. I'd been expecting that to happen. Surprisingly, I was not as disgusted as I thought I would be. "Do you want me to come back later?" I asked. "No, stay." "What's up?" she asked, struggling to sit up. "You're going to have a baby, aren't you?" I asked, saddened. Things were happening too fast for my weary brain. Mr. Boatwright was dead. I was about to graduate. Rhoda and Otis were getting married right after graduation, and now here she was pregnant. Not only would I have to share her with Otis, I would have to share her with a baby. "Are you and Otis still going to the prom?" "Of course." She sat up straight and smiled broadly. This'll be my one and only time to go to one. I wish you were going to be there, she told me, patting my shoulder. That's what I came to tell you. Pee-wee asked me to go with him. I was in a fever. A grin I could not hold back took over my face. Rhoda gasped, then let out a short laugh. You're kidding me. No, I'm not. He just called a little while ago. My dear said I could go, and I'm going to get a new dress. I couldn't stop grinning. Just then, Mrs. Nelson entered the room with a cup of tea for Rhoda. My dear, Annette's going to the prom too, Rhoda told her mother, reaching for her cup. Mrs. Nelson stood back and folded her arms. Well, isn't that nice? I hope you both have as much fun at your prom as I had at mine. Rhoda perked up immediately and decided that Pee-wee and I would ride with her and Otis. I thought I would faint when Mrs. Nelson told me she was sending me to Miss Rachel's to get my hair done. This was another night I didn't sleep at all. The next few days were the most hectic of my life. Judge Lawson let my dear take another day off with pay so she could take me shopping for my prom dress. I wanted to buy the first one I saw at one of the cheap downtown dress stores, but my dear didn't like it. It was blue chiffon with lace across the top. We could find something much nicer at the shopping center where Rhoda got her dress, my dear insisted. We can't afford those stores, I reminded her. This is a special occasion. We'll figure out a way to afford one, my dear assured me. I didn't ask my dear where the money came from for my expensive blue chiffon I picked out at Stacy's, the same shop where Rhoda got her pale pink chiffon. I had been doing my own hair since the age of 13. Cheap perm kits, straightening combs that were too hot, and not enough general care had damaged my hair badly. The prim and impeccably groomed Miss Rachel had a time bringing it back to life. You've got nice, thick hair. You should take better care of it, she told me. I felt like a princess sitting in the most exclusive black beauty parlor in town, right along with some of the other black girls preparing for the prom. I knew that things were going too smoothly. So when Lena Cundiff, the bully Rhoda had pushed into a toilet in the 8th grade, entered Miss Rachel's salon to get her hair done, I wasn't surprised. What the hell are you doing in here, Bertha Butt? She barked at me. 2 of her equally loathsome girlfriends were with her, and they all snickered. Over the years, I had had several more minor run-ins with Lena since the toilet incident. I knew her schedule, so I was usually able to avoid her a lot the last couple of months of school. I came to get my hair done for the prom, I announced proudly, walking away before she could hurl another insult my way. Judge Lawson brought my dear home early the evening of the prom so she could help me get ready. My understanding was Pee-wee and I would ride with Rhoda and Otis in his car. I was shocked when an hour before we were to leave from my house, a black stretch limousine, compliments of Judge Lawson, stopped in front of our house. We took a dozen pictures at Rhoda's house and then a dozen at mine. I had never seen my dear look so happy when she hugged me and said, "See, I told you, if you was good to God, God'd be good to you." She stood on the porch with Judge Lawson and Caleb waving until the limo turned the corner. The auditorium looked spectacular. Shiny silver stars of various sizes hung by pastel-colored crepe ribbons from the ceiling. The tables had silver tablecloths with a large dark blue star in the center of each one. A band that played both soul music and soft rock entertained. One of my favorite soft rock tunes was playing. "I Want to Make It With You" by Bread. As soon as we sat down at our table near the bandstand, I spotted Lena standing nearby with a few of her vicious girlfriends. As lovely as they all looked in their beautiful dresses and nicely done hairdos, there was an ugliness about them. Their stares were so cold, I wish I had worn the shawl Lola had offered me. Madeir had warned me and Rhoda not to drink any alcohol, but Otis and Pee-wee started drinking from flasks they had smuggled in right away. I had never attended a dance before and didn't know if I had any rhythm or not. But I surprised myself when I got on the floor with Pee-wee to jump around like everybody else to the Motown tune, "Do You Love Me?" The first hour went fine. I got up and mingled. Kids who had never acknowledged me before smiled, hugged me, and wished me well. A few asked what my plans were. "I'm thinking about leaving Ohio," I told Charlotte Harper, a girl who used to sit behind me in junior math class. Before she could respond, Lena Cundiff bumped into me from behind with so much force I fell against Charlotte, almost knocking her down. "That's what happens when they allow cows in here," Lena said in a loud, drunken voice. Everybody around us heard the snickering coming from her and her friends. Rhoda witnessed the incident and came to stand next to me. "You want me to take care of that?" she asked. "No, I'm okay." I wanted to say more, but I didn't know what. The 8th grade locker room was a long way from the senior prom scene. "In a couple of weeks, I'll never have to deal with Lena Cundiff again," I told Rhoda, letting out a sigh of relief. "Unfortunately, there are a lot of Lenas out in the real world," Rhoda observed. I returned to our table with her for a few minutes before we went around the room hugging our favorite teachers. As much fun as I was having, I was glad when it was getting close to time to leave. Right in the middle of the 4 of us at our table making a toast, I was bumped into from behind again. Lena glared at me and deliberately spilled her punch over the top and lap of my dress. "You bitch!" Rhoda hissed, starting to rise. Otis grabbed her by the arm and forced her back into her seat. "Lena, why don't you get a life?" Pee-wee yelled. "Why don't you get a real woman and not a bull?" Lena taunted, cackling. 2 girls near me handed me napkins to sponge off my dress. I was glad none of the teachers witnessed the incident. The last thing I wanted to risk was a confrontation this close to graduation. "Let's get out of here," Rhoda said, rising. Otis held on to her arm as he led her toward the exit. Pee-wee, more than a little drunk, walked along next to me, cussing under his breath over what Lena had done to me. The night air was cool, with that huge wet stain on the front of my dress. I was feeling pretty chilly and started to shiver. Pee-wee took off his tuxedo jacket and was about to drape it around my shoulders when I held up my hand. "Just a minute," I told him. "Where are you going?" Rhoda asked. We were several yards away from our limo. In the opposite direction, near the side of the school building, stood Lena with several of her male and female friends. Rhoda, Otis, and Pee-wee followed as I took my time walking up to Lena. "Lena, this is for everything," I said calmly. Nobody said a word. I closed my eyes for a second and pretended that Lena was Mrs. Jacobs, the mean woman in Florida who had beaten Madeir with her cane. My fist connected with her mouth with so much force she stumbled backward past 2 other limos before falling to the ground out cold, leaving several of her teeth on the ground next to my feet. I turned to my friends. Pee-wee and Otis were grinning. Rhoda's mouth was hanging open, and she was clutching her chest. "Let's get out of here," I said evenly, forcing myself not to smile. Rhoda hugged me as soon as we got into the limo. "Atta girl!" she yelled. Our date slapped 5 with me until my palms hurt. All the way home, the conversation revolved around my well-aimed fist. "I'll talk to you in the morning," Rhoda told me. Otis went in with Rhoda. I thanked Pee-wee, and he went into his house next door. Then I went in. My dear was on the couch waiting for me. The only light on in the house was a small lamp on an end table in the living room. That, and the fact that my dear was so groggy, prevented her from seeing the ugly stain on my dress as I stood over her and told her what a great time we had had. My last 2 weeks of high school were the most pleasant days out of the whole 13 years I'd been going to school. All because I'd finally stood up for myself. Kids who had never said hi to me before smiled and spoke to me. In the last 3 of our gym classes, the ball team leaders all but fought to choose me to play on their sides. I was not impressed when a good-looking boy who had stared at me at the prom asked in the cafeteria a few days later if I had a boyfriend. To avoid complications, I told him yes. Lena didn't return to school after the prom, and according to the grapevine, it was because of her 4 missing front teeth. I thought about her receiving her diploma through the mail when I marched across the stage in my cap and gown to receive mine. If only Brother Boatwright had lived to see this day. My dear sobbed afterward on the way home from the graduation ceremonies in Judge Lawson's car. The night I graduated was another sleepless night for me. I sat up wondering what I was going to do with myself from that point on. Rhoda and Otis were married in her parents' living room 3 weeks after our graduation. Marlene, Lola's grandkids, and the twins came from Alabama again, in addition to some relatives on Rhoda's mother's side from New Orleans, as well as the usual neighborhood crowd. Jock came home for Rhoda's wedding, but was scheduled to go to Vietnam in a few days, so Mrs. Nelson paid him more attention than she did Rhoda. "Don't you worry none, Annette. Somewhere in this universe there's a man that's gonna marry you," Caleb told me during the reception, patting my arm. I smiled sadly and thanked him. It was getting late and people had started to leave. I had not had a chance to talk to Rhoda privately. I finally got to do so when she summoned me to her dollhouse. "I don't know when I'll see you again. We're leaving tomorrow night and we'll be real busy till then," Rhoda told me. Her daddy was sending her and Otis to Jamaica for 2 weeks, where they would combine their honeymoon with a visit to some of his relatives. From there, they would move to their own house near Miami. "I'm going to miss you so much," I cried and smiled at the same time. "I'll only be a phone call away," she said, looking at me, then squeezing me real tight. Then her body suddenly tensed, and I heard her sucking her breath. You won't forget to keep our secret, will you?" "What secret?" I mouthed. "You know, Boatwright." I looked away and spoke like I was talking to myself. "Poor Mr. Boatwright died in his sleep." I spent the next week mildly depressed, not counting her trip to the Bahamas with her family. This was the first time Rhoda and I had been separated since we had become friends. Even though I was feeling strangely independent, I had no idea that I was going to miss her as much as I did. Then she called me from Florida. As soon as I heard her voice, I broke down and cried like a baby. "Why can't you live up here?" I sobbed. "I have to go where my husband goes, girl. I love him. And besides, we can't grow oranges in Ohio," she laughed. We talked for 20 minutes, but I was still a little depressed after we got off the phone. We had not discussed anything profound. She told me all about her new location and what it was like being a married woman. I was happy for her on one hand, but jealous and bitter on the other. It didn't seem fair that a girl like Rhoda, who had everything going for her, always got what she wanted, whether she deserved it or not. I missed going to her house. I missed sitting on that lush couch in her living room, watching her sophisticated parents parade in and out with their equally sophisticated friends. I was sorry that school was out. I had no job and very little to do with myself. As much as I enjoyed reading, watching movies, and eating, there was a limit. There was more to life, but whatever it wasn't going to come to me. I had to go out and find it. I had the whole house all to myself when my dear was at work. But I still spent a great deal of time in my bedroom trying to put Mr. Boatwright and the horrible way he died out of my mind. I tried to imagine what it must have been like for him to have that pillow pressed down on his face, cutting off his air until he died. Nobody deserved to die the way he did. On more than one occasion, I had been tempted to ask Rhoda if he had suffered, but I'd stopped myself. To make matters even worse, Pee-wee joined the Army the first week in July. Before he left, he told me it was to prove that he was a real man. The rumors about him liking boys had reached him years earlier. Though he laughed it off, it clearly hurt him. I missed him immediately. Then Florence moved to Toledo to go to a school for the handicapped, then on to teach blind kids. I felt truly abandoned. Rhoda, Pee-wee, and Florence were the only close friends my age I had ever had in my whole life, and now they were all gone. I knew that if and when we all got back together to sit around and gossip and hang out, things would never be the same. I hid my depression from my dear. As a matter of fact, I don't think she ever knew I was ever depressed in my life. I pitied my mama, but in some ways I envied her ignorance. A few days after my conversation with Rhoda, I started my first real job as a telephone operator. I was still depressed, but I pretended to be excited about it. Even though I was going to dress up and take the bus and or a cab to one of the nicest areas in town to get to the phone company 5 days a week, my life seemed like it was going nowhere without Rhoda around to share it. I hated the job at the phone company immediately. It was boring, and the pay was low. I couldn't save much money because I spent most of my paycheck on a new wardrobe, transportation expenses, and expensive lunches. I was the only black operator, and though there were a few other big-boned women, I was the only one that weighed 244 pounds. I was too self-conscious to try and make friends with any of my co-workers. None of the other operators invited me to lunch or talked to me during our breaks, unless it was work-related. I blamed that on the way I looked. My dear didn't agree with my theory when I told her what I thought. Annette, one thing I know is you can't blame everything on them two factors, being fat and black. In some cases, yeah, but not in all cases. With God, you can override the devil. With him, all you need is the right attitude. That's the key to success, not what you look like. Change your attitude. Go after what you want, and if you don't get it, make a detour and go after something else you want. With the right attitude, you'll eventually get all the rest of it anyway. Look at me. Me and you done been through so much since your daddy run off. And believe me, God ain't through with us yet. Sometimes some of the things my dear said made a lot of sense. Even before she told me, I knew that I would have to make an attitude adjustment before I could find happiness. I was smart and I knew it. But there's a certain level of stupidity in everybody. So that's why to this day, I believe it was pure stupidity that made me go to Scary Mary thinking she was my only hope. Chapter 42. The bottom had dropped out of my precarious world, and I was hanging on by the skin of my teeth. As much as I hated men, or as much as I thought I hated them, I was willing to sleep with them for money. A few weeks earlier, I would never have considered prostitution. Lord knows I was too timid, and my self-esteem was too low for me to approach men on most levels. But Mr. Boatwright's murder had elevated my desperation level to an all-time high. I needed money, and I was ready to do whatever I had to do to get it. With Rhoda gone, I was on my own. The first step was to move away from the environment that had robbed me of my innocence in the first place. Turning tricks seemed to be the quickest and easiest way for me to put my clumsy plan in motion. It took me an hour of practicing what I was going to say before I went to Scary Mary's house. I was nervous and unsure of myself. I had no other options to consider. If she rejected me, I would be right back where I started. From there, I didn't know which direction I'd go. "Look, Scary Mary, I need some serious money and I need it fast, like by the end of next week. I need at least $1,000 to move out on my own with," I told the madam. "What's that got to do with me?" Scary Mary was wearing a red silk housecoat and already drinking whiskey from a coffee cup at 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning. "I want to work for you," I explained. I was standing in her kitchen doorway. She and her daughter Mott were sitting at the table. Mott was wrestling with a big plate of assorted breakfast items. She threw her spoon at me. Scary Mary never tried to discipline her retarded daughter. She didn't even react to Mott throwing the spoon and getting grits all over my clean dress. I picked up the spoon and gave it back to Mott. "Wah!" Mott yelled at me. I moved farther away from the table and returned my attention to the madam. I just looked at her real hard through narrowed eyes with my heart racing a mile a minute, waiting for her to respond to my proposal. "You want to work for me? Doing what? Dusting, mopping, sweeping, and/or cooking?" Scary Mary laughed, cackling like a hen. "You want to leave the phone company to do all that?" "No, ma'am," I said, shaking my head. She raised both eyebrows and whispered, "What then?" "Turning tricks," I announced boldly. "I know enough about the business, and I'm old enough now," I said, unable to conceal my impatience. Scary Mary looked me up and down in a mean, critical way that made me feel like less than nothing. I certainly felt like nothing, the way her eyes were blinking and her head bobbing up and down. I got a lump in my throat, just recalling the day when Mr. Boatwright was on top of me, and I told myself that if I reached adulthood, I would share my life only with women and cats. Well, my life had taken an odd turn. I never truly developed my lesbian tendencies, and my dear had never let me own a cat. Scary Mary laughed like a hyena for 2 minutes. "I don't know who you been talking to, girl. What makes you think you can make $1,000 in a week turning tricks? Even I couldn't make that kind of money turning tricks in no 1 week. And what do you know about, my business?" "Well, I might be a lot of things, but I'm not stupid and I'm not blind, Scary Mary. My dear and I used to live with you, remember?" The old crow gave me a long, hard look. "Oh, that don't mean nothing. What I meant was, what you know about pleasing a man." I looked at her just as long and just as hard as she looked at me. "I've had a lot of experience. I know what men like," I said seriously. Our eyes locked and her bottom lip trembled. Scary Mary drank from her cup before responding. Then she laughed again. "In the first place, you ain't no Liz Taylor," she informed me, shaking her head. "I know that. Like I said, I am not blind," I mumbled. I had never tried to fool myself. I knew that I was not beautiful, but fucking was not about beauty. Besides, I had seen Scary Mary's girls over the years. She had never had any you could call beautiful. When I was around 8, she even had one who was almost as retarded as Mott, but who knew how to get what she wanted from men. And then there was the one with polio. The one I liked most was Lula, the crazy one. Lula had worked for Scary Mary for just a few weeks, like most of her girls, when I was 11. Lula looked and even acted normal most of the time. But when she didn't take her medication, she ran out of the house naked. 2 or 3 times a week, Lula would run out of the house naked, pluck a switch from one of Scary Mary's trees, and run until she found a school playground where she'd beat and chase the kids. Scary Mary and some of her other girls would have to chase her and throw a sheet over her. Scary Mary currently had 5 women working for her. 2 were over 40. 1 weighed 50 pounds more than I did, and the other 2 were just average. No matter how I begged and pleaded, Scary Mary would not let me work for her as a prostitute. She said I could look after Mott, run errands, and do a little cleaning around the house. I agreed to do all that. I just didn't tell anybody. I quit the telephone operator job and started working for Scary Mary the next day without telling my dear. A week after I started working for her, Scary Mary moved 5 blocks away to an even larger and grander house. Her new place, a 5-bedroom, red-shingled building, had a bird bath and a flower bed in the front yard. It was right around the corner from Antonisanti's, where most of her prosperous customers dine. "Now the men folk can get here even quicker," she told me and Mud Dear the day after she moved. I cleaned that big house, emptied funky trash cans filled with used condoms and whiskey bottles, washed and pressed the prostitutes' work clothes, and performed other duties like running to the store and going to pay bills. I also babysat Mott. One day it rained hard, and one of the men, a former black preacher I had run to the store for a few times, offered to give me a ride home. 5 minutes after I'd gotten into his car, he propositioned me, and I accepted without hesitation. He paid me $15 just to masturbate him. "You be a good little girl and make Daddy feel nice, hear?" He slobbered in my ear. He was no worse than Mr. Boatwright. In fact, he was better looking, and he certainly smelled better. Even though my skin was crawling, I forced myself to smile and promised him I would, and I did. He was so hot he couldn't even make it to a motel just 5 more minutes away. I did it in his car in an alley behind the city library. It took 2 minutes. When I got home, I plunged the hand I had jacked the ex-preacher off with into the hottest bowl of Clorox bleach and water I could stand. That night I was in such a state of disbelief over what I had done, I had to sleep with the lights on. I felt nothing for men so far, so it didn't faze me one way or the other if I made them pay for me to make them feel good. I justified my actions by telling myself, if I've got to do it anyway sooner or later with a husband, if I ever got crazy enough to get married, why not do it now and get paid for it? The money would make up for the times I'd have to do it with a husband for free. This ex-preacher and several others became my regulars. Before long, I didn't even need the other odd jobs, the things Scary Mary had me doing. I quit, but I didn't tell her why. With Mama still working so much, I was alone most of the time. My tricks just called me up at home and told me what they wanted and where to meet them. Motels, hotels, their cars, alleys, I didn't care. More and more each day I despised what I had become. I was selling the very thing that had made most of my life so miserable: sex. Like Rhoda's Aunt Lola had told me, it was the best card a woman had to play. I had always believed that Mr. Boatwright was probably the biggest, weakest motherfucker in the world when it came to sex. Well, when I saw the way some of my tricks carried on over a 3-minute blowjob, I began to see men in an even more disgusting light. Most of them were mature, married, and successful in whatever their business was. But they were subhuman. They had to be. They were risking losing their lives, their families, and their children over an orgasm that lasted only a few moments. It took me 2 months of prostituting myself to save enough money to leave home. I went through it all in a mild daze. I didn't feel a thing and didn't give it much thought when I was doing it. During that dark period of my life, I thought of it as just a job. Because of a minor stroke, Judge Lawson was now almost exclusively confined to his bed and a wheelchair. He still had his poker parties, but he couldn't drive anymore, and when he left the house, it was in a specially made van driven by a chauffeur. He needed round-the-clock care. Another woman and a driver had been brought in to help my dear. In a way, I was glad. Not glad about the judge's failing health, but glad because my dear didn't have to spend so much time at his house. In addition to all that, my dear got involved in 2 things. One, the most important of the 2 in my opinion, night school. "You the first and only one in my family to graduate from high school." "I want to be the second one," she told me shyly one evening. I had encouraged her and even helped her select the appropriate courses in school. "I'm so glad you got that telephone operator job. I can finally cut back on my hours even more," my dear told me. Since the judge was not in the picture as much as he had been, the other thing my dear involved herself with was another man. I think of my mother as some kind of a magnet. Like Mr. Boatwright, he just showed up at our house one day out of nowhere. I had never seen him around town before, even though my dear told me he had lived in Ohio longer than anybody else she knew. The whole business just about scared me to death, but I didn't tell her how I felt. All I wanted was for her to be happy. "This here is Mr. King," my dear introduced him that Sunday night. "He owns the Buttercup Restaurant." I was amazed at how much emphasis she put on the word own. Her face lit up like a lamp as she talked. I had just returned from performing 3 tricks in an alley across town with almost $200 inside my bra. I recalled the day I came home from school when I was 6 and found out that my dear had moved Mr. Boatwright in with us. At first, I figured that this Mr. King was going to move in with us too, and it pissed me off. If that was the case, I'd have to work overtime so I could move out even quicker. There was no way I was going to risk going through another episode like the one with Mr. Boatwright with another man my dear had moved in with us to help out. "Where you been all day, girl?" my dear asked me. "I was visiting some friends from work," I lied. I had not bathed yet and could still feel the men's sweat on my body. I hated it, but my need for money kept me from stopping. I had 2 more men lined up for the next day. "Is he moving in with us?" I said quickly. The man gasped. Mama rolled her eyes at me. "No, he ain't moving in with us. Mr. King got him a big old house all to himself right next door to his restaurant." "Oh, that's nice," I mumbled uneasily. "My girl here is a phone operator," my dear told the man. "I'm so glad she's such a good girl. Oh, now she's strayed off the track a mite. When she was a young'un, got herself in the family way by mistake. The Lord saw fit to make her miscarry, and praise him, she been on the straight and narrow ever since." "Give thanks," the man nodded. "My girl got herself in the same fix when she was 14. Now she 25, married to a serviceman, And I got me 2 grandbabies running around somewhere out there on that island of Hawaii. The man and my dear groaned at the same time. He was her age, tall and tan, and rather handsome. He still had most of his hair and a nice set of pearly white teeth. His thick black mustache was streaked with gray. "I ate at your restaurant one time, Mr. King," I said shyly. "Well, I hope you enjoyed the food and the service," he told me with great excitement, standing to shake my hand. My hand felt too dirty for anybody to be shaking it. My whole body felt dirty. No matter how many baths I took, I could never wash away the nastiness that went along with being a prostitute. My dear's new friend started babbling on about something, but I wasn't listening. My mind was on too many other things, like the men I had spent the last few hours with. I could hardly look in my dear's face without wanting to throw up. But every time I felt that way, I justified what I had resorted to by telling myself that after all the times Mr. Boatwright had used me and paid me only a nickel, I deserved as much as I could get from other weak men. I sat with them in the living room and listened to my dear talk about her schoolwork. "As soon as I finish school, get my GED, I'm going to start looking for a night college," she hollered. "I ain't going to be no Simple Simon the rest of my life." "College?" I mouthed. College was something I had never even considered for myself. "I want to study business administration. I'd like to have some business know-how so I'll be able to run my own business." My dear paused and looked directly at Mr. King sitting next to her on the couch. "My girl is going to get her a fancy office job and make lots of money. She going to finance me a restaurant when she make her first $1,000,000. She paused again, and this time she turned to face me. "Ain't you?" "Uh-huh. A restaurant and that long overdue trip to the Bahamas," I added. Chapter 43. What made my life even more miserable was the fact that another man had somehow come between Muddy and me, and I didn't want to have to live around that again. I wanted my mother to be happy, and if she could find happiness with some man, I would force myself to accept it. "Me and Mr. King thinking about taking a little trip ourselves one day soon," my dear told me. She had only known him a few weeks. I was shocked and horrified when Mud Dear took a day off from work and went to an amusement park with Mr. King. I was at work when they left, so I didn't see what she had on until she got home. A pair of shorts. I called Rhoda as soon as my dear Mr. King left to go out to dinner. "My mama's been drinking like a fish," I yelled into the phone. "Not just beer, but whiskey and brandy." "What's wrong with that? I wish my mama was well enough to get out and enjoy herself." Rhoda was so calm she made me angrier. "She's never done that kind of stuff before, that hard and heavy." I heard Rhoda let out a loud sigh. "You better hurry up and get yourself to Erie, Pennsylvania. You're going nowhere fast. Pee-wee is gone. I'm gone. Even Florence is gone. Why are you still hanging around Richland?" "I'm saving money for my ticket." "You've been working long enough to have saved your fare. Look, you sit down and decide what day you're leaving. I'm not going to talk to you again until you call me from Erie." Rhoda hung up on me. I felt bad because I had not even asked her about her pregnancy, and since she hung up on me, I was too afraid to call her right back to ask. I cried for a while. Then I sat down and figured out how much money I had saved up. $1,500. The next evening, when Muddear got in from the movies and came to my room to tell me what a good time she had had with Mr. King, I told her. I told her, "I'm moving to Erie soon. I don't know exactly when yet, but it'll be before Thanksgiving so I can avoid the holiday crowds." A sad look appeared on her face. She let out a deep sigh. Then she sat down on the side of my bed. I had already turned in for the night. She looked at me for a moment, like she was studying every inch of my face. "You really leaving me?" she rasped. Tears had already formed in her eyes. "You don't have to go nowhere if you don't want to. You can live with me the rest of your life if you want to." I shook my head. "I can't, my dear. It's time for me to get out in the world and see if I can make it on my own," I said with a forced smile. "You just out of school. Lots of kids don't leave home till they get in their 20s, she informed me. "I'm ready now, my dear. I've been ready for a long time." My dear sighed and looked around the room. "This room sure could stand a new paint job. I'll get you some new suitcases in the morning." She returned her attention to me and gave me a big smile, though there were still tears in her eyes. "Okay, my dear." I smiled and gave her a bear hug. I packed everything I wanted to take the Sunday night before my departure date, almost 4 months after my 18th birthday. I didn't really have a plan as far as my future was concerned. I figured a few months or maybe a year or two in a place where I didn't know anybody would give me the time I needed to get a grip. Besides, turning tricks, even for the short time I had worn me out. I felt dirty and cheap. Even though it was all behind me, I still took 2 baths a day, gargled frequently, and douched before going to bed every night. My dear arrived home unexpectedly in a cab from Judge Lawson's house around 5 p.m. "Why are you home so early? I haven't even put dinner on yet," I said. For once she didn't look tired after working most of the day. She gave me one of her biggest smiles and gripped my shoulders. "'Cause I want to send you off with a bang. Get your coat. The cab's waiting. We got a reservation at Antonisante's." Muddy and I didn't talk much during the cab ride. In fact, I sat up front with the driver on purpose, hoping I could carry on a conversation with him instead. Muddy asked me over and over if I had packed my Bible, my good dress, toothbrush, things like that. In addition to those items, I had also packed things that I would never use again, particularly clothes I'd outgrown, but that reminded me of special events I'd shared with Rhoda. Things Rhoda had given to me, like some stiletto heels her Aunt Lola had given to her that she didn't want. I had worn the shoes only once, to the prom. I had also packed my prom dress, which I had not had cleaned on purpose. I would never wear it again, so the stain made by Lena Cundiff's punch didn't matter. I left it stained because I never wanted to forget what she did to me and what I did to her. After we entered the restaurant, Mr. Nelson was the first person I spotted sitting at the bar. He had an unlit cigar in one hand and a shot glass full of whatever he was drinking in the other. Sitting next to him was Mr. Antonasante. He was smoking his cigar, and there was a full shot glass in his hand, too. I would have gone over to speak to them if Uncle Johnny had not appeared, staggering from a side entrance near the men's room. Antonisante's was the nicest restaurant in Richland, but it was too expensive for average people. It was a large, dimly lit place with live plants leaping out from big vases on the floor. On the walls were paintings of Roman soldiers in uniforms hugging thick-bodied women. Music, women wailing in Italian, filled the main dining area. The place was crowded with well-dressed white patrons stretching their necks and shading their eyes with their hands to look at me and my dear as we strutted proudly across the floor. I was glad my dear requested a booth near the back for privacy.
Let us try to stroll into a place like this in Florida. Them white folks would set the dogs on us so fast,
my dear said under her breath. The only thing I felt a little uneasy about was the fact that we were so casually dressed. Under my trench coat, I had on blue jeans and a gray smock. My dear had on her black and white maid's uniform. We didn't check our coats at the front. We didn't remove them and place them on the other side of the booth until we had ordered. "And a bottle of your best champagne," my dear told the waiter. The friendly young man hesitated, then looked at me with his eyebrows raised. "Don't worry, she's 21. You can ask your boss, Mr. Antonasanti, good friend of my boss, Judge Lawson," my dear told him, speaking out of the side of her mouth. The waiter nodded and winked before he left. "They better not give me no stuff in here. I'll sick Judge Lawson on 'em and make 'em lose their liquor license. Straighten your collar, girl." I straightened my collar and brushed off my dingy smock. "I guess we could have dressed up a little," I said with a sigh. "We didn't have time. I wasn't sure I could get away from the judge, so that's why I didn't call you at the house earlier to tell you we was going out." My dear smiled as our waiter returned, pushing a cart with a bucket on top of it. I didn't know one bottle of champagne from another, but since my dear had requested the best, I was sure this would be something good. "Compliments of Mr. Nelson," the waiter told us. I gasped and turned to look toward the bar. Mr. Nelson had left, but Mr. Antonasanti and Uncle Johnny were still nursing their drinks. After the waiter popped open the champagne, poured it into our glasses, and left, my dear took a long swallow and let out a great belch.
"It's too late for me, but I hope you marry a man like Brother Nelson some day."
I took a long swallow before I answered, frowning at the way liquor burned my throat. "I hope I do too," I replied, covering my mouth with my hand to silence a burp I felt coming on. My dear refilled our glasses. "We forgot to toast," she laughed excitedly, waving the bottle in the air. After we toasted to nothing but good times in our future, my dear set her glass on the table and fished a handkerchief out of her purse, blew her nose, and dabbed both eyes. "I guess now's the time for me to let you know just how good a man Brother Boatwright was." "What?" I had to finish my drink to handle whatever was coming. My dear put her handkerchief back in her purse, then pulled out a long white envelope. She cleared her throat and blinked real hard a few times first. "This is for you from Brother Boatwright." She opened the envelope and pulled out what I thought was a money order and slid it across the table to me. I didn't say anything right away because I didn't know what to say. It was a $10,000 cashier's check made out to me. He had told me, bless his heart, if he died before me, I was to use his life insurance money to pay for his funeral and split the change 50-50 with you. But he told me not to give yours to you until I felt it was time you needed it the most. I don't know what to say," I stuttered. I didn't know what to say. If my dear could have read my mind, she probably would have fainted. I was thinking about all the whoring I'd done to scrape up the money I needed to finance my relocation. My hands started shaking so hard, my dear got a worried look on her face and filled our glasses again. "As soon as you get to that Erie, put it in the bank. And whatever you do, don't you go round blabbing to nobody about it.
Folks get crazy when they know you setting on a gold mine. It would be just like some smooth-talking con man like that Johnny yonder there at the bar to try to take it from you, to drink and gamble away and spend on some other woman. Some men is like that. I know, 'cause I seen 'em do it. Don't slouch in your seat, girl. You'll get a humpback. I was glad the waiter arrived with our steak and spaghetti dinners. The distraction allowed me enough time to catch my breath. I looked at the check for a full minute to make sure I was seeing right. $10,000? I mouthed. This is for $10,000. I know how much it's for. I'm the one that went to the bank to get it. Don't buck your eyes out like that with all these white folks looking at us, girl. Oh, what am I going to do with all this money? I asked, waving the check in the air. You gonna carry it with you and save it for when you really need it. Now put it in your pocketbook before somebody comes snatch it. Mr. King drove Muddy and me to the bus station the next morning. I'll wait in the car, he told us after giving me a big hug. Muddy insisted on waiting inside with me until I got checked in. He started to leave, then turned back with a silly grin on his face. Go with God, Annette. I just smiled and waved to him. I have a feeling I won't see you again for a long, long time, my dear said. She looked so tired and old, even with the makeup. Working for so many years and such long hours had taken its toll. It was only at this moment that I was truly glad she had Mr. King. At least not the little gal that's getting on that bus today. You ain't going to never be the same. You're right, my dear. I'll never be the same again, I said sadly. I promised myself that the old Annette Goode was dead. My rebirth had been a long time coming. I was leaving behind all the ugliness I had known for 18 years. We stood in line behind 7 other travelers, and the line was moving so slow, my dear and I got a chance to talk a lot. I knowed it. You ain't never going to be the same no more after you leave here today. How did you know? Oh, just a feeling. You'll get a fancy job, working for the mayor or a politician, and eventually forget about all us little people. It happens all the time. Your Aunt Bernice's latest old man called me the other day from New Jersey, where him and Bernice moved to work for the Piaz family, and told me you'll be home in a month begging for a piece of toast, standing in the welfare line or holding a tin cup, like he would know. He ain't never even met you. What he don't know is Bernice is on the verge of getting a divorce from his sorry ass. I know you was too young then to remember, but the Piaz family, the ones what had the old granny you used to sit with on the porch. I remember that old lady, I said, smiling sadly. I recalled the many times the old woman and I sat on the porch, throwing rocks at cars and chasing kids with switches. You remember old Lady Piaz? You wasn't but 3, my dear said, a surprised, amused look on her face. You can't remember back that far. I remember a lot that happened when I was 3 and 4 years old. All that walking to get to your work, my squirrel with the white paw, that old woman that hit you with her cane, that tornado, and most of all, those dreadful clodhoppers we found in a trash can that you made me wear. My dear gave me a strange look and said, You don't remember your daddy, do you? Oh, yes, I do. He left the morning after that tornado with a white woman in a green car. You told me a long time ago he moved to Texas and that we would never see him again, I said, my eyes staring off to the side. And we won't, I hope, my dear snarled. Anyway, I know you'll do good in that Erie, Pennsylvania. Me and you, we natural-born survivors. Brother Boatwright coming into our lives was just the beginning. God ain't through with us yet. Look what he done for us. He got Brother Boatwright still looking out for us from beyond the grave, leaving us all that insurance money. I know, I said with great sadness and my head lowered. And I'll show Aunt Bernice and her old man, whoever he is, them and everybody else, I said firmly, and I would. I just didn't know what I was going to show people. You ain't got to show me nothing. I'm your mama. I don't care if you make a fool out of yourself or what. I just want you to be happy. I'll tell you one thing. Mr. Parker at the hardware store, you remember I cleaned for his mama before Judge Lawson hired me. He told me to tell you if things don't work out for you in that new city, he'll give you a job behind the counter at his hardware store. Tell him thanks. We both had tears in our eyes, but somehow we both managed to smile. Course, you could always go back to the phone company if you have to move back to Richland. Everybody always telling me what a nice, proper voice you got, like the girls on TV. My dear grinned proudly. The line moved forward a little. I pushed my luggage along with my foot. I wish Brother Boatwright was alive. Things would be so different. I stiffened. They sure would be, I snapped. My dear gave me a surprised look. Then she straightened the collar on my tweed coat and brushed the sleeves. Even though he was dead, I didn't have the nerve to tell my dear about Mr. Boatwright abusing me. I didn't know if she would believe me, and if she did, would she blame me? I knew that if I ever did tell her, our relationship would never be the same again, and I liked it the way it was. Brother Boatwright was right proud of you. Everything he advised me on was for your benefit. His real concern was keeping you in line till you got you a husband. So many girls in Richland had to give up their dreams to raise babies alone. Brother Boatwright's the one that persuaded me. Let's not talk about him any more. It's too painful, ain't it? My dear sighed. Uh-huh, I agreed, looking around. What I wouldn't do to be young again so I can do better with my life, my dear commented, giving me a thoughtful look. What would you do differently? I asked, looking in her sad face. There's something I'd never do if I had to do it over again. I had men using me like they had paid for me by the pound. Don't never let no man use you for money. It ain't worth it. There's always a better way. I'm so proud you ain't the type to end up doing what I done, what the girls in Scary Mary's house do. My dear shook her head as hard as she could. It's the worst thing a woman can do to her body. I know it is, and I'll never do it, I said, nodding and deliberately looking away so she couldn't see my lying eyes. We didn't talk for a few moments. Did I tell you Judge Lawson's having a little birthday celebration for me next Friday before his poker party? No, ma'am, you didn't tell me. Well, he just told me day before yesterday. My dear paused and chuckled softly. Poor thing. Dying right before my eyes. But he's still having his parties and guzzling his highballs. See how good God'll be to you when you do right by God? That's the one thing I hope you never forget. I nodded. I'll call you for sure to wish you happy birthday. 52, my dear sighed. Sometime It feel like 152.
53, I corrected with a chuckle.
My dear shrugged and shook her head. 50-something years old, and the white folks still call me girl. My dear paused and looked me up and down. Don't you forget that. Her eyes watered. What? To the white folks, you'll always be a girl. You can't never sass none of 'em, don't care what they do to you. I'll never get over the way we used to have to hide from the Klan, 'cause your daddy was the outspoken kind, always sassing white folks back in Florida. Lord, the way he took off with that white woman that morning was suicide. I bet they didn't make it 2 miles. I bet his carcass laying rotten in the Everglades with a rope round his neck right as we speak. My dear sobbed, then fished her handkerchief from her bosom and wiped away a tear and blew her nose. I don't know why I said what I said next. My dear, the way things were for you, did you ever wish you'd never been born? Or that you were dead? Never in my life. She closed her eyes for just a moment, and her lips curled up at the corners. I'm glad I was born, and I sure ain't ready to lay down and die. At least not until I get to see the Bahamas, she said longingly. And get that restaurant, I added. And get that restaurant. She smiled, and with a mischievous glint in her eye added, just like Mr. King's.
Chapter 44. I arrived in Erie on a gloomy morning just before noon. The trip had taken a little more than 2.5 hours, with several stops along the way. I stumbled off the bus, retrieved my luggage, and crawled into the back seat of the first available yellow cab. "Is there a cheap but nice motel close to the downtown area you can take me to?" I asked the middle-aged East Indian driver. "There is many cheap motel, hotel." "Well, can you take me to one? As long as it's near the downtown area. The nearest travel lodge will do," I instructed. Erie looked a lot like Richland. The bus station was located in a fairly nice-looking area. But once we drove across some train tracks, the houses and everything else started looking pretty shabby. One street we drove down reminded me of the street in Richland we had lived on before moving to the nice house on Reed Street. Boisterous, disheveled people looking bitter and tortured were standing on corners, drinking alcohol straight out of the bottle. "Did you have to go this way to get to a downtown travel lodge?" I asked. "I take best route," the man snapped, waving his hand impatiently. I had taken a lot of cabs to get from one place to another in Richland. I knew how some greedy cab drivers purposely drove people out of the way so the meter would go higher. "Well, I've only got $10, I lied. The meter was already up to $8.60. The driver didn't say anything. He just let out a long sigh. We passed some of the same factories and the same grocery stores a second time. Then, miraculously, 2 blocks over was the travel lodge. The meter was up to $9.80. I grabbed my 2 suitcases and got out as fast as I could. The driver made no attempt to get out to help me. I handed him a 10 and said, "Keep the change." He looked at the crumpled bill, rolled his eyes at me, then sped off. I had never stayed in a motel or hotel before in my life. This one reminded me of most of the shacks we had lived in Florida. The room was small and dark, but it was clean. I had a decent bathroom with plenty of fluffy white towels, a mini refrigerator, and a color TV. Before I even took off my coat, I called my dear and was glad she didn't answer. I needed time to gather my thoughts and continue to try and come up with a plan. Caleb had offered to give me some phone numbers of some of his relatives, but I didn't take them. After some of the things I'd heard about his relatives from Pee-wee, they didn't sound like the type of people I wanted as new friends. Some had prison records, and some were violent and couldn't be trusted, he had told me. Walking 2 blocks, I discovered a decent-looking restaurant near the motel. I ate a roast beef dinner and picked up a newspaper on my way back to my room. I was not impressed with the Erie Review want ads. Most of the office jobs required some college and experience, and the restaurants wanted waitresses with experience. I couldn't drive that well, so the ad for cab drivers was useless. There were 2 types of positions listed that I was qualified for: housekeeper and factory worker. Well, I was not wild about becoming a housekeeper. I had come too far for that. Even though I knew that Mud Deer loved cooking and cleaning and raising other folks' kids, I didn't. I circled an ad for the Erie Manufacturing Company, where they assembled garage door openers, and a place called Bolton's, where they assembled airplane engine parts. I waited another hour before I called Muddy again. This time, Mr. King answered the phone. "It's me. I just wanted to let Muddy and you know I made it all right. Is my mama there?" "She in the shower," Mr. King told me. "But I'll sure tell her you called." I chatted with him for a few minutes, then hung up. I guess I was more tired than I realized. I fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until noon the next day. I could survive without working for a few months if I lived cheaply with the money I had. I picked up the newspaper again and turned to the section advertising places for rent. Even though Erie didn't look too much better than Richland, the rents were surprisingly high. I didn't see a single ad for a studio for less than $100. In Richland, you could rent a fully furnished studio in a fairly nice neighborhood for $50 or less, and that would include utilities. My Travelodge room was $15 a day, and I had no cooking facilities. After looking through the want ads, I wasn't sure I could find an affordable place and a job in 1 week. I pulled out the yellow pages and called a dozen or more downtown motels looking for cheaper ones, or at least one with a kitchenette. 7 of the dozen charged $10 a day, but none of them had cooking facilities. 5 told me I'd be allowed to use a hot plate and I could store perishable items in the office refrigerator. They were all located on the same downtown area street. I was told that all I had to do was come with enough money and sign in. I called a cab and had him drop me off at one of the 7 motels I had called. Since they were all offering pretty much the same things, I figured I'd just check into the first one on the list. The cab left me in front of the Prince Street Motel, next to a large sign advertising vacancies. I took my time looking around the immediate area. It was a tree-lined, clean, and busy street. From where I stood, I could see the few office buildings that made up downtown Erie. There were bus stops on both sides of Prince Street, but downtown was within walking distance. It was a bright dog day, but chilly like Richland the day I left, which was why I put on my fall coat instead of packing it. It was my favorite time of the year. During this time of the year, the leaves on the trees in states like Ohio and Pennsylvania turn all different shades of brown, gold, and yellow and fall to the ground, covering it like snow. When I was very young, before Rhoda entered my life, Mr. Boatwright used to rake up the leaves from the trees in our yard. He would shape them into mounds or sometimes pyramids as tall as I was, and I would play in them for hours. My plan was to check into the new motel and stay there until I found an apartment. In the meantime, I planned to apply for every job I was qualified for. Not counting our run-ins with the Klan in Florida,
My experience with motels in Erie, Pennsylvania, was my first real dose of blatant racism. It was the in-your-face kind that would make anybody want to get violent. As soon as I entered the Prince Street motel office, the clerk, a teenage white boy with red freckles all over his face, neck, and arms, ran. He disappeared into a back room and was gone for 5 minutes before he returned with a tall, ponytailed man who looked enough like him to be his father. "Yes, what can I do for you?" the man asked. His deep voice was gruff and impatient. His eyes were so cold, I felt a chill. He shifted his weight to one side and folded his arms. "I called this morning about renting a room," I said, offering my biggest, fakest smile. "We don't have any vacancies," the man mouthed. His eyes shifted briefly from one side to the other. "I called this morning and left my name. Your sign even says—" "We don't have any vacancies," the man repeated. "The sign's out of order." "I see," I mumbled. The scene was repeated in all the rest of the motels I had called the same morning. There were other motels along the way that I had called, but they were more expensive. I didn't even bother to check with them. My head was reeling and I was so overwhelmed I couldn't think clearly. I just kept walking down Prince Street toward town. After 10 minutes, an empty cab stopped at the light I was waiting for. The young white driver smiled and yelled, "Do you need a cab, miss?" I was just a few more blocks from the Travelodge, but I think the real reason I got into the cab was because the driver seemed so nice. And after what I had just experienced with white folks, his friendliness went a long way with me. "Where to?" he asked. He started whistling along with a tune coming from a small transistor radio on the dashboard. "The Travelodge on Noble Street, next to the Shell station," I told him. The cab shot off like a bullet. "Think we're going to have another one of those killer winters like we did last year?" the driver asked. He had his arm hanging out the window and was bobbing his head as he continued whistling. "I'm from Ohio," I said quietly. "Richland. I just got here yesterday." "The Buckeye State, he nodded. "Well, we share the same kind of weather. I lived in Cleveland for a few years when I was around your age. Cleveland's a nice city, but Erie's about as big a city I want to deal with. It's clean, low crime rate, and some pretty nice folks." "I don't know about all that. Nice folks, I mean. I just tried to get a room in 7 different motels on Prince Street, and they all told me they were full. I had called every single one of them just this morning and was told that they had vacancies," I said angrily. I looked up at the rearview mirror. The driver was looking through it at me with pity in his eyes. "Well, some of us still refuse to accept certain changes. I know of 2 black restaurants on Liberty Street that suddenly run out of everything I want every time I try to eat there." "Assholes come in all colors." We both laughed. "How long do you need a room for?" "I'm not sure. Maybe a week or 2. I need a place near public transportation that's cheaper than the place I'm in now, until I find a job and an apartment," I sighed. Like this stranger cared. I was wrong. He did care. "My brother-in-law manages a place downtown right next to the police station. It's cheap, clean, and you'd certainly be safe there." "Will they let me use a hot plate there? Do they have a refrigerator in the main office or in any of the rooms?" I asked with renewed eagerness. My hands were gripping the back of the driver's seat as I leaned forward. "Well, all the rooms I've been in have little kitchenettes. This is not a motel but one of those residential hotels run by the state," the driver explained. He seemed as excited as I was. "Do you know if they have any rooms available? Do you have their phone number? Never mind. I've had enough for one day after that no room at the inn drama I just went through."
Well, if they have a vacancy, and if you got the money, they will rent to you. A lot of the residents are black, mostly single mothers, new people in town like yourself. Can you take me there now? I begged. The hotel the cab driver took me to was called the Richland Hotel. The name being the same as the city I had grown up in had to mean something. Mud Deer and even Mr. Boatwright would insist, "God trying to tell you something." It was a large, tight, brooding gray building with well-worn gray carpets. The minute I stepped into the lobby, I could hear kids yelling and screaming and radios blaring in the background. But it looked clean. There was a security guard in the lobby, and I was not turned away. I paid 2 weeks' rent at the Richland and checked out of the travel lodge all within an hour. My room at the end of a long, dark, narrow, spooky hallway on the 10th floor was not impressive. The brown furniture was plain and musty, and you could see through the plastic curtains. I hung up the few clothes I had brought with me and took a long hot bath in a tub that could barely accommodate my body. The hotel had a restaurant on the 2nd floor, where I ordered a fried chicken dinner. The chicken was greasy, overcooked on the outside and raw on the inside, but I ate the sorry mess, knowing I wouldn't have to eat it again unless I wanted to. I didn't even touch the plastic-looking vegetables that had come with it. I ate the French bread, drank the Coke, then left. "Come again!" the waitress yelled after me, smiling at the 15% tip I had left on the table. There was a convenience store across the street from the hotel. With a kitchenette, I could do my own cooking. I was actually humming when I returned to my room and dialed Rhoda's number. I gave her a brief description of my bus ride and the hotel room. "What's it like down there in Atwater?" she answered. "Miami is only a few minutes away by car. The weather's fabulous, and oh, I just love it here," she squealed. "I'm happy for you," I lied, speaking in a weak voice. From the day she met Otis, I'd wanted their relationship to fail so that she would have more time for me like she used to. "Our nearest neighbors, the Fergusons, are 5 minutes away," Rhoda continued. "They're white trash, I might add, and most of the family members are not very friendly." She paused, then added in a whisper, "Klan." "Oh, no," I lamented. Suddenly my sadness turned to concern for her safety. "Oh, don't worry. Uncle Johnny used to be in the Klan before he got religion. That's when he realized how generous his black half-brother was. But even when he was in the Klan, Uncle Johnny was pretty harmless, he claims." "I think this crew is pretty harmless, too," she assured me. "Otis's grandpa just hired one of 'em. Now, a Klansman willing to work for a black can't be too threatening," Rhoda laughed. "Uncle Johnny's not smart or sober long enough to be threatening. You and I both know how dangerous the Klan can be if you step on their toes. They threw a firebomb in our house one time when I was a little girl. Well, we're minding our own business, so they have no reason to fuck with us. The wife, Betty Lou Ferguson, is real friendly. She's in her mid-30s and already has 8 kids. The youngest, the only girl, is this cute little thing named April, who follows me around like a shadow. She's more anxious for me to have the baby than I am. Hey, when are you going to find a job? Soon, but I've got enough money to last for a while. Well, if the going gets rough, you need a little money or something, just let me know." "I will." I desperately wanted to tell her about the money I had inherited from Mr. Boatwright, but saw no point in doing so. Even though I had eagerly accepted it and planned to spend every penny, I felt somewhat hypocritical. Besides, I couldn't have come up with an acceptable excuse not to accept the money. "Just put aside enough money for a one-way ticket back to Richland, just in case," she instructed. I have. She brought me up to date on what was happening with her family, and we had a few laughs over Uncle Johnny and how he was borrowing money like mad from Mr. Antonisanti to play poker at Judge Lawson's house. After we hung up, I sat there looking around the room for about 10 minutes before my eyes returned to the phone. I took a deep breath. Then I called my dear. First, she rambled on about some church activities, how Judge Lawson was dying, and what a good man Mr. King was. "Did you put that money in the bank yet?" she wanted to know. "No, ma'am." "Well, you better do it soon. The last thing I want is to get a phone call from the police telling me to come identify your body 'cause somebody done busted your brains out robbing you." "Yes, ma'am," I laughed, rolling my eyes back in my head. "And no matter what, if things don't work out, you can always come home. Judge Lawson's done fixed it so we'll always have this house to live in. And Mr. King say you can work in his restaurant if you need a job. You read your Bible today?" "Not yet," I muttered. "Well, you better. You want God to be good to you, you got to be good to him. Study his word and live by it best you can. Do you hear me?" "Yes, ma'am." After I hung up, I pulled out the same newspaper I had previously picked up and stared long and hard at the want ads again. I tore out the section advertising the clerical jobs and placed it on the nightstand next to the phone. Chapter 45. "I'm sorry. We're looking for someone with at least 2 years' experience," the thin young Asian personnel representative at the utility company informed me coldly. I sat across from her wearing a dark blue suit and a white scarf around my neck with my stomach churning. "What about something that doesn't require 2 years' experience?" I bleated. The woman shook her head slowly and sighed again. Before speaking, she rose and extended her hand. "I truly am sorry we can't offer you anything at this time." We shook hands. I mumbled a thank you and left. That was my 5th interview in a week. The phone company had some interest in me, but they had no openings. My application and resume would remain on file for 6 months. The others had all told me either they had no openings or that experience was a requirement. My room at the Richland Hotel was beginning to feel like a cell. I only left it to go out to look for work or to get something to eat. A few of the women in the hotel had attempted to befriend me, but I started to avoid them when they started asking me if I could lend them money or if I could babysit. I had not talked to Madia or Rhoda in the last week, but both of them had called me several times while I was out and left messages with the front desk. I didn't plan to call them back until I had something positive to report. The last thing I wanted was for them to know what a hard time I was having finding a job. 2 more agonizing weeks crawled by, and I was still going on useless interviews and spending more and more money on the hotel, food, and transportation. The week of Thanksgiving was one of the darkest weeks of my life. 2 more places I applied to couldn't talk to me until after the holiday. The personnel rep at the newspaper office called me up the day before Thanksgiving and invited me to come in to interview for a receptionist position. I couldn't sleep much that night. I got up bright and early, took a long hot bath, and put on the best-looking business outfit I had been able to find. I felt glamorous in my dark red wool suit. I brushed my hair back into a neat bun, put on a little makeup, and was on my way, strolling down the hallway on my way to the elevator. I felt that this was the job God had been holding for me. The woman who had called me had even said, "No experience necessary." The day before, I had applied at 3 restaurants and 2 factories, only because I had already applied for all the clerical jobs listed in the want ads and some that were not. I walked into the newspaper office's front lobby and was directed down a long hallway by a security guard. Across from the personnel office was what appeared to be a typing pool with about 12 young, attractive women. In just a few seconds, I scanned the room. It was a bright, neatly organized place with pictures of young kids and smiling husbands or boyfriends on all the desks I could see. Most of the women were white, but there were 2 blacks and 1 Hispanic woman. Then it hit me. They all looked alike, slim and beautiful. The ad had stated that a front desk appearance was one of their requirements. Compared to me, all these women looked like models. A couple of them glanced at me with blank expressions. One of the black women looked me up and down, then went back to her work without a smile or even an acknowledgement. I took a deep breath and headed for the door marked Personnel and knocked. The personnel representative was even more beautiful than the women in the secretarial pool. She was a young blonde, with hair that reminded me of corn silk and skin that looked like porcelain. Her big blue eyes shifted a lot, which to me usually meant a person's uncomfortable or lying. After a few questions about my expectations, she told me what the job entailed and concluded by saying, do you have at least 3 references, Miss Goode?" "Oh, yes, ma'am," I smiled, my heart beating a mile a minute. I prayed the interview would end before sweat started sliding down my face. I handed her a manila folder with a letter of recommendation and 3 references from the phone company. She read my recommendation letter with one eyebrow raised the whole time. "Very nice," she mouthed. "Well," she said, rising. She handed me my folder back, then extended her hand to me. I rose with her, now trembling. "I've got 3 more interviews today. Thank you for coming down on such short notice." She started walking from around her desk. "When can I expect to hear from you?" I managed, sweating by now. "With the holiday and so many people taking time off, I won't be able to make a decision until sometime next week." She patted my shoulder and snatched open the door. I thanked her, gave her another smile, then walked out with my feet feeling so heavy I could barely put one in front of the other. On the way home, I picked up a bottle of vodka and some lemon juice. I didn't really like the taste of alcohol, but it was not the taste I cared about. It was what it would do for me. Back at the hotel, I waved to the front desk clerk and made my way to the elevator. Holding the door for me was one of the down-and-out men who lived on my floor. "You lookin' mighty nice today," he told me, looking me up and down with wide eyes and a big grin. He was a stocky, dark brown black man around 30, with shiny black eyes and a gold tooth in front. "Thank you," I mumbled, clearing my throat, thinking that if I didn't make too much eye contact, he would stop talking. "You got any plans for Thanksgiving?" he asked. I was too dazed to realize what he was up to. I just shook my head. "I'm right across the hall from you, and I ain't got no plans neither. All my folks and friends back in Georgia. I just joined this real nice church. Reminds me of the one I belong to back home that's providing dinner for the homeless and folks alone like me and you." His voice trailed off. "They serving them dinners today instead of tomorrow, on account of the church folk with families want to spend the Thanksgiving day at home." I turned and looked him straight in the eye. "What?" He pressed his lips together and coughed before speaking again. "You welcome to go with me to that church dinner this evening. It's the Church of God in Christ over on Patterson Street, 6 blocks from here. Dinner is at 6 this evening." "I can't. I'll let you know," I said. When the elevator stopped, I almost knocked him over trying to get out so fast. Normally, I would have flat out turned him down, but I had too many other things on my mind. One of the things being the vodka in my purse. I fished it out, opened it, and started drinking straight out of the bottle before I even took my so-called power suit off. The alcohol affected my brain immediately. By the time I had finished half the vodka, I was not only drunk, but depressed as hell. I took off my suit and slid into a pair of blue corduroy pants and a t-shirt. I just knew the lady from the newspaper personnel office had no intentions of hiring a big, fat, black oaf like me, and I knew I would not hear from any of the other jobs I had interviewed for. Since the day I was born, this was the first Thanksgiving or first holiday period I would spend completely alone. It had started to get dark, and I had not turned on the light in my room yet, but there was enough light shining through my window from a bar and other business neons outside. I sat on the bed and stared at the wall. After a few minutes, I staggered to the window and stared out of it for a while. Both sides of the street had people rushing to and from somewhere. Even though November was a cold month in Erie, I was sweating like a hog. That's why I opened the window, or at least that's what I told myself. With that cold wind slapping against my burning face and hot tears streaming down my cheeks, I decided I had had enough. My life had become my worst enemy. Where was God now? The alcohol felt like it had burned a hole in my brain, my stomach, and even my soul, but it made things look so much better. One was the ground below. All I had to do was squeeze through that window and jump. I chuckled, thinking what a mess I'd be for somebody to scrape up off the sidewalk. Seconds later, at the same time, somebody knocked on the door and the phone rang. It took me a few moments to refocus my attention. "I've left so many messages," Rhoda began in a piercing, loud voice as soon as I grabbed the phone. Whoever was at the door sounded like they were trying to come through it. "Rhoda, hold on a minute," I told her. I ran to the door and cracked it open. It was the man from across the hall who had talked to me in the elevator. "Yes?" "I just wanted to drop off one of them dinners from the church, since you wasn't able to make it. It ain't the best, but it's better than that slop they serving downstairs at the Richland Hotel restaurant this evening. You have a nice rest of the day, sister, and a happy holiday if I don't see you tomorrow." He handed me a large brown bag that was still warm. Then he nodded and turned to leave. "What's your name again?" I yelled. "Levi Hardy," he replied with a warm smile, letting himself into his room. "Thank you, Mr. Hardy," I told him, my voice cracking. The food was so potent it immediately filled my entire room with a delicious smell. I set it on the foot of the bed, then sat down and picked up the phone. "Rhoda, I'm sorry. It was this man from across the hall dropping off something," I slurred. "Well, since you take your good old time returning calls, I figured I'd keep trying until I reached you. I just wanted to wish you a happy holiday." "Thanks, Rhoda. I've been meaning to call you back, but I've been so busy looking for a job." My eyes rested on the vodka bottle sitting on the window ledge. "How is your family?" "Oh, everyone is fine. Ma dear, Daddy, and Aunt Lola came down. They're going to be here until the weekend," Rhoda said cheerfully. "They all said to say hi to you." "Didn't Uncle Johnny come?" "Uncle Johnny, he's in jail," Rhoda whispered. I was blind drunk, and my head was spinning like a top, but I was still able to talk coherently. "My God, what did he do?" It was so good to hear from Rhoda. Already I was feeling better. I shuddered when I looked at the window that was still open. If Rhoda had not called when she did, or if Mr. Hardy had not come by and knocked when he did. I probably would have been on the ground by then. In a whisper to myself, I repeated one of Mudea's frequent phrases. God's trying to tell me something. I had not eaten since before noon. I took the foil-wrapped dinner out of the bag while listening to Rhoda. He was drinking with Uncle Carmine over at Anton Asante's the other day. Well, Uncle Carmine had to leave, but he told the bartender to keep serving Uncle Johnny. You know my uncle when it comes to free booze. He got so drunk he fell off the bar stool and hit his head. He gets up with this bloody knot on his forehead and has the nerve to ask for another drink. Well, when the bartender turned him down, Uncle Johnny picked up a chair and threw it at him. Uncle Carmine is my daddy's oldest and dearest friend, but I believe Uncle Johnny's going to ruin their relationship. Daddy tried to talk Uncle Carmine out of it, but Uncle Carmine had Uncle Johnny arrested. Poor Uncle Johnny! That man has such a miserable life, I sighed. Yeah, too bad he's not happy like us. Yeah, too bad, I responded. I started eating the dinner. It was a huge plate with all the trimmings, even cornbread dressing and cranberry sauce. I can't talk long. We're going to sit down to eat in a few minutes. We'll talk again next week. After Rhoda hung up, I sat looking at the phone and eating. Then I looked at the window again, thinking how close I had just come to jumping out of it. I set my plate down and went to close it. I called up Mudea, and just as I expected, she was out. I finished my dinner and turned on the television. My buzz was still pretty strong, and my head was hurting like somebody had hit me with a brick. It helped when I walked around, but the room was so small, walking around too much meant I had to walk around in circles. To avoid doing that, I walked across the hall to Levi Hardy's room. He was glad to see me. "Come on in, sister, and make yourself at home," he grinned, opening the door wide. Gospel music was playing softly on a clock radio on his dresser. Unlike my room, Levi had personalized his. His Bible was on the nightstand, and there were several pictures of various members of his family next to it. His mother looked a lot like him, but the three brothers he pointed to didn't. "Me and my brothers had different daddies," he confessed, like he had read my mind. He seemed eager to talk, so I let him ramble on for a few minutes without interrupting him. "I'm my mama's outside child by some other woman's husband. Ma's folks didn't accept me. When folks treat you different, you know, not as good as the rest of the family, you grow up with all kind of mixed feelings. I've been on my own since I was 16, 15 years now, and I still don't know what to do with myself. I spent a few years on a merchant." Levi paused long enough to catch his breath. "One of my shipmates talked me into moving to Erie, where he'd help me get a job in one of the mills. A week after we got here, me expecting to live with him and his folks till I got situated, boom! He had a massive heart attack and was dead at 38. I had a few dollars on me, so I figured I'd kick around here for a while, rather than go back to a home in Georgia that wasn't a home. I just got hired over at the Davies body shop the other day. I swear, sometime it be like God intervened at the right time." "I know exactly what you mean," I told him. "I only have my mama and an aunt somewhere in New Jersey." I occupied a wobbly chair by his window, and he was on his bed with his short legs crossed with a bottle of beer in his hand. "Thanks again for that nice dinner," I smiled. I could still feel the vodka dancing around with my brain. "Where your man at?" Levi smiled, scratching his chin and giving me a thoughtful look. He had on a dull brown suit,
a dingy white shirt with a stiff tie, and a pair of brown loafers with run-over heels. In the military," I lied. "We'll probably get married when he gets back from Vietnam," I added. A sad look replaced Levi's smile. "He's a lucky man," he muttered, finishing his beer. I told him about my futile job interviews. He told me more about places in Erie I'd probably enjoy, like his favorite bar, the nearest movie theaters, the best soul food restaurants, and his church. "I hope I get a chance to take you out before that soldier boy come home," he grinned, raising one brow suggestively. "Maybe," I mumbled, rising. "Thanks again for the dinner," I continued, moving toward the door. "You ain't got to run, you know. I don't know about you, but this is a lonely night for me, and I am enjoying your company," he said, leaping up from the bed with his arms outstretched. "Well, there's a gospel program coming on Channel 7 in a few minutes." He strode across the floor and turned off the radio, then turned on the small color TV next to it. I ended up staying another hour, and I'm glad I did. He was a nice man. After the program went off, I stood up again. "I really do have to go now. Thanks again for the dinner," I told him one more time, extending my hand. "Oh, you welcome." He got up to shake my hand and walk me to the door. "Anytime you missing that soldier boy of yours, my door is always open if you want to come over and talk. And I wish you'd think about going out with me sometime." I went to bed that night, still concerned about my employment situation. But I was in a much better mood. I couldn't believe how close I had come to ending my life. Again, Rhoda had saved me. Rhoda and a strange new man. Chapter 46. I spent most of Thanksgiving Day in bed. The hotel restaurant was open, so I went to pick up one of their dinners. Before they wrapped it, I could tell it was a mess. The turkey looked dry, the dressing looked like mud, and the mashed potatoes had lumps big as marbles. "You sure are a brave soul," a petite black woman with red hair and gray eyes laughingly said as we got into the same elevator. "The last time I ate in that restaurant, I spent the next 2 days in the bathroom throwing up from both ends." "Yeah, I know the food is deadly," I said, "but sometimes anything is better than nothing." The woman I was talking to was one of the ones who had tried to get me to babysit. She was just a little older than I, but she had 4 kids already. "Ain't you got no family neither?" she asked. "No, not in Erie," I told her. "Well, I'm Jan Kursky in room 1142. If you ever feel like talking or just need somebody to lean on." I thanked the woman and got off. Once I got to my room, I felt bad about turning down her many requests for me to babysit for her. When she knocked on my door later Thanksgiving Day, accompanied by a rough-looking man wearing a do-rag, asking again if I could watch her kids while she went to one of the nearby bars, I still said no. As bad as I wanted and needed friends, I promised myself I would avoid anybody I thought was out to take advantage of me. I lied to her about having a date, but as soon as she left, I crawled into bed and ate my dinner with a relish. I dozed off, but around 10 the phone rang. Ma dear told me all about the wonderful Thanksgiving dinner she had enjoyed with Mr. King and a holiday service they'd attended at church. Before she asked, I told her that I was certain I'd be working any day now. "I've been on several interviews," I revealed. "That's why I was not here all those times you called." "Well, turn it over to God. If you done interviewed all you can interview, it's up to him now." Ma dear babbled on for a few minutes more about Judge Lawson's failing health and what some of the people from the neighborhood were up to. She told me in great detail about Caleb's recent hip surgery, Florence calling to get my address,
and Pee-wee's picture in the newspaper because of some medal he had earned. She finally hung up after telling me about how she took flowers over to the cemetery to put on Mr. Boatwright's grave. I dreamed about Mr. Boatwright that night. He had come into my room wearing a white robe and carrying his Bible. "Don't you be scared of nothing, girl. I'm here to comfort you," he told me. The dream was so real, I woke up around 5 a.m. in a daze the day after Thanksgiving and could not get back to sleep. I was just lying in bed staring at the ceiling when around 9:30 a.m. the phone rang. It was the personnel representative at the Erie Manufacturing Company, one of the 2 factories where I had applied. They had a job for me. "When do I start?" I yelled. The woman on the other end was silent. "Are you available to start a week from Monday?" "Oh, yes, I'm available to start today if you want me to," I said eagerly. The woman laughed. "That won't be necessary. You'll need to take a physical first. Then, of course, there is some paperwork you will need to complete." After I got off the phone, I actually started dancing around the room. I had to share my news with somebody. Rhoda and my dear were both out. I put on a blouse and skirt and walked across the hall to tell Levi. Before I could knock, his door opened and he walked out with an attractive woman in her mid-20s. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to let you know I got the job I applied for at Erie Manufacturing." "Praise the Lord!" he yelled. I didn't bat an eye when he hugged me. His lady friend rolled her eyes at me and advised him that they had a cab waiting. Too excited to sit in my room, I went to the hotel's restaurant and wrestled my way through another one of their fried chicken plates. Chapter 47. I hated my new job at first. Along with 7 other women, I sat on an assembly line, screwing washers, nuts, and bolts onto various parts of garage door openers. After only a week, it was a chore I could do in my sleep. Because of the oil and dust, we all dressed very casually, so I had wasted all the money I'd spent on business suits. The $7 an hour and the medical benefits were the incentive I needed to keep me going. Ma dear, Rhoda, and everybody else I'd told were happy for me. Florence even sent me a congratulatory card. "What are your co-workers like?" Rhoda asked. She had just come home from the hospital with a 7-pound baby boy she had named Julian. I could hear him crying in the background. "Well, I don't know yet. They mind their own business, and so do I. I am the youngest one, and there are only 2 other black women. There is another department in another section where they test and paint the garage door openers, but I haven't met any of those people." "You've been sharing an assembly line for 2 weeks now with 7 women, and you don't know what any of them are like yet?" "Well, the white women hang together and keep to themselves on breaks and lunch. They've all been working together for almost 20 years. The 2 black women, well, they aren't very friendly. Everybody speaks to me, but none of them have invited me out for a break or lunch or anything," I said sadly. It was true none of the women had tried to establish a friendship with me. "Have you tried to develop a friendship with any of them?" "Well, no. Annette, you don't have to wait for them to approach you. Why don't you ask one of them to go to lunch or something? I bet if you made an attempt to get to know them, they'd help you find an apartment," Rhoda told me, sounding almost angry. "You can't spend your life waiting for things to come to you, Annette. Life's too short." The next day at work, I invited the middle-aged white woman next to me on the line to lunch. "There's a McDonald's down the street I usually go to," I told her. Cynthia Costello, a thin, plain-looking, bleached blonde, smiled at me and shook her head. "But I'd love to. With 6 kids, I am on a tight budget. I always bring my lunch unless it's a special occasion. Cynthia had the worst case of acne I'd ever seen on a woman her age, and her teeth didn't look too much better. I ate lunch alone that day, but later, when it was afternoon break time, Cynthia invited me to join her and one of the two black women. Her name was Viola Jenkins, and she appeared to be in her mid-50s like my dear. "You look a little like my niece in Baton Rouge," Viola informed me. I sat across from her and Cynthia at one of 6 plastic tables in our lunchroom down the hall from the assembly line. In the lunchroom were several vending machines with chips, sodas, and candy bars. Cynthia opened a thermos filled with coffee that she had brought from home. Viola was even larger than I was. We each had a Diet Pepsi in front of us. She had beautiful bronze skin, small, tired black eyes, and only half of her teeth left. There were at least half a dozen moles on the bottom half of her face, and her salt and pepper hair was pulled back into a flat ponytail with a red rubber band holding it together. "I hear you ain't got no family here. What about a church home?" Viola said, giving me an intense look. She had a deep, aggressive voice that was almost masculine. "Well, as soon as I get settled into an apartment, I'm going to pick a church. A man I met at the Richland Hotel where I rent a room told me about the Church of God in Christ. Have you ever been to it?" Viola's eyes got big and a wide grin appeared on her face. "That's the only sanctified church in town, and my stepdaddy is the preacher there," Viola said proudly. "You Pentecostal?" "Well, no, I'm a Baptist, but I've been to Pentecostal churches before," I told her. I felt bad not including Cynthia in the conversation. I turned to her. "Do you go to church, Cynthia?" She nodded. "I'm Catholic, and you're welcome to attend our services too." I truly enjoyed talking with these two women. After work, walking to the bus stop a block away together, Viola shared some disturbing information with me about Cynthia. "She's done every drug in the book and drinks like a fish. All on account of that man of hers." "Does he beat her?" I asked. "Like he getting paid for it, girl," Viola growled, walking with great difficulty. She was breathing hard and lumbering along like a weak turtle, a lot like Mr. Boatwright used to do. "Poor Cynthia. I went to school with her mama." "What? How old is Cynthia?" I gasped, whirling around to face Viola. "How old do you think she is?" Viola muttered, slowing down even more. "Well, with 6 kids and the way she looks, I'd say she was in her late 40s, maybe even early 50s. Viola laughed and shook her head, fanning her face with a flat straw purse she had in her hand. "The girl ain't but 36, Viola sighed with a groan so long and deep I almost felt it. Erie Manufacturing was on the opposite side of town from my hotel. There was a bus that stopped a block away that some of the workers who didn't own cars depended on. Viola had a car, but because parking was such a problem, she chose to utilize the bus. In fact, most of the other employees did also for the same reason. Cynthia's brutal husband brought her to and from work because, according to Viola, he was extremely jealous and didn't trust her in too many public places alone where men were present. He beats her, brings his 2 kids by his outside woman home for Cynthia to babysit while him and the other woman go out and party. And Cynthia can't talk on the phone without his permission. He's even been down here drunk as a skunk, trying to start some mess. I can't tell you how many times he done almost got poor Cynthia fired. Viola loved to talk. During the bus ride, she told me all about her church, her family, her big house on Noble Street across from her church, and her man. She had 4 grown children that she had kicked out as soon as they each turned 18. She even told me about some new apartments in her neighborhood. A week after I moved into a furnished 1-bedroom apartment on Maple Ridge, 2 blocks from Viola's house, I got a call from the personnel rep at the newspaper company. It was a job offer. I thanked her profusely, but I turned the job down. I had gotten used to my assembly line work and Viola and Cynthia. 2 clerical job offers came the following week, but I turned them down too. Madeira was ecstatic when I called and told her I had found a church, even though it was not of our faith. "God the same no matter which one of his houses you in," she assured me. She didn't seem too pleased that my 2 new friends were so much older than I. "Can't you find no friends your own age?" she asked, sounding worried. "I will eventually," I said. I had a life now. I had a job I had grown to like, and new friends I adored. The Church of God in Christ was very much like the other Pentecostal churches I'd visited. Most of the frenzied congregation shouted and fell to the floor speaking in tongues every Sunday. I didn't shout or speak in tongues, but I enjoyed the services. It was a small church with not enough benches, so I had to stand for the whole sermon almost every time I went. I often saw Levi and his lady friend at church, and each time he was friendly, but the woman, whose name was Nettie, rolled her eyes at me. Viola's husband, Willie, was a frail brown-skinned man with beady brown eyes and thin lips, whom she controlled completely. Viola did whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted, but Willie didn't make a move without her approval. Unlike Cynthia's situation, Viola didn't use violence to control her husband. He seemed to enjoy being told what to do and what not to do. "Vi, do you mind if I go over to the pool room for a while?" he asked one evening when I was visiting Viola at home. "Yeah, you can go," Viola told him with a smile, kissing him passionately before he left. Even though Viola was old enough to be my mother, and we didn't have much in common, I enjoyed being with her. We spent a lot of time shopping and cruising restaurants. One evening I went to dinner with Viola at Percy's, our favorite soul food restaurant. Her husband, Willie, had come with us to help celebrate Viola and me getting raises at work. On our table were huge servings of black-eyed peas and oxtails threatening to slide off the plates. Viola paused and wiped her lips and chin with a napkin, and then she shook her head. "I can't believe you ain't got no man," she told me, looking at me across the table. Willie sat quietly next to her, speaking only when spoken to. "Oh, well, I had this man in the Army," I said. It bothered me when anybody commented on my solo status. Whenever it came up, I consistently told the lie about my bogus military lover to keep them from trying to play matchmaker. When I wasn't at work, church, or out with Viola, I spent my free time going to movies and bookstores alone. I missed all the people from Richland, but I was glad the ones I missed the most, Madeira and Rhoda, were just a phone call away. I called them, or they called me on a fairly regular basis. I often ran into Levi at Kroger's, where I bought my groceries. Whenever he was alone, he asked me out, and each time I told him I had something to do, which I usually did. He always seemed to invite me to go somewhere on a night I had plans to go out with Viola. The weeks turned into months, and before I realized it, 5 years had slipped by and not once had I attempted to visit Richland. I was still working on the same assembly line, sitting on the same stool next to Cynthia Costello, doing the same job. It was comfortable. I got regular raises, and I enjoyed it. The rest of the women were a lot more friendly toward me now, so I always had somebody to go to lunch with or for drinks after work. On November 14th, 1973, Rhoda gave birth to another little boy. This one she named David after her dead brother and her father. She continually invited me to come for a visit, but each time I made up some wild job-related excuse. I wanted to see her and meet her children,
but I knew that seeing her in person enjoying life without my presence would depress me severely. She had just as many excuses not to come visit me. I wrote a few letters to Pee-wee because he sent me so many, and unlike Florence, who didn't complain when I took my time writing back to her, kept telling me I'd better write back to him more often or he was going to talk about me like a dog. I did, looking at it as one way to wean myself off Rhoda. Pee-wee was always prompt about responding. In his last letter, he told me that he planned to visit some relatives in Erie soon, and that if he did, he would visit me as well. So much time went by, I forgot about it, so I was surprised when he called me on a Saturday morning in the middle of June, 7 months after the birth of Rhoda's son. "Hello, Annette. This is Jerry." An unfamiliar, very masculine and sexy man's voice said, "Jerry who?" "Pee-wee from Richland, Ohio." "How are you, Pee-wee?" I had never called him Jerry and had almost forgotten that was his real name. "I got your phone number from your mother." "Where are you?" I asked, so happy to hear his voice. "Well, I'm in Erie visiting some of the old neighborhood gang and some kinfolks for a few days. Did you get my last letter? I told you I'd look you up if I made it here." He sounded so different. I had not heard his voice since the summer after graduation. He finally sounded like a man. "Yeah, I got your letter. Please do come by." I didn't have to give him directions. He was as familiar with Erie as he was with Richland. I didn't know what to expect, but when I opened my front door that Saturday evening around 5, I was shocked speechless. Gone was that thin, homely boy, and standing before me was a tall, well-built man, handsome beyond my imagination. His uniform made him even more breathtaking. He was holding his hat in his hand. "Pee-wee? Is that you?" It was hard to believe that a man could change so much in less than 6 years. "In the flesh," he grinned. He had even grown a mustache. I motioned him to a seat on my living room couch, where he eased down and placed his hand on his knee. "You got a nice place," he said, looking around, nodding at my entertainment center, the first thing I had purchased with my first paycheck. The furniture that came with the apartment was nice. I had a black leather couch and matching love seat, 2 large beige lamps on smoked glass end tables, and a glass coffee table in front of the couch. I had purchased the imitation Monet paintings on the beige walls myself. You've changed," I muttered and shrugged. "My God, you've changed." "I sure hope so. The military can make you or break you. In my case, the military remade me." He smiled, "and I've been into weight training for about 4 years now." He told me about his Vietnam experience and his plans for the future. He was going to finish his commitment, go move back to Richland, go to barber school and work with his father. "Daddy's planning to add 2 more chairs and will need my help." I told him about my job and my new friends, but I was reluctant to talk about my future. Everything still seemed uncertain at this point. We drank a few glasses of wine and laughed and talked about some of the people from our old neighborhood. Around 11, he looked at his watch. "What time do you have to leave?" I asked. "Well, the last plane back to the base tonight leaves in a couple of hours. If I miss it, the next one leaves in the morning at 8. "When do you have to be back on the base?" "Oh, I don't have to be back for another 2 days. "Why don't you just stay the night then? I would love to have your company," I told him, making a sweeping gesture with my hand. He stayed.
and we enjoyed more wine and a late fried chicken dinner I had delivered from Percy's. I made up the couch, and around midnight I went to bed, leaving him up watching TV. I don't know what time it was, but during the night I woke up and found him standing at the foot of my bed. I don't know if it was the wine, or if this was something that was bound to happen sooner or later. No words were needed. He smiled. I returned the smile, and then I threw back the covers. What he did to me and what Mr. Boatwright had done to me for years were two different things. And as far as the men from Scary Mary's were concerned, I couldn't even remember what sex had been like with them. It seemed so unreal when I recalled any of it, which was every day. The shame of prostitution as part of my work experience was overwhelming. He offered to teach me things, telling me, "We got all night." I did everything he told me to do. Afterward, when I shared his joint with him, I couldn't stop grinning. I waited until I was sure he was asleep before I climbed out of bed and ran to the living room phone to call Rhoda. "Do you know what time it is?" she barked. "I know. I just wanted to tell you. Pee-wee is here and you know. I just wanted you to be the first to know we did it." "Did what?" "Pee-wee and I had sex." "Our Pee-wee?" "You have got to be kidding," Rhoda screamed. She was wide awake now. "I am not kidding," I laughed. "And do you know what? I liked it. Now I know why you and Otis were always sneaking off to motels." "This is too much," Rhoda replied. "Tell me about it," I laughed again. We got quiet for a few moments, but I wasn't ready to get off the phone. I never got tired of talking to Rhoda. "Well, what now? Does this mean you and Pee-wee are an item or something?" Rhoda asked. "He's leaving in the morning to go back to base. He'll be discharged in a few months. Then he returns to Richland to go to barber school so he can work with Caleb." My voice was now low and hollow. My mind was whirling with confusion and a strange sense of joy. My crotch was still tingling. I had finally found out what all the fuss was about. "I see. So this was just a one-night stand," Rhoda said accusingly. "I guess so," I answered, disappointed because I was thinking the same thing. "I figured that. You know how men are." After Rhoda said that, I felt cheap and used. Now I was ready to get off the phone. I felt really sad after my conversation with Rhoda. I missed Pee-wee already, and he had not even left. I went back to sleep, and when I woke up planning to fix him breakfast, he was gone. No goodbye, no nothing, just gone. I got depressed all over again. If I could have, I would have kicked my own ass for letting a man make a fool out of me the first time I let my guard down. Within a week, things were back to normal for me. I put Pee-wee out of my mind and concentrated on my life in Erie. For the next few weeks, I didn't call Rhoda. I felt too ashamed after what Pee-wee had done to me. When Pee-wee returned to Richland, he wrote me a brief note and apologized for leaving me the way he did. I wrote him back and told him not to worry, we were still friends. We began to write to one another on an irregular basis. About 3 months after I'd slept with Pee-wee, my telephone rang one Sunday night, right after I had gone to bed. I figured it was my dear calling, but it was Rhoda. "I need you. I need you here with me real bad," she said as soon as I spoke. Something was dreadfully wrong. My first thought was she had confessed to Mr. Boatwright's murder, and she was calling to tell me that our gooses were cooked.
My heart started beating so hard I was afraid it was going to pop out of my chest.
"Did somebody find out about Mr. Boatwright?" I hollered, out of breath. The long silence that followed scared me even more. "Rhoda, are you there?"
"My son David is dying," she rasped. "He has a hole in his heart, just like my dear." "What did you say?" She repeated herself, and her words were like a sledgehammer slamming against the side of my head. All of a sudden, my problems didn't seem so big anymore. "I'm on my way." I left the apartment with just the clothes on my back and my purse. The taxi got me to the airport in record time, but the next flight to the Miami area where Atwater was located wasn't for another 3 hours. I arrived in Miami the next morning at 10 a.m. after a 2-hour stopover in Charlotte, North Carolina. A gypsy cab took 20 minutes to get me to Rhoda's country place. Even though Rhoda had told me all about her house, I didn't know what to really expect. The cab let me out on a dirt road. Then I had to walk through some woods for about 5 minutes to reach a clearing. Surrounded by orange trees was the cutest little white cottage I'd ever seen. A truck and a Jeep were in the front yard, along with some hens and a coon dog. A young white girl of about 12 was sitting on the front porch steps crying. Sitting on her lap was a young black boy who was a miniature version of Rhoda's husband, sucking his thumb. She had sent me lots of pictures of her older boy, so I knew that this was her son Julian. He whined when I reached out to touch him. "He's afraid of strange people," the girl informed me. "Is this where Rhoda and Otis live?" I asked, knowing that it had to be. The girl gave me a suspicious look, then nodded and stood up. The boy hid behind her. "Are you April?" I asked. The girl nodded again and started wiping her nose with the tail of her flowered dress. She was a pretty child with milky white skin, huge brown eyes, and a single blonde braid. "Where is Rhoda? Where is her husband?" "Mr. Otis is in Jamaica with his daddy. They're on the way back home now. Miss Rhoda is on the back porch with the baby. She told me to keep this boy here with me so she could tend to the little one." I snatched open the front screen door. Not being familiar with the house, I didn't know where to run once I got inside. Just as I expected, Rhoda had decorated her home nicely with wicker furniture, lush green carpets, large white lamps, an elaborate fish tank with an assortment of exotic fish, and a library in the living room that contained hundreds of books. "I'll show you." April grabbed my hand and led me through the house to the kitchen. Outside on the back porch sat Rhoda in a rocking chair holding David. Her right nipple was in his mouth, and she was rocking him and humming. Tears came to my eyes when I noticed a squirrel with a white paw like the one I had played with as a child, perched in a corner on the porch looking up at Rhoda. I blinked hard to contain myself. "Rhoda, is he going to be all right?" I asked softly, moving toward her. She looked at me with red, swollen eyes. Smiling sadly, she stopped humming and shook her head slowly. Then she looked away and started humming again. April tugged on my arm. "Lady, he's dead," she whispered. "He died last night."
Chapter 48. Since I'd left Erie with nothing but my purse, I took a cab back into Miami the same day I arrived to pick up a few items I'd be needing during my stay at Rhoda's house. The most difficult purchase was a simple black dress to wear to the baby's funeral. I didn't plan to return to Erie until the weekend. I called Viola from Rhoda's living room phone to tell her where I was and why. "Annette, don't you worry about nothing. I'll call the shift supervisor right away and tell him where you at and why and that you won't be back to work for a few days," Viola told me. Right after I finished my conversation with Viola, I called up my dear to tell her about David's death, but she already knew from the Nelsons. "And did Rhoda tell you about that brother of hers, that mannish boy Jock?" my dear whispered. "What about him?" "Since he been back from Vietnam, he's been real strange. Shell shock, Mr. King called it. Chasing cars, spitting on folks. He went up to Scary Mary and slapped her so hard her wig flew off," my dear told me. "Rhoda didn't tell me about Jock," I whispered, looking over my shoulder. A doctor had sedated her, but she was up and about anyway. "Well, don't bring it up at a time like this," my dear pleaded. "Rhoda'll be fine. I'm going to help her prepare dinner," I said, glad my dear got off the phone right away. Rhoda's kitchen was larger than one would expect. So was her living room. The 3 bedrooms, all neat and brightly furnished, were small, which made them seem congested. "April keeps this place neat as a pin," Rhoda laughed. She was standing over the sink washing collard greens when I joined her after my conversation with my dear. I was sitting at the table drinking a cup of tea. Before I could speak, Otis popped into the kitchen, looking tired and beaten down. While Pee-wee had blossomed, so to speak, and turned into a real hunk, Otis's good looks had started to fade already. At 25, he looked 10 years older. "Hi, Otis. How are you feeling today?" I said, trying to smile. The funeral had been the day before. His eyes were still red and swollen. "Oh, I'm getting along as well as can be expected," he mumbled. He went to Rhoda, brushed her lightly across her face, whispered something in her ear, and then excused himself. Rhoda sighed and came to the table with a dishpan containing the greens. Without a word, she handed me a knife, and we both started cutting up the greens. "Men," she huffed. "He'll come back smelling like a beer garden and finish driving me crazy." Rhoda seemed like she was talking more to herself than she was to me. I cleared my throat. Whatever happened to your white cousins, Alice May and May Alice? I was surprised they didn't come down to the funeral," I said. Rhoda chuckled first. "Oh, didn't I tell you? Alice May married a woman and is living with her in Detroit." Rhoda bowed her head and looked at me with a strange expression on her face. "She's a lesbian?" I gasped. "Always has been. I said I'd never tell you this, but she had the hots for you. The minute she met you when Granny Goose died, she told me and her twin. I told her not to waste her time or yours." I was stunned, so stunned I didn't know how to respond to Rhoda's news. "What about her twin? Where is she?" I was taking my time cutting up the greens. I wanted to savor my moments alone with Rhoda. "Selling pussy all over the state of Alabama like Aunt Lola did for so many years. And the killing thing is, Aunt Lola's the main one trying to talk her into quitting. I don't judge anybody. I say do what you gotta do. All women use their pussy in some kind of way to get what they want. That's how my mama kept my daddy under control. That's what's made Scary Mary so much money. Yeah, I got a feeling that's how me and my dear survived," I mouthed. "I know for a fact it is," Rhoda said, looking directly into my eyes. "Scary Mary told me your mama used to turn a few tricks on the side when you guys were real down and out." Rhoda paused and looked me in the eyes. Neither one of us blinked. "And everybody knows about your mama and Judge Lawson. They've had a thing going on for years. Now she's got that Buttercup restaurant man, Mr. King, in her hip pocket." Rhoda's voice got real low, and she looked around before continuing. "And remember those times you'd do it with Boatwright, without a fuss, just to get money to go to the movies and stuff with. I nodded, not looking at her. Yeah, I muttered, looking at the floor. But I didn't want to do it. Well, I am sure no woman in her right mind wants to do it. Like I said, a woman's got to do what she's got to do, Rhoda said firmly. She slammed the kitchen table with her fists for emphasis. I'd do it if I had to, wouldn't you? I did, I mumbled, then held my breath. I know you did, Boatwright. Not just with him. I almost laughed. Rhoda looked in my eyes, and we just stared at one another for so long we both got nervous. Right after you and Otis left Ohio, I got desperate and I guess a little crazy. I needed money. I needed a lot of money to leave home with, I confessed, trembling so hard I dropped the knife. Weren't you working for the phone company? Rhoda asked. I quit after just a couple of weeks, and I got involved with some of the men that go to Scary Mary's place. Rhoda stared at me with an incredulous look on her face, shaking her head. Girl, you are full of surprises. First you call me in the middle of the night to tell me you screwed Pee-wee. Now this? Well, I shrugged. Like you said, a woman's got to do what a woman's got to do. Are you going to judge me? I asked boldly, cutting up the greens hard and fast. Rhoda turned away from me, stared at the floor, and started talking in a slow, controlled manner. When my baby died, my first thought was God's punishing me for what I did, Rhoda whispered. I stopped cutting the greens and moved my chair closer to hers. I thought the same thing. I said to myself, God taking Rhoda's baby was the payback for Mr. Boatwright's murder. She looked at my face and shook her head. Not that. I had an affair. My face felt like it had frozen in time. I couldn't react right away. Right after I had Julian, me and Otis had some problems in the bedroom. That postpartum shit had me so depressed all I did was eat and walk around in the same musty housecoat all day long. He wouldn't touch me with a stick, and the longer it went on, the more unattractive I felt. That's why I did it. Who was the other man? Do you still see him? I wanted to know. Now I really felt bad thinking about all that time I spent up in Erie wishing Rhoda and Otis would break up. She looked and sounded so sad, I thought she was going to start crying. She closed her eyes and shook her head. My husband's best friend, she whispered hoarsely. What? He was visiting from Jamaica for a couple of weeks, she said slowly, and so quietly I asked her to repeat it. We were alone. 1 minute we're drinking beer. The next minute we're, you know. Oh, my God! I shrieked. Rhoda, how could you? In your own house? She nodded. It gets worse. Rhoda paused and held up her hand. Before finishing her confession, she looked around again to make sure we were still alone. His name was Bobby. David was his son. Are you sure? I thought I was going to go into complete shock. Oh, there's no doubt about it. Otis hadn't touched me in weeks. I was already 2 months along. The doctor had even confirmed it when I got Otis drunk and seduced him on the living room couch. I waited just 3 weeks before I started dropping hints to him that I might be pregnant again. When David arrived 7 months later, right on schedule, Otis and everybody believed me when I told them the baby was premature. Thank God David looked like me. I put the greens and the knife on the table and stood up to hug Rhoda's shoulder. When did the affair end? I asked. When he left. He moved to London and married some English woman. He never knew about the baby. Rhoda, why didn't you tell me before now? I looked at Rhoda like I was looking at her for the first time. Her lips were trembling, and there were tears in her eyes. In all the years we'd been friends, this was the first time I'd seen her without makeup. She was still beautiful, but in a more natural way. Lord knows you and I have got enough dark secrets. I didn't want to burden you with another one, she said. She sucked in her breath and shook her head. That's something you really needed to talk to somebody about. You know you can always talk to me about anything. I couldn't even tell you before now because I was so ashamed. This makes up for the Boatwright thing, I guess. When my baby died, I knew then I couldn't keep this secret to myself any longer. I had to tell somebody, and that somebody could only be you. I'm just glad you were able to drop everything and come down here to be with me. I hugged Rhoda again. Our lives are beginning to sound like soap operas, I said. Any other sordid secrets you want to share with me? I asked. It did make us both laugh for a brief moment. That's it for me right now. What about you? Rhoda asked. Well, nothing. Oh, yeah, there is. That first Thanksgiving in Erie, I was so lonely and depressed. I got blind, drunk, and was seriously thinking about jumping out of my hotel window. If you hadn't called me when you did, I would have died that night, I said. Rhoda gave me another incredulous look, then laughed so hard she shook. It took me a moment to realize she thought I was joking, and I left it that way. Right after that, Lola, who was planning to stay another week, returned from the graveyard where she'd gone to leave more flowers on David's grave. After a good cry on my shoulder, Lola helped us finish preparing dinner. After I returned to Erie, the next few weeks seemed to fly by. I did not talk to Rhoda for quite a while. When we did talk, a couple of weeks later, she told me what was happening with her brother. It was a grim situation. Apparently, Jock had become too much for her aging parents to handle. Lola did as much as she could to help out when she wasn't working at Antonasanti's, but that still was not enough. Uncle Johnny was still having his problems with the law and spent more time in jail than out, so he was not much help. Otis had told Rhoda that Jock could move in with them. By living out in the country like they did, Jock running around outside naked wouldn't be so bad. I don't think that's a good idea, I told Pee-wee during a phone conversation. Why not? He's getting into all kinds of trouble in Ohio. He was in the VA hospital in Cleveland and roughed up an intern so bad the man had to be hospitalized. He loves Rhoda and Otis, and they're young and strong enough to handle him better. Besides, what kind of trouble could he get in out in the country? The worst would be to set an orange tree on fire, he snapped. I dismissed Pee-wee's comments. I recalled how Jock used to intimidate and beat up Pee-wee when we were kids. It was hard to believe that someone like Jock was now in the same boat with Scary Mary's daughter Mott, mentally handicapped and totally dependent on others. I just don't think it's a good idea. Jock was pretty crazy even when he was still sane. Now that he's really crazy, how can they know what to expect? God, I wish we were all kids again and back at home gossiping on the front porch, I whined to Pee-wee, attempting to change the subject. Me too. I really miss you and Rhoda. And Lord knows I miss old Mr. Boatwright. What that man could do to a pot of turnip greens. I know you miss all that good home cooking, girl. Pee-wee, you don't know the half of it, I told him. Chapter 49. Who is this? I muttered into the telephone. It was just a little after 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. April. Where's Rhoda?
Mr. Otis carried her to the movies, then dinner. Tell her Annette called. Okay. You know Jock lives here now. Yeah, I know. I hung up the phone and looked at it. Then I dialed Pee-wee's number. I was horrified when a woman answered. He's in the shower, the bitch told me. I slammed the phone down, then I got under a blanket on my couch with the Jet magazine. Not more than 5 minutes later, the phone rang. You called? Pee-wee asked. How did you know it was me? I said nastily, dropping my magazine to the floor. You're the only woman who calls me, he informed me seriously. You had company, I continued. Oh, yeah, that was Lena. Lena who? From school, the one you flattened on prom night, he said, laughing. She was here to get her hair trimmed, but she showed up early. Daddy let her in, then he left before I could get out of the shower. I got silent because I didn't know what to say. You still there? Pee-wee asked, clearing his throat. Uh-huh. I thought that sounded like Lena, I snarled. We only talked for a few minutes more. Things were fairly normal in Richland, and he didn't have a lot to tell me. I didn't tell Rhoda right away, but I had begun to have more nightmares about Mr. Boatwright, what he had done to me and what she had done to him. One night, I woke up with my gown soaked with sweat and the insides of my thighs throbbing. Another time, I was thinking about him while I was cutting up a chicken, and I took the knife and started stabbing the chicken all over. There were times when I showered 7, 8 times a day trying to wash away the pain and anger he had caused me. Rhoda was still the only person I could talk to about Mr. Boatwright. I'm sorry to be calling you this late, I told her one night after midnight. I was having another nightmare about Mr. Boatwright, and I needed you to get me through the rest of tonight. Please. I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. Rhoda listened to me babble for a whole hour. Before I hang up, I just want you to know I would do anything in this world for you, Rhoda. All you have to do is ask. I meant it. If she had asked me to give up Erie and move to Florida to help them run the farm, I would have. Do you hear me, girl? She mumbled something under her breath. Huh? I said. I was talking to Jock, she told me. He is so fucked up in the head sometimes we have to tie him to the bed so we can get some sleep. Wouldn't he be better off in one of those army hospitals? I asked. He would, but he is my brother. I promised him I would take care of him until the day I die. I could hear Jock yelling obscenities. Annette. I caught Jock and April together in the cornfield the other day. My whole body tensed. Suddenly, my Mr. Boatwright nightmares didn't seem as bad as they seemed before. Oh, no. She's just a child. A white child in Klan country, I roared. She's 15, going on 25, and looks it. She wears a 36 double D bra and has hips wide enough to balance saucers, Rhoda told me in a low, flat voice. How could Jock mess with that little girl? I asked out of breath. Sex is like dope to some men. You were a lot younger than 15 when Boatwright jumped you. It must be their fucking nature, pardon the expression, Rhoda said nastily. What Jock is doing is slow suicide. You got to stop him before her family finds out, I wailed. I couldn't have said it better, Rhoda said gently. What are we going to do? I was ready to do whatever it took to help Rhoda straighten out this mess. You want me to take Jock off your hands for a while? Oh, no, that's out of the question. I wouldn't dump a burden like that on you. Well, what else can you do? I hollered. Don't worry.
I'll fix it, Rhoda assured me. Chapter 50. 7 months after Rhoda's son's funeral, I finally agreed to go out with Levi Hardy. He approached me after Easter Sunday church service. "I seen you at the Blue Note the other night." He grinned, his eyes all over me. He had on a plain gray suit that was too big. The legs of his pants were dragging the ground, and the sleeves on his jacket almost covered his hands. I was feeling good and looking good. I had on a cream-colored two-piece suit that made me look 10 pounds lighter, with matching shoes and hat. Being large didn't bother me half as much as it had when I was a schoolgirl and the only girlfriend I had was a size 4. Leaving Richland and the limited life I had accepted for so many years was one of the best decisions I ever made. Viola and half of the black women I came in contact with since moving to Erie were just as big as I, if not bigger. They were popular and happy, and now so was I. I had tried several diets, including a liquid diet, a rice diet, a grapefruit diet, and a few others, but none had worked. Girl, God didn't mean for every woman to be a size 4. If he did, you wouldn't have so much trouble sticking to them diets. Pass me the potato salad. Viola told me one day over a barbecued chicken dinner at her house. It wasn't that I couldn't stick to a diet. I did follow them, and still didn't lose weight. Once on a liquid protein diet, one so extreme I experienced fainting and dizziness, I lost 18 pounds in 3 weeks. As soon as I went off the diet and started eating my beloved fried chicken again, I gained the 18 pounds back, plus 5 more. I told Viola, "You're right. If God meant for me to be a big woman, no diet in the world is going to work for me." I gave up dieting and continued to eat like I always had. That particular Easter, Viola and most of the congregation were going home to eat ham with all the fixings. She had invited me to her house, but I declined. I was still uncomfortable socializing with people and their complete families. Viola's holiday dinners included her 4 children, her 3 grandchildren, her parents, and a few other assorted relatives. With each passing year, having only Mud Deer and Aunt Bernice concerned me tremendously. Knowing that once they passed on, I would have absolutely no blood family left saddened me to a point where I fantasized about finding a man and deliberately getting pregnant. I didn't want to grow old alone and end up hopeless, helpless, and dependent on strangers like Mr. Boatwright. Odd as it seemed, even to me, more than once I regretted aborting Mr. Boatwright's baby. As close as Viola and I had become, I could not tell her about the sexual abuse I had endured. The main reason was, whenever rape entered our conversation, unless the victim was a female infant, an invalid, or a nun, she usually said something like, "She probably brought it on herself." We had a few things in common, but in many ways Viola and I were as different as night and day. We liked the same movies and TV programs, but the only things she read, other than her Bible and the daily newspaper, were black publications like Jet and Ebony. I read everything from the classics to the current bestsellers to the Inquirer. Viola, wearing a voluminous floor-length cotton dress with so many flowers she looked like a parade float, was standing next to me listening and looking at Levi like he was talking to her. "Viola and I go to the Blue Note all the time," I told him. We were standing outside in front of the church, along with about 100 other members of the congregation, all dressed for the occasion. Typically, most of the women had on loud outfits similar to Viola's, and garish hats that included feathers and more flowers. The men were dressed more conservatively in dark, neutral suits. It was a warm, sunny day, but foul fumes coming from the nearby factories made it hard to breathe. There was a lot of coughing going on, and people were wiping smoke from their eyes. Kids of all ages were running amok. Viola's plump stepfather, Reverend Jackson, was still roaming throughout the crowd, shaking hands and hugging babies. Viola had ordered her husband, Willie, to go get the car, which was parked a block away. Viola hated walking more than a few yards at a time and did it only when she had to. When we went shopping, she had to sit down to rest, catch her breath, and fan every few minutes. I thought about Mr. Boatwright almost every day of my life anyway, and how some of his habits had annoyed me. Viola's problem with walking was so much like his, I thought about him even more. "I've been meaning to ask you, you want to slide through the Blue Note one evening for a beer and listen to the band?" Levi continued. "Well," I bowed my head for a moment and glanced at my feet, frowning at the grass stains and dust on my new beige pumps. Since my passion-filled night with Pee-wee, I had been with several other men I'd met while out with Viola in bars, restaurants, and parties. One Monday morning when I got to work, Viola started teasing me before we'd even had our first cup of coffee. "Willie told me he seen you and that truck driver we met at the Blue Note a couple of weeks ago coming out of Percy's holding hands. I know he the reason I couldn't reach you at home all weekend." I told Viola I'd spent the weekend in Pittsburgh with Ernest Stamps. I liked Ernest, and we got along real good. Every time he returned from one of his cross-country hauls, I would be waiting for him with a home-cooked meal ready. After a few weeks, the relationship fizzled out, and I moved on to a security guard who worked at Erie High School. None of my relationships ever went too far, and I didn't think one with Levi would either. I had lost everything I had to lose, so there was no reason not to accept his latest invitation. When did you want to go?" I glanced at Viola. She smiled and nodded. "What's good for you is good for me. I'm pretty flexible." He laughed, dancing an exaggerated jig. "I'd like to go tonight if you ain't got nothing to do." "I don't have any plans for tonight," I lied. I had planned to pick up a dinner to go, call Rhoda and talk to her for a while, then watch TV. "We can go tonight if you want to," I told him. We agreed that he would pick me up around 7, and we'd go to the Blue Note for a few drinks. 2 years earlier, Levi had moved into a 3-bedroom house on Lutz Street, a few blocks from me. He had invited his elderly mother, Clara, to leave the South and move in with him. Before going to the Blue Note, we went to his house to eat the Easter dinner his mother had prepared. Clara was a few years older and heavier than my mother, but she looked a little like her, with the same light brown skin and features. She wore horn-rimmed glasses that she looked over the top of when she talked. Like my dear, she was totally devoted to the Lord. "I've been praying for this boy here to slow down and get married so he'll have somebody to take care of him," Clara whined, looking directly at me. I threw up my hand and laughed nervously. Levi cleared his throat to get his mother's attention. She glanced at him briefly, gave him a threatening look, then returned her full attention to me. "How old is you?" she asked me with a gleam in her eyes. "I'm 24, I told her. Levi's house was too small for all the furniture he had crammed into it. The living room couch was so close to the love seat facing it, you didn't have to lean too far to touch it. None of the furniture matched. The lamps on the black end tables were blue. The couch and love seat were plaid, and there was a whatnot stand in a corner filled with tiny plastic animals and clay oriental people with slits for eyes and exaggerated grins. A big box of a television had a cracked yellow vase full of plastic red roses on top of it. The bottom half of the living room walls had been painted dark brown, and the top half was pink. "How come you ain't married yet?" Clara asked seriously. She pressed her legs closer together and cupped her hands on her lap. "I heard you had a soldier boy." "Well, that didn't work out," I said, shifting in my seat. "Oh. What did he do to you?" she asked in a low voice with her eyebrows raised. Then she turned her head and leaned her ear in my direction. "Oh, he didn't do anything. We just decided to go our separate ways." "Was he in the church?" "No, ma'am." "Well, you didn't need him, no way. Levi got reborn when he was a young'un and been sanctified ever since." Clara paused and turned to Levi, sitting next to her on the couch. "Ain't you?" She rubbed his arm, then patted it. "Yes, ma'am," he said meekly. Clara sucked in her breath and continued. "Now," she paused and looked from my thick legs slowly up to my face. "I got a feeling you love to cook." "I do," I replied with a sigh. "Well, God'll send you a husband long as you believe. Levi, go set the table and let's eat that ham before it evaporates," Clara said firmly, fanning her face with a folded newspaper. Levi and I only stayed at the crowded Blue Note for about an hour. I was impressed when he walked me to my door, shook my hand, and waited until I had gotten inside and turned on the lights in my apartment. I waved to him from my living room window. Levi became another bizarre episode in my life. He loved to eat as much as I did, and had gained weight since I first met him. But I still outweighed him by at least 50 pounds. In the beginning, we ate in a lot of restaurants, and some of our most serious conversations revolved around food. "You seen them great big old beef ribs they serve at the Murphy Eaterama?" he asked one day on our way back to my apartment from a day at a carnival. "Oh, yes, the meat's falling off the bone," I said, smacking my lips. He made me laugh without trying, usually at times when he thought he was being serious. Levi didn't read anything at all, unless he had to, and he was not the most intelligent man I'd ever dated. One night, he called and asked if there was anything I wanted him to bring me. I requested a large pepperoni pizza with mushrooms on one side. He wanted to know which side. In addition to our visits to restaurants, it wasn't long before I was cooking meals fit for a king 2 or 3 times a week. Since I wasn't that crazy about bars, the Blue Note was the only one we ever went to every other week or so. We attended a lot of movies, church functions, and parties at Viola's house. "That Levi would make you a good husband," she whispered to me at a birthday party for her husband. "He got a good job, he looks clean, he don't cuss, he's good to his mama, and he don't smoke. What more could a woman want?" "I don't love him," I confessed. Levi was standing in a corner talking to Viola's docile husband, Willie, who had a bibbed apron on over his party attire. Most of Viola's guests had left, and the few that remained were on the other side of her living room. "Love ain't nothing but a 4-letter word, girl. You think I married Willie 'cause I loved him? I married him 'cause he had everything I needed. And in all the years we've been married, I ain't had to whip him but 5 times. "But don't you feel anything for him?" I asked, surprised. "I guess I do," Viola said, shrugging her huge shoulders. She beckoned Willie, and he darted across the room to where we were on the couch holding our plates and drinks. "Willie, I thought I told you to put more chips in them bowls and more ice in that bucket." Oh, I forgot. I'll do it right away, Willie said quickly, nodding and backing toward the kitchen. As soon as he was out of hearing distance, I whispered to Viola, "What about—" I didn't even have to finish my sentence. "Sex? I let him pester me once a week, and he know better than to complain," she said with a firm nod. "Is it enjoyable?" I asked shyly. Unless there was money involved, I didn't see any point in having sex if it didn't feel good. "It is for him. I just lay there, thinking about what I'm going to can next. Plums or pears." Madea had enrolled in a community college and was studying business administration. Judge Lawson was paying her tuition. I had been dating Levi for 2 months before I told her about him. "I've been telling Scared Mary my girl don't get involved with the first man come along. I'm glad you took your time finding somebody. Now you remember that mess that boy got you into when you was a young'un. Make this one use something. Either that, or you go get on some pills or something. Do you hear me?" "Yes, ma'am," I mumbled. Levi didn't ask me to have sex with him the first time we did it. He just climbed on top of me on my couch one night after we'd been dating for almost a month. It was quick and pleasant, but I didn't experience the satisfaction I had with Pee-wee. Levi and I never got fully undressed. When he spent the night with me, he had on pajamas and I wore a gown and underwear. He just opened his fly, and I lifted my gown high enough for us to connect. I never removed my panties. I just slid one leg over to the side. Like Viola's husband, he was docile, but without my encouragement. He often insisted on washing my dishes and running errands for me. After a while, we developed a routine you could set a clock by. He'd come over without calling every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday evening to eat one of the lavish dinners I'd prepared. He liked whatever I cooked, but his favorite meal was collard greens, cornbread, fried chicken, and potato salad. That's what I cooked every Saturday. A few times he'd come over just long enough to gobble up a couple of plates of food, then run. "I gotta carry my mama somewhere," or I got a union meeting to go to," he often told me. Like with Viola, I didn't have too much in common with Levi. We shared our love for good food, movies, and the church. "Girl, it sounds like that man is using you," Rhoda teased when I told her about all the dinners and sex I was into with Levi. I didn't want to think that I was being used. Levi's mother lived with him and cooked whatever he wanted her to. He didn't have to depend on me for a decent meal, and I was sure there were other women who would sleep with him too. "Oh, I don't think so. He brings a lot of food to my place for me to cook that he buys with his money, and he's always offering to do things for me," I told her. He was fun. He never disagreed with me. And most of all, I was no longer lonely. The closest friend I had in Erie was Viola, but she spent a lot of time with her other friends, family, and her husband, so she didn't have as much time to spend with me as I wanted her to. Levi took up where she left off. Viola went to visit relatives in Louisiana the week of the 4th of July. Cynthia Costello showed up at work after the holiday wearing dark glasses to hide a black eye, and there was a Band-Aid on her nose. None of the other women or I said anything to her all morning about her injuries. 2 months before, she had come to work on crutches because her husband had broken her leg in 2 places. She had just gotten rid of the crutches. Before that, it was a cast on her arm. She chatted along with the rest of us about sales, something that was on TV the night before, and recipes. I felt so sorry for her. I wanted to hug her. "What are you doing for lunch today, Cynthia?" I asked a few minutes before noon.
"I brought my lunch," she mumbled, clearing her throat. It was only when she smiled that I noticed a deep cut on her bottom lip, too. Cynthia brought the same things for lunch every day, either a Spam, liverwurst, or peanut butter with jelly sandwich. I spared no expense when it came to eating out. With my paycheck and $5,000 left over from Mr. Boatwright's money, I could afford to. Though Viola and I bought our lunch at McDonald's a lot, we ate like kings at least 3 times a week at the nice restaurants close to the factory. The nicest, most expensive one was Giovanni's, an Italian restaurant that reminded me of Antonisanti's in Richland. "Would you like to have lunch with me at Giovanni's? The food's great. My treat," I said to Cynthia. First, she gave me an incredulous look. Then a broad smile appeared on her face. "I haven't eaten in a restaurant in 5 years," she managed to say. "You can order anything on the menu," I told her. Then I gave her a big hug. Along with lunch, Cynthia drank 5 glasses of Chianti. She was a functional alcoholic, and nobody could tell when she was drunk unless she told them. I felt good the rest of that day because I'd brought a little joy into somebody else's tortured life. Nobody knew better than I how far a little kindness went. Chapter 51. 3 years after I'd started dating Levi, he stopped spending the night with me. We talked on the phone a few times a week, and he came over without fail every Saturday night to eat and have sex, but he left right afterward. One Friday, he called me at work and told me he was not going to be able to come over this particular Saturday. "Something came up," was all he told me. I cooked the collard greens and fried a chicken anyway when Saturday evening rolled around, then curled up on my couch to watch The Love Boat and Fantasy Island. During all the time I'd been dating Levi, I'd only seen his mother Clara 5 or 6 times. But I did talk to her on the phone often enough. She called almost every time Levi came over to tell him to pick up this or that from the store on the way home. One reason I avoided going around her too much was I didn't like the way she always brought up the subject of marriage. Levi had never given me any indication that he wanted me to be his wife, and I wasn't sure I wanted to be anyway. However, if he had asked, I probably would have taken him and run. I'd marry him not because I loved him, but because I believed he would probably be my only chance. At 28, no other man had ever proposed marriage to me, but most of the ones I had dated ended up marrying somebody else. This particular Saturday, since I was so used to Clara calling the apartment every Saturday, I decided to call her to see how she was doing. A strange woman answered the phone. "She's still at the wedding reception," the woman told me. I thanked her and hung up. It was still early, so I called up Rhoda. There was something in her voice that concerned me when she answered. She sounded almost as stiff and detached as she did when she called to tell me her son was dying. "Are you okay?" I asked. My concern instantly turned to fear. I sat up on my couch, slid what was left from my dinner off to the side of the couch, and leaned my elbow on the arm of the couch. "I'm fine. How are things with you and Levi?" "Oh, about the same," I laughed. "This is the first Saturday he hasn't come over since we started dating. I need to wash my hair anyway." I yawned, glancing at my recently manicured nails. "How are things working out with your brother?" I asked. Rhoda took her time responding. First, she sucked in her breath. "Jock got April pregnant,"
she told me in a slow and tired voice. "That young white girl?" I gasped. I jumped up from my seat so fast I knocked the plate to the floor. "Oh, no!" I moaned, squeezing the phone. "She's 3 months along." For a few seconds I was stunned, speechless. Somehow I managed to get out. "What are you going to do now? Her folks will have a fit." "She says that if Jock doesn't take her away, Ohio or somewhere, she's going to tell her daddy that he raped her." "Oh, no, Rhoda, you can't let her do that. Can't you give her some whiskey and sit her in a bathtub of hot water like you did me, or to some doctor and get her an abortion?" "It's worse than you can imagine. She wants this baby, girl. Half of the girl's family belonged to the Ku Klux Klan. The child would be my niece or nephew. I'd go crazy worrying about how that child was being treated, living with all those redneck Peckerwood bastards. That is, if they don't beat it out of her before it's born." Rhoda let out an angry breath. "Lord, what a mess." "What are you going to do, Rhoda?" My heart started beating so fast and hard I had to breathe through my mouth. "Whatever I have to do," she growled. "Well, is there anything I can do? Do you want me to come down and try and talk some sense into her? If she won't listen to me, she won't listen to you. Can you send Jock back to Ohio? She's already said that if he does leave, she'll tell her folks my husband raped her. She'll blackmail me. Just like when I threatened to leave town, Mr. Boatwright said he would kill my mama, huh? Uh-huh. Now I really know how you felt." "I'm sorry, Rhoda. I just don't know what to tell you to do. It sounds like there's going to be trouble soon, no matter what." "There is. I just don't know what." Rhoda sighed again and cussed under her breath for a full minute. I waited until she paused before I said anything else. "I'll call you again tomorrow," I told her. I tried to reach Viola so I could talk to her about what Rhoda had just told me, but her line was busy. Since Levi was the next person closest to me, I called his house again. This time his mother answered. "No, he ain't here," Clara told me in a gruff voice. She sounded out of breath. "Who is this anyway?" "It's me, Miss Clara, Annette. Did Levi say when he'd be back?" There was a long pause. "Girl, Levi just got married this evening. Don't you—" "He what?" "You deaf? The boy got married. Didn't you know he was getting married this evening?" "Well, I think he told me he was. I guess I forgot," I managed. I didn't want to hear anything else. I didn't want to say anything else. That's why I hung up right away. I stood in the middle of the floor, looking around my living room but seeing nothing but red. Rhoda's chilling news and the news about Levi was more than I could stand. I was glad I didn't have any alcohol in the house. I sat in a dazed state for the next 2 hours with Rhoda's words and Clara's words going through my head over and over again. I didn't go to bed that night. Instead, I curled up on my couch and looked at the ceiling until I fell asleep and had one nightmare after another. I was not only being chased by Mr. Boatwright, but by Klansmen as well. Levi's face was in the background laughing at me. It was no wonder I woke up screaming. It was too early for me to get up and get ready for church, but it was not too early for me to call Rhoda back. I was going to tell her about Levi, but not until I talked to him and got all the facts. With the mess she had on her hands with Jock, I didn't think she was in the mood to hear about my love life at the time anyway. "Have you decided what to do?" I asked as soon as Otis called her to the phone. "No, not yet." "I'll help you in any way I can, Rhoda." "I know you will." "I just don't know what to do," Rhoda admitted.
How is Levi?" she asked. I knew she wasn't really interested in hearing about Levi, but I was glad she was the one to change the subject. "He got married," I said flatly. "He did what?" she gasped. "He got married. That's what his mother told me when I called his house last night." "Well, when did you break up with him?" "I didn't. He was with me just the other night." "Do you mean to tell me this happened right up under your nose? Who is this other woman?" "I don't know. I guess whenever he wasn't with me, he was with her. I won't know anything until I talk to him." "You know something, Annette? I would give anything in the world to have the good old days back in Richland. We didn't know how good we had it when we were kids. Except that thing you were going through at Boatwright. Yeah, except for that, we never had it so good. I'll call you again in a day or so." I hung up and walked around my apartment trying not to look at the phone, trying not to think about Levi, trying not to think about the mess Jock had gotten himself into. I had planned to go to church, but there was too much going on in my head. I didn't eat anything the entire day or leave the house. I didn't sleep at all that night, and I was glad. I couldn't stand more nightmares. I went to work the next day with dark circles and bags under my eyes. I got there a little earlier than usual, so by the time Viola arrived, I was already in the break room with a cup of coffee and my newspaper. She nodded at me, got her coffee, and sat at my table across from me. "I feel the same way you look," she told me. "I had a rough night. Cramps," I lied. Viola held her cup up to her lips but didn't drink. She just looked at me and stared. Other co-workers had come into the break room, and by now the place was crowded but unusually quiet. "I was talking about Cynthia Costello." "What about Cynthia?" "Girl, you didn't hear?" "Hear what?" I didn't think I could stand to hear any more bad news. "She got fired, didn't she? I saw it coming. We tried to get her to leave that beast she married. We tried to tell her to get some help." I sighed, feeling a sharp pain in my chest and thinking that there were some people that simply couldn't be helped. Viola shook her head and let out a long, deep breath. "She won't be needing no help now," she told me. I froze, staring at Viola with my mouth open and my hand in midair. "He finally killed her, didn't he?" I asked softly, tears forming in my eyes. Viola shook her head again. "She put a pistol in her mouth last night and blew her brains out." Chapter 52. I didn't go to Cynthia's funeral. Not because I didn't care, but because I had received too much disturbing news all within a couple of days, and it was too much for me. I was afraid for Rhoda's brother. I was angry with Levi, and I was thoroughly saddened about Cynthia's suicide. The funeral was the following Wednesday. I still had not heard from Levi, and I was too overwhelmed to call his house again. We had a brief memorial service for Cynthia at work in our break room the day after her funeral, and I attended. Viola had taken her friend's death so hard, she had to take off the rest of the week. Just seeing all the grief Cynthia's suicide had caused made me recall the night I almost ended my life. I could not imagine the pain the people who loved her were in. For the first time, I tried to imagine the pain my suicide would have caused the people who loved me. I called in sick that Friday. I spent the day going through my apartment, gathering up everything Levi had given to me: a cheap clock radio,
a few articles of clothing, some Mahalia Jackson albums, a prayer cloth he had ordered from Reverend Ike, and a few other odds and ends. Instead of putting the items in boxes, I stuffed everything into large trash bags. We had taken a picture together at the Blue Note one night. First, I tore the portion off with him in it. After thinking about it for a second, I tossed the whole thing into the trash, frame and all. Saturday morning, I took a cab across town to 7th Street and left the trash bags at the Salvation Army donation drop-off. After doing that, I rode cabs all over town looking for sales to replace everything that I had just gotten rid of. Before I got into another cab to go home, I went to Kroger's to pick up some greens. I already had a chicken in the freezer. Levi or no Levi, I was still going to enjoy my favorite Saturday night dinner. Minutes after I had sat down to enjoy my dinner, the doorbell rang. "What the hell are you doing here?" I snapped, my mouth full of food. It was Levi, clutching a bottle of wine. He gasped and gave me an incredulous look before speaking. "What's wrong with you, girl? I come here every Saturday," he said seriously, waving the bottle so hard the red ribbon around its neck came undone. "Except last Saturday when you were off getting married," I seethed, shaking my finger in his face. He dropped his head and scratched the side of his face. "Oh," he muttered. "Is that all you had to say?" I swallowed my food and slapped my hands on my hips. "How come you didn't tell me you were getting married, Levi? How come you didn't tell me you were seeing another woman?" He shrugged. "That didn't have nothing to do with me and you," he said, shaking his head and shifting his deceitful eyes. Mr. Boatwright was the last person I'd given the cold, mean look I gave to Levi. It was a look that was so intense he flinched and moved back a step. "I was going to invite you to the wedding," he said contritely. I continued to stare at his face in stunned disbelief. "How could you do this to me, Levi?" "Well," he shrugged casually, "my son needed me." "Son? What son?" "I got a boy a year old." "You mean to tell me a full year into our relationship you started up with this other woman and had a baby?" I screamed. Something like that," he told me. "You son of a bitch," I said evenly, stumbling against the doorway. I slapped his hand when he reached out to grab my arm. "You better get home to your wife and your son," I barked, already attempting to close the door. "I guess that means we won't be eating our Saturday night collard green dinner I can smell all the way outside," he asked, with a surprised look on his face. "You won't? The only way you'll ever get back into this apartment will be if you break in." I slammed the door and locked it while he was still standing on the steps. I stood with my back against it until I heard his car leave. If there was ever a time I needed to get away, it was right then. I called my dear. "I'm going to go up to New Jersey to visit Aunt Bernice for a week or two," I announced. I had accrued lots of vacation time, but a week was about all I thought I could stand with my aunt. The day and 1.5 bus ride was comfortable, and it seemed longer, but it gave me time away from everybody to go over things in my head. My job at Erie Manufacturing was comfortable, and I was now making good money, but it was a dead-end situation if ever there was one. The only place left to go at the factory was out the door. Most of my co-workers had made it clear that death or mandatory retirement were the only two things that would make them leave. Once I had asked Viola if she ever considered another job. "It's the same all over," she indicated. Well, I didn't believe that. In my heart, I knew it was time for me to leave the new life I had made for myself in Erie. I had never heard of Englishtown, New Jersey, and I didn't know what to expect.
But when my aunt met me at the bus station with a mule wagon, I was horrified. "You live way out in the country?" I asked, after she hugged and kissed me for 2 minutes and told me how wide my hips had gotten since the last time she had seen me. "Yep, I'm a country girl to the bone. I ain't never lived in no city, and I ain't never going to," Aunt Bernice told me. I hadn't seen her since I was a child. Her hair was completely gray, and that pretty lemon-yellow face with its sparkling brown eyes and small upturned nose I remembered was nothing more than a lot of loose skin and wrinkles. She had on a stiff, flowered dress over a pair of jeans. The knee-high, thick-heeled black boots she had on looked several sizes too large. Riding next to her on the mule wagon reminded me so much of the many times Muddy and Daddy and I had hitched rides in Florida with people driving mule wagons. "How many kids you got by now?" "Oh, I'm not married yet," I said, shaking my head. After finding out what Levi had done to me, I felt sorry for the woman who had married him. It could have been me. "I didn't ask you that. You ain't got to be married to have no kids. If I hadn't fell out of a tree and ruined myself when I was a girl, I'd have me at least a dozen by now. Get up, mule." Aunt Bernice yanked the reins, but the mule ignored her and kept lumbering along at the same pace. It took more than an hour for us to reach my aunt's small, red-shingled house off the side of a dirt road. The inside of her house was better than I had expected. A lot of nice but cheap furniture had been strategically placed throughout the small rooms, and the smell of freshly baked bread filled the air. A thick-bodied man with a bald head and a long, sad face was lying on the living-room couch, snoring. Aunt Bernice led me past the man into a side room, where I left my suitcase and coat on the small, neatly made bed I was assigned to. "The bathroom is on the other side of the kitchen," she told me, leading me back to the living room. "Get up, Harry James. My niece is here." Aunt Bernice slapped the man across the top of his head. He let out a sharp, loud yip and sat up real fast. "Hello," I said. First, he sucked in his breath and swallowed hard. Then he grabbed a Maxwell House coffee can off the floor he was using as a spittoon and coughed spit into it. He leaped up and shook my hand. "How you doing? How you doing?" he grinned. His thick paw was sweaty and almost covered with hair. "So you the smart young'un I done heard so much about. I hope you stay for a few weeks. We gonna slaughter 2 hogs next month." He grinned again, snapping his suspenders. He had on a pair of jeans with patches on both knees and a blue flannel shirt. There was a pipe sticking out of his shirt pocket. "I'm sorry. I'm only staying a couple of days," I apologized. I heard my aunt gasp. I turned to her with a weak smile. "I have to get back to my job. We've been real busy lately." "Maybe you can come back for Christmas," Harry James suggested. "We gonna put up a live tree and everything. I'm gonna let you chop one down on Buddy Spool's property." "When you get tired of that Erie, you ought to move up here so you can keep me and Harry James company since we ain't got no kids," Aunt Bernice mouthed, rubbing her husband's shoulder and drooling at him like he was Mr. Universe. "I'll think about it," I lied. I was ready to turn around and go back to the bus station on foot. It was time to leave Erie, but I didn't want to move to New Jersey. By leaving Richland, I had found what I was looking for in Erie, the real me. I was strong, independent, and no matter what I looked like, I was a beautiful person. The ghost of Mr. Boatwright would follow me no matter where I went, even if I moved back to Richland, so that's what I was going to do. The problems that had sent me running to New Jersey
kept me up most of that first night in Aunt Bernice's house. When I got up the next morning, Harry James and Aunt Bernice had dressed and eaten breakfast. Harry James was stretched out on the couch. His spit can was on the floor in front of him, and he was already snoring by 9 a.m. Aunt Bernice fixed me a plate of grits and sausages and sat across from me at the table and watched me eat. "Tell me all about that Erie," she insisted. Between swallows, I gave her a vague picture of my life in Erie. She didn't seem at all impressed with my job and the nice apartment I described, but she smiled when I told her about Levi. I only told her about our dinners, nights out, and how we spent our Sundays in church. "If he was all that, how come you let him go?" Aunt Bernice leaned across the table and shook her finger in my face. "Men like that, hard to come by. I never thought I'd find a man like Harry James." He got a job offer in Texas, and I didn't want to go," I lied. Aunt Bernice shook her head and looked at me with pity. "Texas, that's where your daddy run off to that time." I lost my appetite. It had been years since my dear mentioned my daddy, but I thought about him almost every day. I still missed him. I looked off sadly, chewing slowly and blinking my eyes hard so I wouldn't cry. "I hope he's happy in Texas," I muttered. I truly meant it. No matter where my wayward daddy was, I hoped that he was having a good life. "Oh, he ain't in Texas no more," Aunt Bernice informed me. She got up to get a cup of coffee. "Do you know where he is?" I asked, following her as she moved around the kitchen to get sugar and cream. "He back in Florida with them half-breed kids that white woman left him with," she said, returning to her seat. "You've talked to him?" "I talk to Frank all the time. He called to wish me happy birthday last week." "Where's the white woman?" I said, clearing my throat and blinking hard. My aunt didn't see the tears in my eyes. "Only God knows. Her running off deserting them kids the way she did broke Frank down to a frazzle." Aunt Bernice drank from her cup and shook her head at the same time. "Now he knows how Muddy and I felt when he left us," I said nastily. My aunt set her cup down and gave me a look of pity. "I wish you could see him now. He the most repentant man alive. That savage South can be such a jungle for black folks, 'specially them that speak they mind like Frank. That woman lured him away with her daddy's money and promise of a better life. I always said he was gonna pay in his heart for what he done to y'all. He come dragging back to Florida looking for y'all and started bugging me day and night, trying to get me to tell him y'all's phone number and address. Your mama told me she'd break my neck if I did. She don't never want to see him again. When he got a job at a sawmill, I kept them young'uns for him for free until he got on his feet and could afford a babysitter." "How many kids?" "Well, there's that Lily Mae, the oldest. She 23 and got 2 boys of her own. There's that Sandra." Aunt Bernice paused and scratched her head. "Sandra, she round 20, I think. Then there's that boy Amos. He ought to be out of high school by now." I looked at what was left on my plate. "Do they know about me?" I asked quietly, still looking at my plate, stirring the grits around with my fork. "Sure they do. I sent 'em pictures. Them girls look just like you," Aunt Bernice laughed, "and is just as fat." "Does my dear know any of this?" I croaked. I was so overwhelmed I experienced a hot flash, knowing I did have a family. "No." Aunt Bernice shook her head hard and fast. "She don't allow me to mention nothing about Frank, even though I told her God was going to chastise Frank for running off
And God did by not letting him find y'all. How come you stopped eating? I'm not as hungry as I thought I was, I mumbled, pushing the plate away. I like Frank, even after what he'd done to y'all. Like I said, he repented. When I was between husbands and was trying to get well from knee surgery, him and them kids saw after me. He's such a determined man, always have been. A dreamy-eyed look appeared on my aunt's face. The way he marched with all them civil rights people back in the 60s was righteous. He even went to Alabama to show support when the Klan bombed that church and killed them little girls. Aunt Bernice wiped a tear from her eye. In Birmingham? I asked. Birmingham is what we called it then. His only regret was he never got to meet Dr. King or Medgar Evers or none of the rest of the ones doing all the important protesting. His brother, St. Louis. Him and his wife and them 6 young'uns they got living in Florida right outside Miami too now. More tears welled up in my eyes. I had a real uncle and real cousins. I never met any of Daddy's people. At least I don't remember, I managed. Well, St. Louis used to come around when you was 1, 2 years old. Then he signed up with the military. Y'all was gone when he got out. It's a shame how families lose touch. Me and your mama, we ain't got nobody left now but a cousin that went to Canada before you was born. Last letter I got from him, he was talking about moving back to Florida when he retired this year. I didn't think I had any other family, I said sadly, looking my aunt in her crinkled eyes. Well, you do. Looked like it might rain, Aunt Bernice said, looking out the window at the gray sky. I better go get them clothes off the line. Do you want me to help? I offered, rising. No, you finish your breakfast. Men like a little meat on their women. She grinned and winked. I was glad that she had declined my offer to help take the clothes off the line. Being alone for a few moments gave me time to think about what I had just learned. My daddy was still alive and had been trying to get in touch with me. I had siblings who wanted to meet me. For years I had felt like I had no history and a family tree that was almost naked. My world had started with Ma dear and my daddy and ended with me. I didn't think that now. Behind my aunt's house, separated by a field, were 2 other shacks occupied by friends of hers. One man was off visiting relatives in Newark. The other one, Clyde Proctor, a stout, slovenly, divorced man in his late 30s, had dinner with us later, the day after my arrival. You ever seen New York City? Clyde asked with his mouth full of pinto beans and ham hocks. No, I said, shaking my head. Clyde goes to New York to party all the time, Harry James told me. He'll carry you over there before you leave. She'll love that place in Harlem where they sell them candied ribs, Aunt Bernice insisted, spooning more beans onto my plate. You going to New York this evening, ain't you, Clyde? Uh-huh, Clyde replied, blinking at me. I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock. We'll have to stay over there all night 'cause my truck ain't got but one headlight, and I can't drive it after dark. And dress warm 'cause my truck ain't got no heater neither. I can't go. I'm only going to be here another day or so, I said quickly. I really wanted to spend that time with my aunt. I finished dinner as fast as I could. Then I ran. I left my aunt, her husband, and Clyde at the kitchen table, enjoying peach cobbler, and I went to bed and tried to imagine what my sisters, my brother, and the rest of my relatives were like. Before she went to bed, Aunt Bernice came into the bedroom, flipped on the light, and sat at the foot of the bed. You sleep? She had on a stocking cap that almost covered her face.
No, ma'am, I said, sitting up.
Ain't Clyde something? She grinned and winked. He sure is, I agreed. He likes you. He done had a lot of experience with women, so he gonna make some woman a good husband. He been married 4 times. You sure you don't want to stay and get to know him? He just itching to take you out. You ought to see him in his blue suit.
I don't think so, I said, shaking my head hard and long. I had no interest in seeing any more of Englishtown, what little there was. Other than going to a nearby farmer's market with Harry James, I didn't leave my aunt's house during the rest of my short visit. I spent most of that time in the bedroom with bogus cramps to avoid Clyde. He spent more time in Aunt Bernice's house than he spent in his own. 3 days after my arrival, Harry James accompanied Aunt Bernice when she took me back to the bus station on the mule wagon. Clyde had offered to drive me in his flatbed truck, but luckily the bus was scheduled to leave after dark. I called Rhoda as soon as I got back to Erie, but she was not in. I thought about calling my dear, but feeling the way I was about the news Aunt Bernice had passed on to me, I didn't. I knew if I mentioned Daddy, she would say something negative about him, and I didn't want to hear it. I smiled sadly, wondering if he or my siblings would ever take it upon themselves to come to Ohio and try to find me. I wasn't ready to talk to Viola. I had decided I wasn't going to tell her about Levi getting married. I was hoping that by the time she found out, I'd be back in Ohio. I still had the rest of the week and the weekend before returning to work, but once I was certain that I was returning to Richland, I called Erie Manufacturing and resigned over the phone. I spent the next day hauling things from my apartment by cabs and buses to the Salvation Army. I called my dear that evening and told her I was coming home.
"I've been praying to hear that," she sobbed. "I ain't seen you in so many years. I honest to God didn't think I'd ever see you again. I can't wait to tell Mr. King and Judge Lawson. Scary Mary told me she had a premonition you was moving back here, and I called her a liar."
"Well, I'm coming home, and I'm coming home to stay," I said eagerly. Rhoda was home when I called her after my conversation with my dear. "When are you leaving?" she asked when I told her. She didn't sound the least bit surprised. "As soon as I can get my stuff packed up." "Are you serious?" "I have never been more serious about anything in my life. After I get home, you can come up and we can try and figure out what to do about that pregnant white girl. Or maybe I'll come down to Florida before I get a job. We'll think of something." I tried to sound cheerful, but the seriousness and sadness in Rhoda's voice prevented that. I didn't have a clue as to what I could do to help Rhoda and her brother. Part of the excitement I was feeling was because I was returning to the home where I belonged, but my real excitement was knowing I had a big family after all. I planned to tell Rhoda and my dear when I felt the time was right. "When things settle, this white girl mess, I mean, maybe you and I can take Julian and go to Disney World. We can even bring old Pee-wee along." "Uh-huh. Let's do that. I gotta go now." Then I called Pee-wee. He was glad to hear that I was returning to Richland to live. "See there? I told everybody the prodigal daughter would come back home." Pee-wee laughed. His words made me tingle with more excitement. Richland was no paradise, but I'd come to realize that paradise was just a state of mind. I had a lease, but my landlord agreed to let me out of it when I told him a fantastic lie about a sick mother. That and the fact that I gave him most of the things I couldn't take with me, like my TV, my clock radio, and especially my entertainment center. Viola couldn't have been happier for me. "You've been like a daughter, and I'll miss you, child.
But you do what you gotta do," she sobbed over the phone. "Me and Willie gonna take you out to dinner before you leave for one last binge." After I confirmed my travel arrangements, I called Rhoda. It had been a week since my last conversation with her. "I'll be home in 3 days," I said, unable to hide my excitement. I had decided that I would not bring up her brother and the white girl unless she did. "I hope you can come for a visit soon." We chatted casually for about 5 minutes. Just as I was about to conclude the conversation, she mumbled something I did not understand. "What did you just say?" I said, "April's dead," she answered, sounding totally detached. I had a difficult time forming words and getting them out. First, my mouth opened and closed twice, and my throat tightened. "Oh, no! What happened?" My heart started pounding so hard I had to sit on my bed and rub my chest. "You know how careless kids are. She was taking a bath with her radio sitting on the edge of the bathtub. Well, it fell in and she got electrocuted. I saw it happen in a TV movie once." "Yeah. I saw that Valerie Harper movie on Channel 4, too." There was nothing but silence for the next few moments. I cleared my throat. "That poor little girl. Her mother must be frantic." "She is. I'm praying for her left and right." "I will, too," I said. "People rarely die in freak accidents like that. Didn't she know better?" "I guess not. But, freak accidents happen all the time. My cousin Lester choked to death on a pork chop bone. Did I ever tell you about that?" "No, you didn't, Rhoda." "Well, what's going to happen now?" I asked. The funeral's day after tomorrow." "What about Jock? What about the baby she was carrying? Did anybody else know about it?" No. Not that I know of." Rhoda was stumbling over her words more than she usually did when excited or disturbed. With all her family problems, it was no wonder. I pitied the poor thing, but as resilient as Rhoda was, I knew she would bounce back in record time. She always did. "Oh, shit! I'm sorry to hear that girl got herself killed. But maybe it's for the best. I mean, with her threatening to cause a real big stink about Jock getting her pregnant and all. Maybe this happened for a reason. Can you imagine if she had told her daddy about her and Jock and the baby? I mean, so many lives would have been ruined." "All of us would have been destroyed," Rhoda said in a low voice. "My dear tells me all the time, God don't like ugly. I guess by God's definition, April crossed that line just by making those ominous threats," I insisted. "Well, that's God for you." Reverend Upshaw kept preaching about the mysterious ways God works in. Yeah, he sure did. Every Sunday. "Are you going to go to the funeral?" "Of course. She attended my baby's funeral. Her family wants me there, and they want me to sit with them. When I took a pie over to them, her daddy, Mr. Grand Dragon Klansman himself, even thanked me for all the time I'd let the girl hang around over here. He said I'd kept her from getting in trouble like his other kids did. He gave me a bear hug and told me to my face I was a do-right gal, meaning I was a good nigger." "Some Klansman," I said thoughtfully. "Hugging a black woman must have been a first for him. Tell me about it. He had the nerve to kiss me on the jaw. Listen, I gotta get on over there now and help him pick out a dress for her to, be buried in. I guess I won't get a chance to talk to you until after you get back to Richland." "Yeah. Listen, call me as soon as you can at my mama's house." I'm sure we'll all feel a whole lot better by then. You take care of yourself." On one hand, I was truly sorry about April's death, but on the other, I felt strangely relieved. "Rhoda, I think everything's going to be all right," I said gently. "For both of us," I added. "It will be now," she said firmly. For a reason unknown to me, after we hung up, I held the phone in my hand and just stared at it for a few moments, going over everything Rhoda had just told me. Chapter 53. After being gone for over 10 years, I returned to Richland on Thanksgiving Day in 1978, with a suitcase in one hand and my purse in the other. In my purse was a cashier's check for almost $2,000, the rest of the money from Mr. Boatwright's insurance. I took a cab from the bus station to the house on Reed Street. The neighborhood had not changed much. A few of the houses had been painted, and different cars set in some of the driveways, but other than that, things looked pretty much the same. I found my dear, Pee-wee, Scary Mary, Caleb, and old Judge Lawson sitting in our living room waiting for me. The judge was in a wheelchair. After the usual hugs and kisses, I fell onto the couch next to my dear, and she draped her arm around my shoulder. I was surprised that she had not told me she had bought all new furniture. For the first time, everything in our living room matched, and the house smelled good, not like mean greens and pork and mold, but like the fresh outdoors. There were even large, healthy-looking plants all over the place. Everybody looked the way I had expected them to, older, heavier, wrinkled, and gray-haired. Judge Lawson looked like he belonged in a mummy's tomb. He was still lucid, but the life was gone from his eyes. He had lost all of his hair, and his whole body shook when he talked. Scary Mary still had on a wild, reddish wig and too much makeup, and Caleb was still wearing his plaid shirts and stiff, cheap pants. Pee-wee even had a few strands of gray hair. I did, too, for that matter. There was a time when I didn't think I would live to see the age of 30. Now I was closer to it than I cared to admit. In spite of a cold coming on, I felt good. It was good to be home. An old, ugly coat rack that used to sit by the front door was gone. I removed my jacket and placed it on the back of the chair Pee-wee was sitting in. It made me a little uneasy being in the same room with Pee-wee after what we had done when he had visited me in Erie. I would never look at sex the same way again as long as I lived. I didn't know if that was good or bad. I was ashamed to admit to myself that I wouldn't mind doing it with him again. I still couldn't get over how handsome he had turned out. With all the man-eating women in Richland, I was truly surprised that somebody else had not snatched him up. "Where is Rhoda's white uncle?" I asked. "Is he still in jail?"
"Last we heard he was. What a mess he caused, owing Antonasanti money, then refusing to pay it back. Brother Nelson's relationship with Antonasanti done got real shaky on account of Johnny. Smart as that undertaker is, he should have known better than to let that Johnny get too close to his best friend. Now he got to mop up Johnny's mess if he want to stay friends with Antonasanti and his bunch. If and it was me, I'd beat Johnny like he stole something," Scary Mary offered, waving her beer can in my direction. "It sure enough is good to have you back home. I'm so glad Jesus sent you back here to help me keep my house clean." She looked me over critically, resting her fish eyes on my face.
"I don't think I'll have time to clean your house. I'll probably go back to the phone company," I said quickly. I was through doing a lot of things. One thing I was not going to do much of anymore was hang around Scary Mary's house, and I was certainly not going to clean it for her. "My girl got good sense," my dear bragged, screwing her lips up like a coin purse to kiss me on my neck. "She was raised right. Praise God for leading Brother Boatwright to me when he did to assist me. I think I should go up to my room and start putting my things away, I said quickly, rising. One thing I wanted behind me in every way was Mr. Boatwright. I didn't want to think about him or hear people talking about him, especially if they were going on and on about what a saint he was. I done already made up your bed with fresh sheets, new blankets, a new spread, and some pillows fit for a king, my dear informed me. You want me to help you with your suitcase? Pee-wee asked, rising from his seat. He had been unusually quiet so far. I had a feeling he was just as uneasy as I was. Oh, no, it's not heavy. I'm all right. I smiled. For a moment our eyes met, and we held the gaze. Without warning, I experienced a hot flash. I couldn't get upstairs fast enough. Before I entered my old room, I stopped in front of the room that Mr. Boatwright had lived and died in. A great sadness came over me. I set my suitcase on the floor and gently opened the door. He had come and gone, and there was nothing in the room to indicate that he had ever existed. Everything that had belonged to him was gone, even his smell, which had lingered for weeks after his murder. Madea had painted the walls from beige to bright baby blue. One of the windows was opened by a few inches, and a cool breeze made the colorful new drapes flutter. I smiled when I saw a red robin sitting on the windowsill looking at me. It was quite a difference from the owl I'd seen so many years ago on the windowsill in the shack in Florida, the day after Daddy left with that woman. I had to blink real hard to keep from crying as I pictured him in that green car. I swallowed and took a few deep breaths before I turned to leave. Across the hall, I opened the door to my old room. Gone was that haunting bed where I had endured most of Mr. Boatwright's abuse. The old chifforobe, the wobbly nightstand, and the goose-necked lamp were all gone. The walls were still the warm beige I liked, and there was a new four-poster, a dresser with a mirror, and a bookcase containing the hundreds of books that I had left behind in boxes. Not sure what to do first, I sat down cautiously on the bed and just stared at the walls. I was not aware of the time, but I had been sitting for a while when Scary Mary barged in. "Girl, we thought maybe you had come up here and fainted in the middle of the floor. Why you just sitting here looking like you seen a haint? We got us a Thanksgiving feast spread out on the kitchen table fit for a king, with a turkey with meat so tender it's about to slide off the bone." I was just resting, I explained. I'm not that hungry now anyway. Uh-huh. Well, from the looks of you, you don't look like you done missed no meals lately. Oh, I ate dinner with some friends before I left Erie. In my honor, Viola and Willie had celebrated the holiday a day early. I'd eaten as much as my excited stomach allowed me to. The old madam strutted arrogantly across the floor and stood in front of me with her arms folded, eyeing me suspiciously. Her cheap stockings had started to roll down her legs, revealing knobby knees covered with hair. "I couldn't wait to get you by yourself to ask you, you get into any monkey business over there in that Pennsylvania? Being that close to New York, I bet the money's real good over there, ain't it?" "What do you mean?" I asked wearily. "You know what I mean, girl." Scary Mary cocked her head to one side and glared at me out the corner of her bloodshot eye. "I do?" "Don't play games with me, Annette." I finally sighed and gave Scary Mary a look that let her know she'd won. "Well," I began, not quite sure what I was going to tell her. "Speak up, girl." Scary Mary narrowed her eyes and gave an even harder, meaner look. She lowered her voice to a whisper. "Trickin'." I could feel and smell her foul breath on my face. "Tricking?" "I heard about what you done with some of my customers before you left town.
Every last one of 'em told me. Girl, I didn't know you had it in you. Scary Mary started patting her chest, all the while grinning in my face. I looked at her with my lips pressed close together for a few moments, knowing and liking the fact that my behavior was aggravating her. "You didn't think I could get a bunch of men to pay me to fuck, did you?" I said boldly. I was still pissed off because she had turned me down for a job when I had approached her, and instead made me clean her house and babysit her idiot daughter Mott. "Oh, child, looks ain't got nothing to do with tricking. Most men would pester a baboon if they could. To them, tail is tail." "You didn't say that when I tried to work for you," I reminded. "You laughed at me." "I didn't want you taking away all my regular girls' business, then running off to God knows where. You being all young and all then, my girls would have died. I can't afford no uproars like that in my house. I'm a businesswoman. When I heard you done it anyway, the only thing that pissed me off was you got to keep all the money and cheated me out of a cut. After all, them was my men friends." She paused and let out a short, sharp chuckle. I looked toward the door, then back to Scary Mary, who was still standing over me with a scowl on her face. I could hear my dear and the others talking downstairs. "Are you still in the same business?" I asked. "Of course I'm still in the same business. What else could I be doing at my age after all these years, girl?" she gasped. "Business is better than ever. Shit." "Does my mama know about me and some of your customers?" I asked gently. "No," Scary Mary shrugged. "I ain't got no reason to tell her. What she don't know won't hurt her. Even if she did know, she ain't got no room to talk. Every woman I ever met done turned a trick or two. Your mama wasn't no different, especially in the old days back in Florida. I ain't gonna tell her on you. I ain't never told nobody on her yet. One thing about me, I can carry a secret with me to the grave. I ain't gonna tell nobody what you done." "You're right. What my dear doesn't know won't hurt her." I was thinking to myself how my mother would never have to endure the pain and shame of knowing what Mr. Boatwright had done to me. I'd endured enough for us both. "I'm glad to hear that. My dear doesn't need to know any of that. Besides, it's all behind me. I want to get on with my life. Rhoda's coming up here so we can make plans to go to Disney World before I start looking for a job." Scary Mary closed her eyes for a moment and shook her head. She sat down on the bed and draped her arm around my shoulder and leaned over so close to my face I got scared. "Yep. I am so glad the good Lord sent you and Florence on back here so y'all can help me keep my house clean." "Florence is back in Richland?" I gasped. She had stopped sending me cards and letters 3 years earlier. "Oh, she moved back here years ago. She teaching second grade blind kids," Scary Mary said, beaming. "I'm right proud of my gal." My heart ached. I felt truly bad because I had never acknowledged any of Florence's letters or cards. "What about that Hawkins boy she was with?" "He gave her 2 little boys, may he rest in peace. Cancer of the brain, God rest his soul." Florence had married, had children, and lost her husband, and nobody had told me. "Nobody told me," I wailed. "Nobody thought you cared," Scary Mary replied, tears in her eyes. "Rhoda was the only friend you ever really cared about. It took Florence a long time to realize that, but she did eventually, bless her heart. I bet that's why she finally stopped wasting stamps writing you letters you took your time answering." "I did care about Florence. I just didn't. "Like I said, Rhoda the only friend you ever cared about." I was so confused. Rhoda was jealous of Florence? "Florence back living with me," Scary Mary told me quickly. "I'll call her and tell her to come over." "Don't bother." Scary Mary held up her hand. "She in Columbus with her fiancé, one of Reverend Snipes' boys,
and some of his relations for the holiday. She won't be back till next week."
"Tell her I said hi if she calls before she comes home." I smiled. I suddenly felt warm all over.
"And how is that poor little pretty little Rhoda now?" Scary Mary sniffed, blinking her bloodshot eyes rapidly.
"Oh, she's fine. I talked to her just before I left Erie." I smiled.
"The poor little thing. One brother got killed, the other brother crazy as a bedbug, and now this latest mess, finding that little white girl the way she did, right in her own house."
For a moment, I thought that I had just heard bells. I was wrong. It was just Scary Mary's words ringing in my ears. I jerked my head around so fast to look Scary Mary in the eyes, I could hear the bones popping in my neck. I looked at her more seriously than I had in years and mouthed, "In Rhoda's house? April died in Rhoda's house?"
"Yeah, didn't you know that? Rhoda is the one that found her. She didn't tell you? I hope they don't drink up all that beer before I get downstairs," Scary Mary said, glancing toward the door.
"No, she didn't tell me that part. I thought April died in her mother's house."
"No, she died in Rhoda's house. She had all but moved in with Rhoda and that Jamaican. Every time I seen Rhoda's daddy, he was going on and on about how every time he called Rhoda's house or went down there, that little white girl was in the mix. She was like one of the family, which is quite a feat considering her men folks is in the clan. I guess that just goes to show you, ain't nobody all bad. Rhoda even helped piece the funeral together, and even had the nerve to get up in church and say a few words in front of all them hateful crackers, her daddy told us."
Scary Mary stood up to leave, stretching her flabby arms high above her head.
"Come on back downstairs and tell us some more about Erie, girl."
I almost fell getting up from the bed. Scary Mary gave me a strange, searching look.
"What's wrong with you?"
"Nothing. Nothing." What I was thinking was unbelievable, but in my heart, I knew it was true. Rhoda had killed April. Chapter 54. I spent another hour with everybody after they had eaten Thanksgiving dinner. I thanked God when they finally started to leave. Pee-wee and Caleb left first to drive Judge Lawson home. "With so many people not having to work day after Thanksgiving, we'll be busy. So we got to get in the bed," Pee-wee explained. "I'll stop by later in the evening, after work tomorrow, Annette."
"Sister Goode, that sure enough was a world-beating meal," Caleb said, grinning and smacking his lips.
My dear walked them to the door and patted both backs as they went out of the door, with Pee-wee pushing a snoozing Judge Lawson's wheelchair.
"I guess I better get my old bones on home and rest 'em. Tomorrow is a busy day for me, too."
Scary Mary winked at me. I helped her put on her black woolen coat and walked her to the door. There was a cab waiting in front of the house for her. It was my dear's idea for me to get to bed.
"Suddenly, you look like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders. Did Scary Mary say something up there to upset you? Was she bragging about how Florence doing so well with a man and kids and you ain't? Did she try to borrow money from you?"
"No, ma'am. I'm just tired, that's all. Night, my dear." How I did it, I don't know. I climbed into my bed and slept like a baby. I guess I was just that tired. When I woke up the next morning, I tried to make myself believe I had dreamed my conversation with Scary Mary about Rhoda and the pregnant white girl. I had not dreamed it. I knew that Rhoda had killed again, but I had to hear it from her. My mind was a ball of confusion, and I stayed in my room for as long as I could. By the time I got downstairs to the living room around 9, Mr. King had arrived. Like Pee-wee, time had been fairly good to him.
He was now more handsome than ever. The deep lines around his sparkling eyes gave him a distinguished look, not a tired, used-up look like Scary Mary's lines or Medea's. His hair was gray, but thick and healthy-looking. He gave me a big hug and led me to the couch where I sat down next to him. "Just look at you. I told your mama you can work for me any time you want to. We all one big happy family," he hollered, winking at Medea. "As attractive and sophisticated as you is, you'll be a good addition to the Buttercup," Mr. King exclaimed. Medea nodded and smiled harder than ever before. Around 10, Scary Mary returned, hugging a bag of beers, straining like the bag weighed more than she did. The chatter became one long, rambling mess. In a way, I was glad. They were doing so much talking, I could not have gotten a word in edgewise, even if I had wanted to. There was too much on my mind for me to think clearly, let alone speak clearly. I almost jumped out of my skin when Rhoda's name came up. "Oh, she called early this morning. She said to tell you she'll be here sometime tomorrow. She can't wait to see you," my dear told me. "I hope she bring me something like Pee-wee and Florence done. I treasure my fruit basket from Vietnam and my lamp from Toledo," Scary Mary whined. "Annette, I guess you ain't thought about no souvenirs before you left Erie, huh?" "I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry to get packed and out of that city, I didn't think about bringing anybody any souvenirs," I explained. Mr. King had also brought a big bag of beer with him, and everybody was drinking. I managed to eat a light breakfast and watch a little television on a small set my dear had installed on the kitchen counter. But I could not stop thinking about Rhoda. I didn't know how I was going to approach her about the white girl, but for my own sanity and peace of mind, I had to confront her. If what I believed was true, and if for some strange reason Rhoda got caught, she might break down and confess the Boatwright murder, which would surely include my involvement. I felt sick. I desperately wanted to see her to find out for sure. I prayed that she would tell me and convince me that April had died accidentally. Scary Mary went with my dear and Mr. King to his restaurant for dinner. They had all tried to talk me into going with them, but there was way too much on my mind. Once I was totally alone in the house, I felt a strange sense of sadness. The last thing I wanted to do was cause a big stink with my best girlfriend. The timing was so wrong. This was supposed to be a time for rejoicing and reunions. I was thankful to find a few leftover beers in the refrigerator. I drank every one in sight. The mild buzz made it easy for me to go to my room and take a nap. With so much on my mind, it didn't bother me at all being in the very room where I had cried so many tears. I don't know exactly what time Rhoda blew into town the next day. She came over to our house around 6 p.m., loaded down with gifts. She gave my dear and Scary Mary handmade earrings she had picked up in Jamaica, and she gave Mr. King and Caleb straw hats. She gave Pee-wee a Bob Marley t-shirt and me a big pan of her homemade candy. "You look beautiful," she told me. She hugged me so hard my chest hurt. "Thanks for the candy," I rasped. I lifted the foil to show it off to everybody. Then I set the pan on the coffee table without offering any, or even biting a plug of it myself. Rhoda followed me to the sofa, chattering away about her great life in Florida. She had everybody spellbound. My dear was especially mesmerized listening to Rhoda go on and on about her frequent trips to the mystical Bahamas. My dear could have used part of Mr. Boatwright's insurance to enjoy a trip to the Bahamas long before now. But every time I had mentioned her doing just that, she gave me some vague story about how she was waiting on the right time to go. While everybody else in the room had aged to some degree, Rhoda had not. She looked the way she had looked at 18. In fact, she looked even younger. There was a noticeable glow about her face.
It wasn't long before I found out why. She was pregnant again. Lord, I hope my girl slow down someday and get her a husband and some kids, my dear lamented. Like Rhoda done, and poor blind Florence about to marry husband number 2. Rhoda, let's go to my room so we can talk. I wasn't ready to confront her. I had planned to drink a few beers first, but I couldn't stand to sit any longer the way the conversation was going. Oh, let the girl alone. I want to hear more about the Bahamas, my dear insisted, dismissing me with her hand. I had to endure 3 more hours of non-stop chatter, mostly praising Rhoda. Just when I thought I was going to scream, everybody but Rhoda decided it was time to go home. It was past midnight. Me, I better get my tail on to bed, or I won't be good for nothing in the morning, my dear admitted. She had to work the next day. Finally, it was just me and Rhoda. I waited until I heard Madia's bedroom door shut before I looked at Rhoda. She was on the couch with her legs crossed. The rest of her body was sprawled across the arm of the couch. Anybody who didn't know any better would think that Rhoda lived in the house. She just seemed to dominate every place she went. I was standing on weak legs, feeling like shit. I was so uncomfortable and anxious, it was hard for me to remain still. Okay. What's wrong with you? She started. What do you mean? Now I was folding and unfolding my arms and shifting my weight from one foot to the other. I know you better than anybody in the whole wide world. Even your mama don't know you like I know you. You've been acting funny ever since I walked in that door. She uncrossed her legs and gave me a hard look before continuing. Did Pee-wee offend you? No, I said quietly. I moved over to the sofa and sat as close to Rhoda as I dared. Her eyes followed every move I made. Why didn't you tell me that April died in your house? She gave me a surprised look, then blinked hard a few times before responding. What difference does it make to you where she died? It makes a big difference to me. Like you just said, you know me better than anybody else in the world. I think I can say the same thing about you. You didn't even mention that part of the story. I had to hear it from Scary Mary. I didn't mention it because I didn't think it was important. Rhoda waved her arms dramatically and leaned back as if to see my face better. I refused to take my eyes off her. Why was she taking a bath in your house? Did you talk her into drinking a bottle of whiskey like you did me? She wanted the baby, I told you, Rhoda reminded me, blinking hard again. She took baths at my house all the time. Her death was real convenient for you and all that mess going on between the girl and your brother, huh? Rhoda sucked in her breath and shrugged. She opened her mouth but didn't speak. Then she just shrugged again and gave me a slow nod. I know you did it. So go on and admit it. The room was deathly silent for a moment. I had to, she whispered with a pleading look in her eyes. What else could I do? I knew it! I knew it! I hissed, shaking my head, staring at her as hard as she was staring at me. Shh! You want your mama to hear? Rhoda slid over so close to me our knees touched. She seemed surprised and hurt when I moved away from her. I don't believe it. I don't believe you did this again. Then don't believe it, she snapped. She stood up and stretched long and hard, rolling her eyes, making sure I knew that I had annoyed her. I didn't come here to be accused. Accused? You just admitted it. I jumped up, my face close to hers. She glanced at her watch, then told me, It's late and I'm tired. This is not the time to be discussing this subject. We'll finish this conversation in the morning after you've had time to sleep on it. No.
We are going to finish this conversation right here and now." "What more is there to say? I did it. I said I did it. You know I did it. Now that's that. Nobody but you and I have to know, just like with Boatwright. We've put him behind us. Let's do the same with April." She squeezed my shoulder for a moment, then started buttoning her sweater. After all, I was provoked. "Let's go talk in my room," I said, grabbing her arm. She looked down at my thick hand holding on to her thin arm with an expression on her face that normally would have frightened me. But I was no longer afraid of her. Even though it was fairly late, I could hear people outside on the street laughing and talking, and noisy cars whizzing by. My mood was black and anxious. I knew ahead of time that by the end of this conversation, my life would be altered again. "All right, let's get this over with so I can go home and get some sleep." Rhoda followed me to my room in silence. Once we entered my room, she made herself comfortable on my bed. I stood by the front window, rehearsing what I wanted to say to her in my mind. "All right," she announced. "Let's get this over with." She crossed her legs and started moving her foot, making circles in the air. "Why did you kill that girl, Rhoda?" "What do you mean? You of all people know why I had to do it." "Just like Mr. Boatwright, huh?" "You could say that," she agreed. "You know, if you ever get caught, you'll probably spend the rest of your life in prison. Was it worth all that? I know you're lucky and you're intelligent, but sooner or later your luck and intelligence are not going to be enough, Rhoda." "I'll worry about that when it happens," she said in a shaky voice. She then uncrossed her legs and started tapping her toe on the floor impatiently. "You've killed 2 people, and you're not worried?" I asked incredulously. 4, she said quickly, quietly looking toward the door. A gasp caught in my throat and my head dropped forward and low. "What did you say?" I heard myself ask. "You heard me. I said 4. Her voice sounded like an echo. "Who else?" I asked, looking deep into her eyes, searching for something. I just didn't know what. "Remember the last time my daddy put the Ford in the body shop to have another dent removed?" "You told me you knocked over a mailbox," I said guardedly. I had to turn away. I could not face her and absorb her confession at the same time. I spoke with my eyes looking at the floor. "Go on." "Remember that cop that killed my brother? The one they said died in a hit-and-run accident?" Now I was looking at the side of her face. Like me, her whole body was shaking. "Who was the other one?" I asked, almost choking on my words. "Remember when Granny Goose fell down the steps and broke her neck? I... Rhoda's eyes were on the floor. "Your own grandmother?" I spoke, looking toward the wall. "You don't know what a burden she was, and how much she was suffering. I loved her, but she didn't know me from Moses anymore. I did it for her." "No!" I whirled around to face her. There was the strangest expression on her face. Her eyes were stretched open wide, and her lips were pressed together in a hard, thin line. Her bright red lipstick gave her a devilish appearance. Her jaw was twitching. "Your own grandmother? I can't believe my ears." We stood there for the longest moment, just looking in one another's eyes. "Do you know, I still have nightmares, and I'm still afraid somebody will find out you smothered Mr. Boatwright and that I knew it. Now all this, I don't—" I paused, unable to go on for a moment. I had to fight hard to prevent myself from having a panic attack. "Rhoda," I said firmly. I sucked in my breath and stood up straight. "Rhoda,
How can I go on being friends with you now? My words had a chilling effect on me. These were words I never dreamed I would hear myself saying. But never in my wildest imagination would I have expected to hear what Rhoda had just told me. At first, I wanted to call her a liar. I wanted to accuse her of trying to get my goat. But I had known her too long, and I knew her well enough to know that she was not one to make such claims lightly. She stood up, not taking her eyes off me. "Do you realize what you're saying, Annette? Is this the way you want to end our relationship after all these years? Do you realize what you've done to me? You've burdened me with information that could destroy me," I said levelly. "I thought you told me I could tell you anything," she snapped. "Not about one murder after another. What about all that talk about God? What about your children? What about me and this additional pain? Look, you're the one who brought up the subject. I didn't have to tell you about April. But I knew you killed her. Well, you wanted to hear it, and I told you. It's been hard carrying all this on my shoulders alone, just like that mess I got myself into by getting pregnant by my husband's best friend. It helped ease my mind when I finally told you about him and our affair. I feel better now telling you about that cop and Granny Goose. Well, I don't feel better knowing all that. If there's anything else from the past or in the future, keep it to yourself." "That means I can't talk to you anymore?" Rhoda leaned back and looked me over critically. "Is that the way you see it?" I asked. "That's the way it's going to be. After tonight, we won't talk or see one another again. Ever," she told me. "Maybe that's the best thing for us to do now. We've outgrown each other," I asserted, with hot tears streaming down the sides of my face. "Tell me, Annette, after you've had time to think about this conversation and all we've invested in this friendship and the future we won't have together, will you be sorry then?" she asked. There were tears on her face, too. I gave Rhoda a quick, half-hearted smile and told her with all the sincerity I could come up with. "I'm sorry now." I was sorry. I never expected or wanted our friendship to end this way. "I can let myself out," she sighed heavily, dismissing me with a wave of her hand. Without another word, Rhoda left my room for the last time. I waited until I heard her slam the front door downstairs before I allowed more tears to spill out of my burning eyes onto my face. From my front window, I watched her strut down our walkway and on across the street to her parents' house. She didn't turn around to look, and I was glad she didn't. I didn't want her to see my face again, and I didn't want to see hers. It was a few minutes later before I returned to the living room downstairs to turn off the lights and lock up. Before I did, I lifted the pan of candy she had made for me off the coffee table and took it into the kitchen, where I threw it in the trash. Chapter 55. "I just seen Rhoda getting in a cab with a suitcase," Madia informed me. She had come into my room before leaving for work the next morning. It was so early it was still dark outside. I had slept well. Not a single dream had interrupted my night. I woke up feeling cleansed and free and strong. The aroma of the grits and bacon Madia had prepared for breakfast gave me a warm feeling. I couldn't wait to get up and get dressed and eat. Even though I had been baptized more than once, I had never felt what some people described as a rebirth until then. Yeah. Her husband called up last night and told her to come home. Her little boy's sick." I lied. I sat up in bed.
You look nice, my dear. Is that uniform new? Well, when is she coming back? I thought she was going to spend some time with you celebrating your return. I'll talk to her and find out when she's coming back. Did you make some coffee? Uh-huh. Oh, guess what? I even made you some of that cappuccino you and Rhoda like so much. I figured you and her and Pee-wee would want some this morning. Thanks, my dear. I'll call up Pee-wee and he can help me drink it. My mother fanned her face, complained about having to go to work, and then excused herself. I pulled my knees up to my chest and stayed that way until I heard my dear leave the house. The first few days were the hardest. Every time our phone rang, I jumped, praying that it was not Rhoda. There was nothing she could say that would change my feelings. The burden of knowing her crimes had become too much of a cross for me to bear. As I expected, everybody asked me when she was returning or when I was going to Florida to visit her. My excuses were vague. She's going to Jamaica for a while to spend some time with her husband's family. She's having marital problems, and it's better if I keep my distance, I lied. Marital problems? Oh, is Rhoda's husband fooling around with another woman? My dear asked, with wide, hungry eyes and a half-smile. No, ma'am. Well, is Rhoda fooling around with another man? No, ma'am. They're just having the usual marital problems. How to raise the kids, how to spend the money, things like that. Is that all? Yes, ma'am. Damn. My dear sighed. She was visibly disappointed. I could tell she had hoped that Rhoda's marital problems were something really juicy. Something juicy enough to discuss with her gossip-monger friends. Well, that's what she get for marrying a foreigner. She should have married one of them Hawkins boys. They let their wives do anything they want. My dear paused long enough to catch her breath. Like I told Mr. King. Why you looking so sad, girl? My dear felt my forehead and frowned. I'm gonna give you a dose of castor oil in a minute. I'm fine, my dear. Well, you sure don't look fine. Look at all them dark circles around your eyes, and look how slack your jaw is. I know constipation when I see it. The dreaded castor oil only made me sicker. I threw it all up as soon as my dear left for work. Florence returned the following Thursday. I'm so glad to see you again, I told her as soon as she entered our living room. It was just me and her. Where are your boys? Florence had gained about 30 pounds, and she had more gray hair than me and Pee-wee put together. She had on a pair of dark glasses and walked with a white cane. The boys are resting. Larry had to go back to work today, she told me. I led her to the couch where we both sat down. I hear you're doing well, I told her after we hugged. I'm blessed. God shuts one door, but he opens another. I don't have my sight anymore, but I still got so much to be thankful for. Florence was completely blind, but she was still smiling. I'm sorry about your sight. There was an awkward moment of silence. Oh, I've adjusted to it well. I'm getting a seeing eye dog next week. Florence grabbed my hand and squeezed. Did you get my letters? My cards? Oh, yeah, I kept meaning to respond, but it's not important. I didn't expect to hear from you. I'm sorry, I said, squeezing her hand. I felt truly bad. Oh, it's nothing. You're not the first person to ignore me. She sucked in her breath. How's Rhoda? Pee-wee told me you communicated with her regularly. There was not a hint of sarcasm in Florence's voice. I won't be communicating with her any more. More awkward silence. Florence nodded and let out a strange chuckle. That's too bad. She had a lot of influence over you. Yeah, she did, I admitted. And so did that old Mr. Boatwright. Even more so. Now that was one miserable old man. He used to talk about me like a dog.
I could hear him in the kitchen talking about me every time I hung clothes on the line in the yard. Yeah, he was a mess, that old goat. I couldn't acknowledge the bad Mr. Boatwright had done without acknowledging the good. He taught me how to ride a bike, and he was a damn good cook, I said. And the extra money he contributed sure did help me and my dear out a lot. Uh-huh, Florence said thoughtfully, tapping her cane against the floor. I never told her, but I was convinced she knew what Mr. Boatwright had done to me. That stepdaddy and those 2 foster fathers I told you about, they were a lot like Mr. Boatwright. What? What do you mean? Nasty. I couldn't see him, but I could sense when somebody was nasty. And he was, wasn't he? Yeah, I said slowly. I released Florence's hand because mine had started to shake. I jumped up from the couch. Let's go make some tea. As days went by, people asked me more and more about Rhoda. I finally had to tell everybody something more final. I told them that Rhoda's husband, who never liked me, pressured her into choosing him or me. Like any good wife, she chose her man. I just prayed that nobody would approach her parents and find out any different. The undertaker and his wife were still as unapproachable as they had always been to the people around me. I had not talked to either of Rhoda's parents since my return. When I left our house, I usually left through our back door so that I would not risk running into them coming or going. Want to go to a boxing match in Cleveland this Saturday? Pee-wee invited the week before Christmas. He continued to come to the house and sit with me in the living room in the evenings and on weekends when he was not working. It'll be my Christmas present to you. I wanted to spend more time with Florence and her boys, but she was too busy planning her wedding. We talked on the phone every chance we got. Pee-wee and I even double-dated with her and her husband-to-be. I hated all sports events and would rather get a whooping than sit through one. But I accepted Pee-wee's invitation. Yes, I would like to go, I told him with a smile. It was hard to look across the street at the Nelsons' house without tears forming in my eyes. I was sorry that I didn't get a chance to tell Rhoda what Aunt Bernice had told me about my daddy and the rest of my family in Florida. I still had not told my dear or anybody else, and didn't know when I would. Pee-wee had made a lot of new friends over the last few years, and they soon became my friends. My phone rang off the hook now, when before I moved to Erie, Pee-wee, Florence, and Rhoda were the only ones who ever called me. Most of Pee-wee's new friends were the same people who had tormented us both in school. I see Lena Cundith, my former nemesis, all the time. The first time I bumped into her at the shopping center, she ran up to me and gave me a hug and introduced me to her 2 sons and daughter. After we chatted for a few moments, I apologized for knocking out her 4 front teeth at the prom, and we both laughed about it. My new bridge work looks a lot better than my real teeth ever did anyway, she told me. I was disappointed that she didn't apologize for all the torment she had caused me for so many years in school. But in my heart, I knew she was sorry. I think that we all came to realize that life was too short. I missed Rhoda enormously, and I knew I would. But she and Mr. Boatwright were the 2 chapters in my story I would never read again. One night, 2 months after my return, after Pee-wee had made love to me in my new bed, we got up and went to the front window in my bedroom and saw a big moving van in front of the Nelsons' house. Movers were hauling boxes and furniture out left and right. Nobody knew why or where Rhoda's parents, Lola, and Uncle Johnny had moved to. A month later, we had the worst snowstorm we had had in 30 years. Some businesses and all the schools had to close. My dear was unable to leave Mr. King's house because the roads were too bad. She stayed over with him often, so her staying over this night was not unusual. Pee-wee was with me, and for the first time, he spent the whole night. Sirens woke us up in the middle of the night, but we were too exhausted from hours of love-making to get up to investigate. We found out the next morning that the Nelsons' house had mysteriously burned to the ground.
I heard that Anton Asante had something to do with that fire. He was so angry with Brother Nelson for not paying off all that money Johnny borrowed, Scary Mary told me and Pee-wee the next morning. Knee-high snow had not prevented her from leaving her house and coming over for coffee. Another story I heard from Caleb is that Brother Nelson paid somebody to set that house ablaze so he could collect the insurance money.
We never found out what really happened, and whatever it was, I didn't really want to know. To me, the fire destroying the Nelsons' house was symbolic. It was the last connection I had to Rhoda. For reasons I can't explain, one beer-filled night a week after the fire, I dialed her number in Florida. A recorded message informed me that the number had been changed and was now unlisted. Just like Mr. Boatwright, there was nothing left to indicate that she had ever existed. I was living on the rest of Mr. Boatwright's insurance money and money I had saved up from my job in Erie, but Mr. King promised I could start working as a hostess or waitress at the Buttercup whenever I was ready. It was a long way from the corporate environment I used to believe I wanted when I was younger. Like my dear taught me, God'll come through when the time is right. He did for her. After so many years, my dear felt it was the right time for her to take her dream trip. She finally made it to the Bahamas, and in a roundabout way, she got her own restaurant. Mr. King married her. He took her to the Bahamas for a 2-week honeymoon. Even though she didn't have to work anymore unless she wanted to, she continued to cook and clean for Judge Lawson because he wanted her to. "You can rest now, my dear. You've worked long and hard enough," I told her. Just thinking about the fact that she had been breaking her back to cater to other people even before I was born reduced me to tears. "I ain't about to go back on my word to old Judge Lawson. He been good to us, and the least I can do is stay on with him in his last days," my dear told me, adding, "I got a feeling Judge Lawson gonna outlive all of us." She laughed. I wanted her to retire, but I also wanted her to honor the judge's requests. I don't know what would have become of us without him and people like Scary Mary, who were forever pulling us out of the hole. Mr. Boatwright's abuse was by then nothing more than a memory to me, and one of several ugly secrets I'd carry with me to my grave. I have the house on Reed Street all to myself now, and Judge Lawson said I can stay in it for the rest of my life if I want to. He even encouraged me to rent out 2 of the 3 bedrooms and to keep the money for myself. But I'd had enough of boarders a long time ago with Mr. Boatwright and his mess. I moved into the room that used to be my dear's, and I turned mine into a guest room. I had not been inside Mr. Boatwright's old room since the day I returned from Erie, and every time I passed it, I shuddered. As far as I was concerned, that room no longer existed. A week after my dear and Mr. King returned from their honeymoon, the day after Easter, I started waiting tables at the Buttercup. In mid-December, Mr. King decided to have the inside of the restaurant painted, so he closed it for 2 weeks. It couldn't have happened at a better time. I had a lot of Christmas shopping to do and several parties to attend. Even with all that on my plate, I constantly thought about all the things that had happened to me. Having Mr. King as my new daddy made me think about my real daddy every day and what my aunt in New Jersey had told me about him. It had been a while since my last conversation with Aunt Bernice. New Year's Day seemed like a good time to give her a call. "Happy New Year, Aunt Bernice," I hollered. "Girl, I'm gonna pray that 1980 be better to you than all the rest of your years been," she cried as soon as she heard my voice. "It will be," I assured her. "Now, give me my daddy's number, please."
The end. You've been listening to God Don't Like Ugly by Mary Monroe, narrated by Denise Burse. And thank you for listening to Gria